to the evidence. Let's go. Firstly, Flat Earth Judge. I want to talk with him.
Flat Earth Judge, you've been summoned. Maybe he can't talk right now.
Why can't he talk? I debated him last time and cooked him.
I doubt that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he had to mute me.
Right,
The fucking idiot had to mute me, so I'm back now for a second round.
All right, well, he's not here, so you'll have to debate me or someone else. Pick someone.
Bro, you don't even mug. I mug you, so why should I debate you?
Well, dude, you have your pick. You can pick anybody in here, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, let me pick someone. Let me pick someone to debate.
Yeah, go ahead. You can pick anybody you want, yeah. I mean,
Quiet
as long as they're
noob.
I'll let you know.
Quiet noobs. I pick you to debate.
Yeah,
You picked
quiet
the
noobs is
quiet guy,
quiet.
dude. I don't even think he's here. Oh wait, is he here? You here, dude?
Level perfectly wrong. How does water rest?
What did you say?
I couldn't
How
hear
does
you
water
either.
rest?
Your voice is messy. Like, stop it eating your
I
microphone.
said, how does water
I'm at
rest,
work.
motherfucker?
I'm at work.
Stop eating your microphone or some shit like that and talk normally.
No, he's busy. He's busy. Pick somebody else.
Yeah, I'm working, bro.
Who should I pick? We're debating who? Indian. I will pick the Indian.
Indian, you're up. Indian
India
007.
India 007. Are you there, India? Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, that was a very good pick.
Yeah. So now that we've been posting all this globe science, does the flat Earth have any science?
No, the flat Earth has the worst science. That the flat Earth is so dumb.
Guys, I think India is afraid. India was afraid to debate this guy.
Damn it. India, get your ass in here, dude.
I debate here every day and everyone gets cooked.
I've never seen you
That's why
before.
India is afraid. That's why.
Yep, India is terrified of this guy.
Give him some
Syrian
credit.
cutie is terrifying.
Yeah, give him some credit, man. Grandpa India just fell asleep. Okay, come on.
Yeah, man,
20 cups. This is bad. You're gonna get in trouble.
Let me pick the woman. Since women are more emotional.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm probably also
good luck.
twice your IQ, so let's do it.
Yeah, good luck,
Yeah.
dude.
So what's your proof that flat Earth is real? Or
No,
just do
because
you have
there's no measurable surface curvature and water
Hey,
is flat at rest, and the known Earth
stop
is 72%
interrupting.
water.
Hey, stop talking. Look, I have authority over you. When I talk, you have to.
No, we're not doing that. So if somebody else wants to talk to the little boy here, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, we can move on to someone else. How about Bruce Lee?
Oh my gosh.
We had the
Grandpa, what do you got?
Yeah, McCandless.
McCandless.
I was wondering, do you guys have any science for flat Earth?
Yeah,
You're making
I do.
You're making us Globers look bad, guys.
Yeah, I do have some science. Are you a science denier, McCandless?
Can you post
Yeah.
it?
Do you have you ever heard of second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, I have heard about it.
Okay, so you understand entropy, correct?
Yeah, I'm asking about the flat Earth though. I'm not asking about.
No, this is related. Yeah, I mean you don't need science for a measurement. You were asking for science, and that's why I'm discussing science, right?
Yeah. Do you have any science for the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm explaining it to you. We can falsify the heliocentric paradigm simply through the second law of thermodynamics. Because there cannot be a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr without any kind of barrier in between, without containment. So there's your science. Science is a cause and effect relationship, right? We observe something in the natural world. Measurements do not require science.
It would be that.
Well,
measurements don't require
but
science.
The solar system could be in the container.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to debunk.
I didn't actually claim there's a container. I claimed that the heliocentric model is false. Okay, go ahead, McCandless.
Well, it doesn't have to be force based on this argument, because if you're saying the second law doesn't hold true if heliocentric model, and the only
what I'm saying
easy way
is
to
What I'm saying is the
counter this is
heliocentric
to say,
model.
well, let me finish. How does this heliocentric model of the solar system violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, the claim is that we have a pressurized atmosphere. This is just one part of the whole thing, right? I'm not talking about every facet of it. I'm talking about this Earth. So, if the claim is that we have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, obviously that is false, and we can falsify that portion of it.
Right, but we also agree that there are density gradients within containers, right?
Right, within containers, correct.
Right. So if I'm just doing this purely logically to like show the other side, if the solar system as described by the heliocentric model is inside of the container, then there could be density gradients within the container. There's no lower bound on how low the density can
Okay.
be.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not the claim. The claim isn't that everything is within this pressurized system, that it is all within
I
the container.
understand, but you cannot debunk the whole thing like
We're just
through
debunking
one.
parts of it, right? I'm not, I can deal with
Okay.
all of it at once, but he asked for science, so that's what we're dealing with, science. The rest of it is pseudoscience, as
I
far
don't
as
know. Let's read
orbits
something.
and gas balls in a vacuum and all that stuff. That's pseudoscience. So we'll just deal with the simple science that we can prove, right? But I don't think he understands that a measurement is not science. McCandless, do you understand the difference between
Let me
science and a
ask you a
measurement?
question because
Hold up,
I'm very
let me finish
confused.
with him, Peter, and then you can, debunk me or whatever. So, McCandless?
Well,
Okay, so can
measurements
you tell
can
me
be
what
used
science there is
in.
for surface curvature, please?
Well, we've been posting science in the chat, so.
Okay, well, tell me what science is there for the surface of the Earth being curved?
Lots of science.
Okay, can you provide one example of a scientific experiment that proves that the surface of the Earth is curving? I want to hear this.
Yeah, I posted a link with the image of the first black hole.
Okay, so a claim about a black hole is your
that is
proof that the
science.
surface of the Earth is curving. That's what you've got? That's your best?
Yeah, it's science. Like the link literally says
Okay,
science.
tell me how we determine black holes. How are black holes scientific? Do you know what the difference is between pseudoscience and actual science?
The
No,
website
but
has
how
science
are
in it.
they even?
And
Yeah, but how are
besides, it
they
has nothing to
related?
do with the surface of the Earth, so it's really kind of grasping here, right? You agree,
Well,
right?
thermodynamics has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth either.
No,
Really?
but you asked for science that had to do with flat Earth, so I provided something scientific because measurements are not science.
No, thermodynamics has nothing to do with the flat Earth, right?
Okay, it has to
So,
do with the heliocentric paradigm.
right.
But
So
you're
you're
right.
correct.
You're right. We have measurements. We don't
You
need
stand
science for
corrected.
measure.
Mhm.
We don't need measurements. I mean, measurements don't need science, right?
Measurement is part of science. Can be part of science.
Okay, yes, we can use measurements as part of science, but that's not what I said, is it?
No, but I said,
Okay,
there's
you
an
asked for
image of the black
science.
hole, which is
We don't
science.
need. Okay, no, dude, we're not doing black holes. That is like the biggest bullshit like cope I've ever heard, and I hear a lot of them. But do you have any scientific evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving? Because that's what you're implying.
So you're just gonna dismiss my
I'm going
evidence?
to dismiss black holes because I should dismiss them. So, do you
A
have
hand
any
wave
evidence
dismisses
that the
fallacious.
Earth is curving?
Yeah, we have pictures of the Earth.
Okay, so if we have pictures of the Earth curving, where's the measurement to prove that the pictures are in accordance with what we actually experience?
There
Because
was an
I've
old
seen
Greek
pictures
guy
of
that did it.
Bigfoot, and I've seen lots of different pictures of unicorns, but that doesn't make them real.
There was a bearded man in Greek that proved it 2,000 years ago.
Okay, tell me about that. Tell me what science was involved.
Yeah.
I think he took some sticks and then he measured the shadows.
Okay, that's science.
From the sunlight.
Taking a measurement of a shadow is science now?
Yeah, it can be considered, a methodology of science.
No, it's not. It's considered a measurement or an
Very simple
observation. It's
method.
not considered science. Okay, so tell me, who is this person, and can you provide primary source, secondary source, even a tertiary source with the data to prove your claim?
Yeah.
I'd have to look up the data. You know what I mean?
Yeah, please do.
We're just having a casual, back and forth at this point.
I you know what? I'm not going to accept a claim without evidence. So, bring it.
Fine.
Bro, to be honest, it's not casual. For you, it's casual, but these guys, they've done their research. And it's going to take time for you to get there. And I hope you get there because you'll see, like, what
Thank you,
these
sir.
guys are talking about is true.
What are they
Just,
talking about?
well, whatever you're talking about, just be genuine in your own journey, okay? You know what evidence is, you know the value of evidence, and you know claims. You know the difference. You have no competition between anybody in this group. This is based on you and your intelligence. So just activate your intelligence and don't feel like this is a game or a competition. Just be on the pursuit of truth. If you do that, uh, I'm pretty sure you're going to arrive at where these guys are at. So yeah, be true to yourself and see where it ends up.
So does that mean that the flat Earth does not have any science?
Dude.
They're the only ones who have science. They start with the observations. I know you mentioned a ruler earlier on, but you know what becomes before a ruler? It's our senses,
Well, wait,
right?
hold on, Truth. Listen, I
Mhm.
appreciate what you're saying. I really do. And we need maybe
Sorry.
more good cops around here. But McCandless is supposed to find me the actual data and a primary, secondary, or tertiary source for his claim.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys missed it, but when you asked what science or whatever, he said, "Oh, it says science in the website." That was one of his. So I don't think he's being honest. I think he's just trolling. Panelist guy.
Almost no one knows what science really is, because everything gets slapped with the word science. We've got political science, right?
Yeah.
And astrophysics is not science in any under any definition of the term. But they just think that anybody who doesn't work at McDonald's is like somehow a scientist. I don't know.
It's a wing of
Yeah.
It's been
science.
deified, right?
Well, would you agree with me that pseudoscience is anything which makes a claim, but it doesn't quite attach itself to the basic principles? Okay, so when we're talking about flat Earth, globe, and all that, what are the basic principles? Well, the basic principles are observation, and we're so lucky that in this particular scientific experiment, we have some senses that can actually determine and play a very strong part in that whole assessment, which is we have sight.
Well, I
We
think
have
I think the
understanding.
term pseudoscience has been somewhat vilified, right? Because
Yeah.
when I use the term pseudoscience, I just mean it doesn't involve the scientific method, right? It doesn't mean
Mm,
that there isn't value in collecting data and observations of things, right?
mm.
So people get very defensive with the term pseudoscience. They think you mean that there's no validity or value to anything they're presenting, but that's not what I mean. I
I'll
just
be,
mean
mm.
we can't science has a specific definition and we need to adhere to that.
I'm a strong believer in the fact that science has basic principles and they start from the very lower levels and before we go into the more kind of like complex. And I think pseudoscience, from what I've seen, examples of pseudoscience, is that they are great theories and you can't knock them for thinking out the box. But where they fail is that it doesn't attach itself to the basic principle. Now, if it doesn't do that, then you must have your own basic principle, but they don't have that. There's a major jump. That means there's blind faith. And that's the problem with pseudoscience.
Yep, that's well said. Um, since I know that McCandless can't not provide a primary, secondary, or tertiary source for Eratosthenes, nor can he provide the data, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about it really quickly for the people in the room who might be unfamiliar with it. And
Yeah,
this
I'm just
is
gonna
the
interrupt
claim
you
is
there.
that
I
somebody.
did provide data there. Yeah.
No. I asked for a primary, secondary, or tertiary source. Did you provide any of those? Because I know they don't exist.
Well, if you know they don't exist, why are you asking for it?
Because you didn't.
What?
So anyway, so the claim is that this guy existed, which we have no evidence that he did, and that he made a bunch of assumptions which were incorrect. And then either there were wells or sticks stuck in the ground, depending on the story, and that he assumed the Earth was a ball, noticed diverging shadows, and then calculated a radius based on that. However, we have no data to support that. We don't even think the guy existed. The only mention is from another person who also we have no proof existed. And we also know that the Chinese did the same experiment, assumed, well, not experiment, observation, I'm correcting myself. And they assumed the Earth was flat, and they had the same result. So we can have diverging shadows on a spherical Earth with a distant sun, or we can also have diverging shadows on a flat surface with a more local sun, and anyone can test this. So shadows aren't proof for or against flat Earth, and they aren't proof for or against globe Earth. We can rightfully discard that entirely. So, hello, it's 2026. We have advanced optics, we have lasers. Where's the proof that isn't some guy who may or may not have existed 2,000 years ago? Like, why is this the best the globe has to offer? Why are only flat earthers doing measurements with advanced optics and lasers?
You know what? I've always thought like there's people doing like all these measurements with lasers and stuff. Is there any possible way that we could just like level it up? Like, what's the next level? From going from like kamikaze and buying all these equipment and just doing your own independent sort of like surface level experiments like the laser. Like, surely there's something that's like
Well,
a level up.
what more do we need?
That's the question. We
Well,
don't
what are you
need more
looking
than
for?
that.
What kind of information do you think we could be gathering that's more valuable than that? I mean, if we know the
Yeah,
Earth measures flat, it
yeah.
completely destroys the cosmic distance ladder, right? It completely destroys the whole paradigm.
It does. It does. I guess my question is like, surely there's like more interconnecting facts that we could delve into and discover.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's so much more we could find out, and
Be
um,
interested in, to be honest.
yeah,
Yeah, there's got to be.
right. There's so much we don't know. I mean, and that's the main thing is that we are aware of how much we don't know, and the more we learn about this and all of it, the more we realize we
Mm.
don't know, right?
Yeah. Am I right in saying that the claim is that we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour while the Earth is being launched around the sun at another 66,000 miles per hour? Because that does not make sense to me. I have to say, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, you need to become comfortable with logical contradiction. You need to completely deny your own experience. You have to accept what people tell you without questioning it, and then you too can believe
Mm.
all of that.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, you mentioned something that the Chinese did a similar observation with the sticks and shadows that Eratosthenes did. Is that called something? I wanted to like look into that.
Yeah, I can grab you the documentation for that. I'll put it in the
Sweet.
side chat for you. Yeah,
Thanks, man.
look, this is the basic problem with the Eratosthenes thing. I mean, he made a bunch of assumptions if he existed at all, right? Which there's not evidence that he ever even did this test, but let's just say he did.
Right.
He pre-assumed a globe, right? And then he assumed that the distance between the locations was correct, which they had no way of getting an accurate distance, right? But he also had to assume parallel sun rays as well. And based on those assumptions, right, he basically he took the shadow angle 7.2 degrees and the distance, which was 800 kilometers allegedly, right? And then he did math based off the globe, right? So he was able to calculate that the circumference is 40,000 kilometers, 250,000 stadia, which is another issue, right? Because they don't know if he used the Egyptian stadia or the Greek stadia because they're completely different. But regardless of that, right, he made a bunch of assumptions, right? So if I could do the same thing in a room in my house, if I did the exact same test, but instead of assuming that I'm standing on a flat surface, I assume that I'm standing on a spherical surface, and then instead of assuming that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in divergent, which they are, right, because the light diverges out in all directions from the light, right? If I just assumed that those light rays were coming in parallel, I could do the same test that Eratosthenes did, and I could calculate the circumference of my flat floor, which is obviously a problem. So the Chinese did the same thing that Eratosthenes did, except they made the assumption that the Earth is flat and that the sun is more local with divergent rays. And they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat based on their test. Both parties, Eratosthenes and the Chinese, made assumptions. So it's not something that really validates anything either way.
Of course.
But I
Yeah,
will
no,
grab
and that was
that
really
test.
well said because I didn't know about the Chinese one. That's what I'm super interested in because obviously I've always heard of Eratosthenes and all the
I'll link it.
assumptions. Yeah,
I'll
I
link
would
it for
love to
you.
see that. Thank you.
Here's a graphic as well. Nice Eratosthenes graphic.
Oh, dude, I already seen that shit on your video, bro. I screenshotted that one exactly.
True. Nice.
Shout out to that video. Go watch it, everybody. Pickled Minds.
What's with that
Cheers.
AI stuff, bro?
Guys, could I pick your brains for like 60 seconds and then I promise I'm done? I just got this one situation. I
Yeah,
just
just
would
quickly,
like
I
to
did
share.
post it if you want to check it out.
What's
Yeah, I
that?
see. Thank you.
Over, would that be fine? I just wanted to pick your brains on something.
Me specifically, or just in
No,
general?
no,
Okay,
just
so
in
yeah, feel
general,
free to
everybody.
speak. Sure, yeah.
So, sorry, I thought I'd ask because you got the floor, obviously, and obviously
Oh
this is
no,
your
no, go
guys'
ahead.
thing.
It's not me particularly. Go ahead.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to post something now. So, what I want to ask is this: if you all can see that screenshot, it's I guess what I see is the most um common sort of flat Earth model, which kind of shows how the sun revolves and is kind of like incorporated into the flat Earth model. Now, that seems to be very accurate because as it goes round, there's half the world which is dark, and then there's a thing about Iceland where it somehow receives more light than the rest of the world, right? So this is no surprise to us. So now
So
my question is this.
is the sun flat too?
No. Before we even get to that, my question is this. So I've seen this model and I think, well, that is very, very accurate. But that only works with the flat Earth model. Now, remember what I touched upon just a short while ago, which was the claim is 1,000 miles an hour rotating, yeah, and on itself, and 66,000 miles per hour being launched around the sun. How is that possible if this is more closer to the truth and a representation of the truth about daylight and nighttime hours? Isn't this our biggest biggest evidence? No?
No, not in my opinion, right? And that flat Earth model that you put in the side chat, that's not a
Yeah.
model that anyone in this chat or most of the people in this chat are necessarily going to agree with. That map
Okay.
is actually a spherical coordinate system map, right? It's an azimuth or equidistant polar projection map, which is based off the spherical coordinate system, and it kind of assumes that that's a flat Earth map, right? Where it's
It's
not.
one
It's
representation.
essentially a globe, right? And also it assumes that the sun is like a little ball, right? That
Yeah.
hovers around like that. While there may be some accuracy to it, and while it
But it
may
is one
make a lot.
representation, right? Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's a representation. It's conceptual or something like that, whatever you
Yeah,
want to call it.
of
But
course.
there's also a lot of issues with it as well.
I mean, it's definitely got
yeah.
the ice wall where the lizards live. Like that's important.
Yeah, well, we
Okay,
don't claim
fine.
an ice wall, right? So this is a
Okay.
polar projection map. So the ice wall that goes around the outside, right? That's
Hmm.
just stretched out Antarctica on a globe projection. right? We don't necessarily claim that there's specifically an ice wall that wraps around the entirety of the Earth because nobody has any evidence that that happens.
But if there's
That's
no ice
perfectly
wall,
fine.
where do the Jews live?
Dude, stop asking
Okay,
troll
I guess my point.
questions. Dude.
I guess my point is this, guys. Just specifically related to daylight and nighttime hours. So that's something. It's another something that we can observe, isn't it? We can observe that internationally. We have the power of the internet to call somebody and just see what it's like, and observe again. What I'm saying is that whether this is true or not, based on the two different sort of facts that are presented to us, you have to admit this is closer to what we see and what we observe with our own eyes. It doesn't make sense for the Earth to spin 1,000 miles an hour, and then I've got to now calculate what it's going to look like, which I lose my fucking mind at this point. That 66,000 miles an hour is going around the sun at the same time. How does that affect sunlight and daytime hours? Do you see what I mean? I really think this is
Well,
the
they have
biggest.
explanations, right? They have mathematics. They have explanations for
motion
how
is
all of these
relative,
things
right?
can work.
How do
Motion
you
is
even?
relative.
Yeah, but that would only work and be possible if the
So,
Earth
so when
is
when
revolving
you're in a
and the
car,
sun is.
right? When you're in a car and you throw a ball up and down, the ball doesn't just like
Saying.
fling backwards, does it?
Yeah,
It goes
he's
up
not
and down
talking
with the
about
car,
that though.
like because the motion is relative. Yeah, but if you're saying like why is it spinning so fast and we don't notice?
No, he didn't.
It's
He didn't say
It's
that.
not just spinning; it's also spinning, but also we maintain the daytime and nighttime hours. They do not become disturbed.
They do have explanations for all of these things that we
Wow.
experience in the sky. But explanations are not proof, right? Explanations are just explanations. This is what I consider the strongest evidence against the globe.
It's an
Is
observation.
that
It's an observation, though. It's not an explanation. It's an observation. We can all stand there and say, "Guys,
yeah,
we
we
can
all
see
observe
today
the same
there
thing,
are 14 hours."
right? Right, but this is
Not
the problem for
possible.
the globe. This is the problem for the globe, right? If the Earth's a
Yeah.
globe, then the water that covers 70% of the surface of the globe would have to be curving at a specific rate. And it's not
Yeah.
doing that 100% of the time when we go and test it. It's not curving, right? We can zoom in across a 20-mile lake
Of course. Of
that should
course.
have 300 foot of curvature, and we can see the
Yeah.
shoreline on the other side, right? That's not possible on a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you understand that, like, if we falsify the globe paradigm, we don't have to come up with another model to replace it either.
Mm.
Yep.
But guys,
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Correct.
But guys, do you not think that the daylight and nighttime hours sort of subject is super strong? It's so exposing. Like, I don't understand how they could ever explain that based on the calculations that they've officially delivered. There's a massive gaping hole. Doesn't
Say
make any
truth.
sense.
Truth. Name
Oh,
name three cities that you validated, whether it was day or night, that are
Yeah,
greater
good
than
point.
5,000 miles apart that comport with that alleged model you posted.
Good point. I guess my answer to that is that's where I fall short, and I kind of like, I don't know, I kind of believe in my flat
Well, I
earther,
mean, hey,
flat
listen,
earther
dude.
guys,
30 seconds ago, you were saying that this is somehow something
Yeah.
founded and convincing and compelling, and maybe even the most compelling thing. Come to find out, you didn't even validate 3 points on it.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, you're right. Self-criticism is great, and I'm glad you did that. Okay, well, you've given me some fucking homework, but yeah, why I did that, I guess I believe in my flat earther people. I think you guys have been well ahead of this. But yeah, no, good question. Definitely. If there's any Globers in here, I hope you heard that because this is what genuine truth seeking sounds like.
Just the other day, we had a guy on TikTok say that he goes around to flat Earth channels and he brings photographs that he fakes, and he says, "Oh, look, this proves the Earth is flat," and he sees how many stupid flat Earthers agree with him.
Hmm. So he's basically just mocking it.
Yeah, now I'm not accusing you of doing that.
No, I didn't say that, but I can see what this
Or
guy
am I?
did. I didn't feel that way. No, I'm not gonna
How could
lie.
you tell?
I always feel love from this channel. There's always great people here. I can feel your depth. You've put in your work, and like, I guess in the end, where I arrive at is that I wonder what's the next level. Like, there's more to this. You've got to admit, there's more to this. You can't just make these observations and know this stuff and just be like warners to the rest of the world and say, "Oh, by the way, the world is flat." Maybe there's got to be more to this. That's what I think,
But
anyway.
that's just because that's all we have access to is the Earth. So that's why we can make a positive claim about the Earth measuring flat.
No,
Anything
but we
beyond
have
that's
more
going to be
to.
speculation.
No,
Like
we
we don't
have
have access to the sun. We don't have access to the moon,
no, but we
nor the
have more than that.
stars.
But we have access to our creativity, and what I guess what I'm saying is this. Okay, so it's not a conventional thing to believe the Earth is flat, but what if it is the truth, which we believe it is? So now that you take that into account, where does that lead? Does it lead to anything amazing, anything great? Like, what are the potentials in knowing that? That's what I'm interested in. I wish I knew. I
Well,
wish I
I
could
would
have
say
the
there is
time.
potential, but it's beyond this topic, right? And it's
Why?
not to do with the nature of the Earth, but that's a separate topic for a separate room.
Hmm. Any way that is more beneficial to humanity and the quality of people's lives. Is there anything like that that you see?
I'll tell you this, what brother. If
Hmm.
everybody became a flat earther tomorrow, it wouldn't
Yeah,
cure the human condition. There'd still be evil in the world.
yeah. No, I don't doubt that. I know that. That's true.
Yeah,
Mm.
Overfence still bullies me, and she's a flat earther.
Mm. I don't know. Something my intuition tells me that there's something that you can just attach yourself to and just kind of. I feel like it's a doorway. Do you see what I mean? Like, metaphorically speaking, I feel like we've been dumbed down so much, and now the veil's been lifted, and we're starting to discover new things. But when it comes to the flat Earth thing, I can't help but think that this isn't just like some kind of like new evidence or something to consider and just kind of like leave it as that. No, I think it's a doorway whereby once you see the Earth is flat and once you see that reasoning, which aligns with all the sciences, all the science methods, all the observation on what is true, I think there's something that's just going to blow up. I wish I knew what it was.
Tell you
That's
what,
all
when it happens,
speculation anyway.
if you're alive, you'll be there. Okay.
Oh, I hope so, bro. Because I have a feeling like whoever planned this, they know. And I wish I could. I guess that's what I want to know. I want to know the reasoning behind who it was. No, why who it was did what they did. It was clearly important and it was a control mechanism, I believe. But I think there's something that they knew. I wish I could put my finger on it. That's all.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
it just sucks because the only way we'll ever know is you have to ask
unless
them.
yeah, and unless they're 7,000 years old, they're not the guy. If you know what I mean.
I don't know,
So
bro.
this whole thing has spanned people's lifetimes, right? So
Mm.
whoever's working it towards an end goal, they're not alive anymore, or they're not human. Those are your options.
Mm. You mean like people are lost in the world? Is that what you mean? Like,
No, he was being literal.
okay. Sorry, what did he say again? So
The
if he's being
deception,
literal,
if there is a deception going on, which most people here, I assume, think there is, it
Mm.
has been going on for far longer than most people would probably imagine.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically, what he's saying.
Started off, yeah. My research, um, it goes back as much as like whatever information is available. I think, as far as I can like access. And interestingly enough, because I'm so desperate to try and find the next level, there's only one source that I found that
Oh, stop it!
did
I want you.
delve
Hey,
it.
stop it right now! Hey, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
I'm gonna say
Naughty,
two. Okay, let me say two
naughty.
words. Just let me say 2 words. Okay, I'll stop.
I think he was talking to his dog. Am I wrong? I
I
think
don't
he's
want to
talking to his
upset
dog.
anybody, but yeah, it just feels like there is we are being controlled. It is all planned, and it's like, yeah. Sorry, I just got a thirst for finding out who's behind what. I guess.
No, I was saying, stop it to you. Stop being so desperate for esoteric knowledge, because you're
Oh,
going to be
Oh
vulnerable to
no!
retards filling your head with
Oh
nonsense.
no!
So just knock it off.
Oh no! No 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 no! I promise I've got better system. Do you know what I've got?
I don't care.
So what I'll
Listen,
do?
just be happy. Listen. You need to have a period in your life where you're happy not knowing. And until you're content not knowing, you don't deserve to know the truth. That's the fact. I'm
Okay,
serious.
what
I'm
if
not
I
even
would,
joking with you. You have to
bro?
you have to have a period of your life where you're just purely content in not knowing and just trusting. And then
Yeah.
it'll come to you when it's ready.
What if I said that even when it doesn't make sense, I put it on the shelf, and it has served me well to do that. Because even though it doesn't make sense today, sometimes it makes sense years later. So I like to look into things, even if I don't, even if it feels like a waste of time at the time. There's been times where years later I've discovered, there was a purpose behind that. Guys, anyway, you guys are always awesome. Uh, I guess stay awesome. Have a good
Thanks,
night.
bro. You too.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
T, bro.
You
fly.
too,
Thanks
man.
for stopping
Catch
by,
you
man.
next week.
Take care. Take care. Bye bye.
Well, that seemed okay. Well, for all those wondering, India was on the phone. That's why he couldn't debate that guy that called him out earlier.
yeah, right.
That's what he says.
Good. He missed all my grandpa jokes.
Are you the person that called me out? No, you, Nick.
No, that
No, it
guy is
was.
long gone.
His name was
Dude, no,
Syrian Cutie.
I'm not afraid to debate anybody on this topic. Believe me.
That's why it's so funny. Because you were gone like the second that the guy called you. I was like, where the hell are you, dude?
The fucking final boss, bro.
Because, dude, we gave him an option to pick anybody in the room. Because he didn't want to talk to somebody. I forget who he was talking to. I was like, oh, yeah, let me get Indian. Indio. I'm like, oh, you're so fucked, dude.
That's so funny, man. He could have picked anyone on the panel, but he picked India just randomly.
I know.
I wish India
I
Why
was
did
was
you
here.
like,
pick
he
me?
picked like the fucking,
And and
the
and,
hardest person.
and fucked his name up at the same time. Can't make
Yeah,
a bigger mistake than that.
he called you an Indian.
Call me an Indian?
Yeah. I think he was trying to say Indio, but he didn't read the whole thing.
Oh my god, this dude Angstrom. can't see the entire picture, so it demonstrates it's a ball. Jesus Christ, these fucking people.
So much angst.
Yo, anybody in here got any questions? Any statements about flat Earth? We got like 2, 3, 4 Globers in here. Nobody wants to know why we say the Earth is flat. We got Final Boss Indio in here if you want to talk to him. All right, dude, after you're done brushing your teeth, you can open up your mic.
He's lying. He ain't brushing his teeth. He's brushing his tooth.
You never know.
I guess he didn't get it.
I couldn't tell if that was a dirty joke or not.
And I said he's brushing his tooth, not his teeth. He don't have teeth. He has a tooth. That's how you compliment his
Is that
girlfriend.
true, eh?
Hey, baby, nice tooth.
Bro, is that joke just going over my head, dude? I'm like, am I too young for that joke? What the hell?
Yeah, dude, he's freaking. You're
That's
not
boomer.
familiar enough with trailer trash.
No, we don't understand boomer.
You don't understand trailer trash?
Boomer trash, no.
Do they even have trailer parks anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got one here in Vegas. I drive by every once in a while.
We got a
Hey, my
shit ton
mom's
up here.
maybe it's a while.
No, dude. That's a meth making industrial park. If it's in Vegas.
That's where I go to pick up all my women is trailer park.
Yeah. And when you see a nice one, you go, hey, baby, nice tooth.
Oh, you know what? I got you
Got a
now.
nice teeth?
Okay, understand.
Come on,
Okay,
bro.
I got you. All right, you know what? I understand now, dude. It took me a minute. Okay.
And like 10 attempts.
Stop
go real
wasting
slow
freaking.
sometimes.
Is he in here? Stop being a retard, dude.
Which
Wasting
one,
our
Keith?
time. Yeah. Queef.
Who?
I said Queef. Yo, Keith, why don't you want to open up your mic, dude?
Sup, bud?
Oh, there
Oh
he
shit,
is.
he's
Okay,
here. Wait,
thank
I'm
you.
running.
Why are you showing lame ass distorted
Dude,
images?
the rod in your video is upturned.
Dude, none of these cameras are designed for high altitude
Oh,
aerial
so
imagery.
you admit that just because it looks flat, it's not actually flat.
You asked for a picture from a flat earther from high altitude, right? I gave you that.
It's not a picture.
I don't use pictures as proof.
Well, that guy did.
It looks flat because it is flat. I
That
don't
guy's
do
just
that.
sending pictures.
We're showing you that pictures are unreliable, bro.
Flatlander sent a Chinese space mission.
Yes, to show you that it's unreliable. Pictures mean nothing. That's all the point was. I explained that as well.
Look,
Well,
looks
you know
flat
those...
is just a starting point.
Huh?
Are you an empiricist?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were just born yesterday, right, and you saw the world, the first thing you'd see is that the earth looks flat.
Yes.
So if you're an empiricist, you're not going to dig into your imagination and wonder why that's not the case.
Well, I
You're
know
gonna just
that's
take it at face value. That
it's from
doesn't
my
mean it is
perspective.
flat. Yeah, but you wouldn't know that. You'd have to
Yeah,
test that.
I'd have to get educated.
No, you would need data.
I'd
So
have to
you're
learn
not an
why.
empiricist. See, it always comes down. You are not an empiricist. You're a
What
fake
is an empiricist?
Means you base what you think and know on observation and experiment.
Yeah, experiment. Math. That's what math is.
I did not expect him to say that. That's awesome.
A math experiment. What's the
Yeah.
independent variable?
What?
What's the independent variable in your math experiment?
In what
What's
math
the
experiment? I
observed?
didn't
What's
say
the
any single math experiment. I said that's a demonstrable example of empiricism.
No, math is not empirical.
How are you serious?
Yeah. Where can I find math in nature?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Go get me a jar of 10.
What?
Yeah, a jar of 10. Go get me a jar of 10.
10 what?
10. The number 10?
You can get a jar of 10 caterpillars.
No. You can get a jar of caterpillars. And when you enumerate, there'll be 10 of them. The caterpillars are what's empirical, not the 10.
So can you explain the golden ratio?
Why?
Well, that's clearly in nature. We see it all the time in nature.
No. We don't
No?
see the golden ratio in nature.
What do we see?
We've seen it. Look, the golden ratio is a mathematical spiral, right? And we see that approximated in nature. We don't actually see it in
Approximated?
nature.
It's exact.
Approximated. It's exact. Okay.
Does that not look exact to you?
No, look, even using no, that's not exact. Are you high?
Really?
Do you
The lines are right
look?
there.
Math is like quantification. Okay. So
Okay.
this is exact
What?
down to the atom.
Clearly is.
Down to the atom.
Yeah. That's how these
Shut up,
creatures are
dude.
made. That's
None
how
of this
DNA
makes
works.
It's how these creatures are made. That's how DNA works. Any other random stupid shit gonna come out of your mouth?
Well, you're the one that said math is not
Math is not in reality, dude.
not in reality. So is
Yeah,
nature
it's
and
not in the
reality?
nature. It's called a transcendental category. It's not found in nature.
You sure?
I'm 100% positive.
So if you have a blueprint for a house and then you make the house, is the blueprint not found anywhere about the house? Is it nothing to do with the
Blueprint's a
house?
piece of paper, dude.
Well, it's a metaphor.
And you don't even need numbers to do any of that. You can just use
Are you serious?
Yeah. People
To
didn't
build a
always
house?
have brother. You don't need to use numbers. People didn't always have units.
And they were building mud huts and teepees when they didn't. So what's your point?
No, the Greeks. The Greeks didn't use units.
They used architecture.
They had another concept
Are you
called
sure about that?
commensurability. They had another concept called commensurability.
Okay, explain it. What did they do with it?
Oh my God. Where you're only comparing the proportions of things.
But how did they build their great creations then?
Look, you can take a rope, right? And then you can
Yeah.
fold it in half,
Yes.
right?
Now what?
You just fold it in half. Then you can fold that in half.
Okay.
Okay? Or you can do even better. You can take it and you can fold it into 12.
Oh, so they're using units then.
But they don't
Measurements.
need to use units.
That's a unit though. That's one rope's length.
Yes, but they're not. When I say units, meaning they don't have standardized units. They like feet,
That's a
inches.
standardized unit
They're
though.
only like what is the when I say 12, that means that they have some arbitrary unit.
How's that arbitrary?
Keith, you know what an
It's a rope's
arbitrary
length.
unit is? You know what an
Yes.
arbitrary unit is?
But how is that
You do.
arbitrary? It's a rope's length.
Oh my God, dude. It's arbitrary, meaning it's just the rope.
Yeah, and if they have a bunch of ropes that are
You're
the same
just
length,
comparing the rope to itself.
what if they have a bunch of ropes they cut it the same length each time? Then it's one
Yeah,
rope's length.
what is length?
Well, that's what they define it as. It's one rope's length. They dye one
What does
part
that
of the rope
mean?
and then they
What
cut
is
it.
one's rope's length?
What does one mean? What does any number mean? What does 1 meter mean?
Dude, there's cultures that don't even have numbers.
Well, then they won't build great stuff. The Greeks had numbers. I don't know where you're getting that from. They had numbers.
Yeah, yes, we know they had numbers.
We said they didn't have units, though. Why can't they have
They
units?
didn't have standardized units. They use in pure geometry. They use commensurability,
How is that
meaning
not
they
a
would have
standardized
something
unit?
and they would compare it to itself.
I think you mean to say they didn't have a standardized
They
system.
would compare it to itself.
They didn't have a system.
They would compare it to itself.
Yeah, but they didn't have a system is what you mean to say, like empirical or
No, I'm not trying. I'm trying to say the words I said. They would compare it to
doesn't make sense.
itself.
What does that
Your
mean?
idiocy doesn't mean meaning that you can compare something to itself, dude.
So they're using ropes to compare to other rope lengths? I don't know what you mean to say.
No, you use the same rope to compare to itself.
Oh, so it's a standardized length.
No, dude. It doesn't have to. No, it's not standardized.
Why?
Because
What
there's
is
more than one
standardized?
rope in the world.
Okay, what if they all cut on the same length?
Look.
What happens?
Okay, you're a fucking moron. Okay.
What happens
So
if they
I
cut one
can't
rope
believe you
and
have
they
to go
keep
this
cutting
far
it?
back. Okay, so if you have an object, right, whatever it is, a rope, a stick, whatever, there's going to be certain things about that object where its proportions that you can compare it to itself, and those proportions will hold across all objects. This is how geometry works. So there's certain proportions of circles, triangles,
Not counting gang
squares.
violence. Great.
So what you're describing right now is math.
Geometry.
Math, yes. Is geometry not math?
Geometry is a branch of math.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So what do you mean to say?
It doesn't exist in the physical world. You still haven't cured your problem that math is not empirical.
Well, why'd you bring up this rope tangent? What's up
Yeah,
with
try to
rope?
change it. Try to change the subject, dude. Yeah,
What?
math is not empirical.
How is it not
Dude,
empirical?
I can trim a whole room without using a single math unit.
Are you sure about that, buddy?
1000%.
Yeah,
You'd be the
100%
best.
sure.
You'd be the best at your job then if you could do that.
I
You'd be the
am the
first
best.
person
That's
in the
why
world.
that's why I have a 2-year waiting list for
So that means you must be
clients.
Jesus Christ then, because it's not possible.
Really? Hey, you
This
guys
dude's a
know
fucking
what's
moron.
coming, don't you? Here's what you do: you take the board, you eyeball it, you cut it, you bring it to the thing,
Just
you
changing
tick
the
mark
subject
it, then
now.
you accurate cut it. What? How's that changing the subject, dude?
We're
You
talking
just
about
said
your
he couldn't
skills.
do it, and he's giving you an example of how you do it.
Well, why do you bring it up in the first place that he can do whatever he wants without any help?
Because I can
Because you're
build things
talking out
without
your
using
ass.
a single formula or a single unit.
You know, the Greeks use math to build, right?
You know you don't have to use math to build, but you're too dumb
Then
to
why
know
did they
that.
do
So
it? Then all this shit would have collapsed if they didn't.
Oh my God, you're just talking nonsense.
What did
Hey,
they
you
do?
know one of the most famous chapels in the world was just built with strings hanging
One of the most
upside
famous
down
what?
with zero math whatsoever.
The most famous what?
One of the most famous chapels in the world.
Chapels. Which one?
It's actually more of a cathedral. I was trying to remember the name, but I can't look it up because I'm driving. But it's very famous because how he did it is he just hung it upside down, and he just hung ropes. And there's a thing about the way ropes are that if you just make an arch in a rope, it's called a catenary or a tractrix. And if you flip it upside down, it's self-supporting. So all you have to do is you just have to model everything in these forms, and as soon as you flip it upside down, no matter what material you make it out of, it will self-support under the stress of its weight.
Is an
Zero
arch not math?
required.
Is using a shape such as an arch not math?
No, it's not math, stupid.
Oh, what is it?
You're just digging the hole deeper, dude.
What is it called when you use it? What are you using?
Not math.
Hey, is rolling out toilet paper off a toilet paper roll math?
What?
No, it's a circle. The toilet tube is a circle, which is a cylinder off.
Are you building a
Dude, I'm trying
structure
to
with it,
tell you.
or
No, dude, I'm trying to tell you your arguments are shit.
if you built a load-bearing structure with the toilet paper, yeah, it would be an application of math. That's your question.
Yeah, where does math exist in nature? Come on,
I
jar
already
of
said
10 yet?
one of the examples is a golden ratio.
No, it doesn't exist in nature.
How? It's expressed in nature.
Okay, what's expressed?
The golden ratio, as I've shown in the images.
Okay, but the golden ratio itself does not exist in nature.
It's the same thing. Like if the house uses a
Oh, it's the
blueprint to be
same thing.
created.
So the snail shell is the golden ratio. They're equivalent.
Yeah. You can literally see it.
Listen, you hear what this guy just said?
If a house uses a blueprint to be created.
So snail shells now identify as golden ratios.
No, they're identical too. That's what you're looking
In
for.
what way?
Well, I've shown you what way.
In what way? They look the same?
They look exactly the same.
Okay. You overlaid a 2D drawing on a fucking snail shell. They're not identical. They're not even close to identical. They're not the same thing. Now, the snail exists in nature. That concept does not exist in nature.
That looks pretty similar to me.
Who cares? That's subjective.
Subjective.
Yeah, that's subjective. Looks similar to me is subjective. Well, math isn't subjective.
No, it isn't. You're right.
Yeah, so your evaluation was subjective.
How is it subjective to say that they're similar or identical?
You said looks similar to me.
And you could prove it with math.
Okay, prove it.
Or let me find it.
Well, no, where do you find it? I want you to find it in nature.
I
want you to find the math in nature to prove it with. Yeah, you're caught. You're fucked now.
I'm in nature right now. I'm looking through my notes.
No, in the natural world, dude.
What do you mean?
Not written on pieces of paper, in the natural world.
But what does that mean?
What the natural world is? What's that mean?
That's everything. That's literally everything.
No, there's things that are synthetic and man-made.
Okay, but you just said the natural world, which is a completely different thing.
It means nature.
What is nature?
Okay, you're gonna get fucking banned.
Well, you want to argue
We're not playing.
semantics.
You're just sea lioning.
Well, you want to argue semantics.
You're just sea lioning.
Huh?
You're just doing a sea lion troll, Keith.
What is that?
Yeah, that what you just did again.
What's a sea lion troll?
You're doing it by
you
continuously asking fucking questions that you know the answer to. You know what nature is.
That's semantics.
No, it's not semantics. Go learn what that means.
Oh, thank God. That was getting annoying.
Hey, and we want to go hunting tomorrow? We're going to be hunting golden ratios.
Yeah, like when you said, give me a jar of 10. And he's like, of what? 10. That was awesome.
One note said, this is the best I got. This.
Mm-hmm.
So fucking sad.
Right, it was called the Basilica Sagrada de Familia. by Antonio Gaudi.
I
He
think Flat
engineered
Roy
it.
posted it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Flat
yeah,
Roy posted it.
he knows that one. It's well known. The technique is absolutely precise. You just hang it upside down. It's basically made out of strings, and you put little weights here and there to get the shape that you want.
Now, could you do that and dip that in like some sort of liquid metal? Wait for
Yeah,
it to cool off and then just like flip it over and have a building?
yeah, why not?
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. It's all,
But
man.
the hanging shape that it takes, the forces are equalized. So when you turn it around, instead of the hanging weight, it's now compression weight or whatever. It's just inverted basically, but it works because it's a shape that handles the forces. The track tricks and the catenary are very interesting curves. So guess what a sphere with a constant negative curvature would look like?
With constant negative curvature. Don't be the saddleback, right?
No, it's actually imagine. So you know, like what's it called? Basically a funnel. Imagine two funnels stuck together. So imagine a circle, and then it's a funnel. But the shape of that funnel is a tractrix curve.
Don't they call that a Klein bottle?
No, not even close. So the shape
No.
of look this up, brother. It's called pseudosphere. Just look up the term pseudosphere. Pseudo sphere. It's a sphere with a constant negative curvature. It's essentially a circle with a funnel on both sides, connected at the base. So it's thick in the center and then tapers out. And that curve is actually a tractrix. And a tractrix is a curve that a string will make when dragged under its own weight. So isn't it weird how a string being dragged under its own weight will form the curve that if you rotate it 360 degrees, you end up with half of a pseudosphere. And then if you make those curves by letting a rope hang under its catenary effect, which is not always a tractrix, but you then get structures that can support themselves. Hey, guess how much math you have to do? None.
What was I misconstruing a Klein bottle to be the opposite or inverse of?
A Mobius strip? Oh. But I do know what you're getting at, but I can't remember.
I think you might be right. Let me check.
Oh, maybe it's a surface with no unbroken direction. Something like that.
It's a 3D version of a Mobius strip.
Okay. Oh shit, you're right, eh?
I don't know why people are really all fascinated by that shit. Like in academia, they make a super big deal out of Klein bottles. I never really found them to be that intriguing.
I mean, do they have any practical use?
Not holding water, that's for sure.
says here a Klein bottle is a closed, non-orientable surface that cannot exist in 3D space without intersecting itself. Yeah.
What kind of bong is
Projecting
that?
a 4D shape into 3D.
It's
Yeah,
when
you're
you
fucking.
never get a hit out of.
It's the toke is in the fourth dimension, which you ain't in.
Fucking.
Dude, like, you know, you could
Out of
probably,
nowhere.
bro, like, that could be like a way to get people to stop doing meth. You know, you tell them, hey, this is like one of the methadone programs. We're going to give you free meth and a pipe to smoke it out of. And then you give them that.
Jeez.
I bet you meth head could figure out a way to smoke out of that. I know a crackhead could. So Neil, give us a TikTok update. How's the flat Earth on TikTok?
I've been busy all day, but I'll get home in like an hour or so. I'll check back then. We did great yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Okay, Angstrom. Are you like
Fucking
intentionally
Rapid
being retarded? No, Angstrom says, how is mathematics that was created by the smartest Arabs of humanity is somehow in 2026 not like science as empirical proof? Because it's in a different fucking category. And modern science doesn't claim to prove things there, Angstrom. They disavowed that.
Oh, we had a nice concaver on TikTok the other day. That was pretty fun.
I bet.
Said, what's
Psychotic
your
like the rest of them.
pretty much? Yeah. So, what's your evidence that the? I don't know. I said, what was your measurements of the curvature that demonstrates concavity? He was like, Bob Nodell proved it. Bob Nodell did it. Yeah, I know, but like, what did they do? Oh, well, he did it. But like, yeah, but what did they do, bro? They just find like, oh, he was there when there was a laser and the laser curved up. I'm like, okay, let's say the laser curved up, but how does that prove that the Earth's concave? Well, because the lasers follow the curve of the Earth.
Oh my God! No way! Oh my goodness!
But he said it in like an angry way, like, you know, like he would be chastising someone who doesn't know something so obvious.
My goodness!
Lasers follow the curve of the Earth, you freaking retarded asshole, you.
So whatever shape the Earth is, the laser curves that way. I mean, he's not that wrong. That's what Globers think. They think that whatever the shape of the Earth is, that's the shape of the air. And whatever the shape of the air is, that's the shape of the laser. You can't
Yep.
justify any of that, but yeah, they'll say it anyway.
Man, I went to Walmart to buy some socks, and there's like whole aisles empty. Is there like a run or something? Is like a tornado coming I don't know about?
I don't know why does Iran export stocks to America? Is there a stock embargo?
Maybe polyester blends because they're made of oil.
I just bought socks. That's fine. 6 for $15.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! They silk?
I'm getting
Bro,
12.
they were half price, dude. They were regular 30. I got them half price because they're Adidas.
Oh, that explains it.
14.
I know this dude. He doesn't. He buys his socks at the dollar store. He doesn't wash them. He just throws them away.
I
Like
used to do
single
that low
use.
key. Yeah, my grandma got me a pack of 20 for $20. I've been doing that.
We're gonna talk about how stupid geopolitics is. It's just the dumbest thing. It is literally it's a fake debate. I've come to that conclusion today. That's not even real. I mean, there's really a debate going on, but they're debating like just like It's like debating like the politics of Star Trek. They're not debating anything that's real. I'll give you for instance. Got to stop Russia and Ukraine because they might invade Europe. Take all that shit over. Now, could someone on God's green earth tell me why the fucking largest country on earth by land area would want to take Europe, which has nothing fucking in it? They have no natural resources. They don't have no nice shit. You want to take care of the people there? Oh, I'm gonna invade. Oh, I want to invade because I want to rule your people and feed them. It doesn't even make sense why they would even want to do that shit. But people
Maybe he
debate
wants
it.
to establish. Maybe he wants to establish prime nocte.
Ah, maybe. Like it doesn't even like why. And I guarantee there's people in the other chats debating.
Where's
Oh
this
shit.
debate happening? At the EU or something? Like Parliament or some shit?
Dude, it was in fucking can't think which paper. They've been saying this for a while. I think Tony Blair said it today.
Damn, you are a boomer. Jesus Christ. Think I
You
follow
know,
that shit, dude?
no, I just saw the clip of him saying, "I don't believe Russia's going to invade Europe, but very smart people in Europe think that when Russia, when the war, Russia versus Ukraine war stops, Russia's going to invade Europe."
Does he
Why?
say what does he say what they say they think is going to happen, or why
Who
he would do
cares?
that?
Why would they do that? What is in
Ask
Europe?
him. That's what I was asking. Like, what do they think he would want to do it for?
I don't
Might
know.
be okay.
But that's what there's defense budgets, NATO, all this money
Hey,
and grift and debate and all sorts of shit going on. Them giving money to Ukraine and all this stuff, right? So there's a whole hullabaloo about the Ukraine-Russian war, and that's, the foundation of it is this. Russia will, like, if you let Russia take Ukraine, they'll just keep taking shit. Like, why would they want to do that? It doesn't make. They're the largest. They have 11 time zones. Why would they want more land? It just makes no sense. Like, why? But people debate it, right? So because they've created this fictional narrative of shit that doesn't just make believe. I'm sure there's people in the other BCs debating it. Here's another one that I think is quite humorous. Hamas uses human shields. Why would they do that? Because it sure as fuck don't stop the IDF from bombing them. So why would you use people as a human shield when you know goddamn well it doesn't stop Israel from bombing anyway? What good is the human shield? They have no shame, so they're not going to be shamed over it. It's just like another one of these. It's just like this. It's completely contrived. And there's the point is that there's a lot of things that are like in like world politics, geopolitics, that are completely contrived. And if you just think about it for like 2 seconds, make no sense whatsoever. It's not even plausible. Yeah, that's right, Mick. That's me right now.
You know, I just got money from ATM where you have to reach your hand into this square rectangularish box. The door opens, the money's down there, and it looks like a meat grinder. And if you stick your hand in there, your hand's gonna get chopped off. And I'm like, what the heck? I've never seen that before. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna take a little video of that thing that totally looks like a trap from that Saw movie. Make you think twice about taking your money. Oh, also, Indio, that concave reset. I know Bob Nodell. I know Bob Nodell. He proved it.
Hey,
I mean,
was that
the ships floating in the distance was the best one. No, that's actually
Oh
the ships
yeah.
on the water. That just dropped my jaw.
it wasn't that the same guy who said, "Oh, I was at I knew the guys who made the documentary with Jaren."
Yeah, yeah.
Was that
No. He said I was. Okay, we said, what about the test that they did? Okay, like what was the setup for Jared's test or whatever? He's, we were talking about that, and he was like, "Well, I was on the documentary. I was in the documentary." And I was like, "Okay, well, what was your role in the documentary?" He's like, "Well, I was a street vendor handing out brochures." on the street, 17 blocks away from when Jerem was doing what he was doing. And then I was like, so you have no material facts or eyewitness accounts of anything that occurred that you could tell us about. Except like, was there any cute chicks on the side of the corner you were on? It's like, so you being in the documentary is irrelevant.
Yeah, Indio, you missed our second iteration with Baron. Too bad. That's okay.
Hey
You were probably
guys,
taking a nap.
what's up?
Ooh, what? Oh,
Oh,
is that
dang.
Yo,
Mark?
Who
it's
wants to
me.
speak with
It's me,
a real?
Mark.
Who
That
wants to
is
speak with a
Mark.
real woman?
Yeah,
Nobody.
actually, my name is Mark.
Nah, Marquisha.
No, it's just Mark, buddy.
Is this role playing as someone from Invincible?
Nah, I'm actually Mark.
Eesh.
All right, let's get into the debate. The Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
No. Get out of here.
Do you have hands?
Yeah.
Oh
Are you
yeah,
supposed
you got
to?
hands today?
How else would I get on Discord?
Holy crap! You think people without hands can't get on Discord?
I mean, they could, but like, how would they?
Well, maybe they'd buy an adaptive controller from Microsoft and key into a keyboard with like a bongo drum that they use their ass to play.
They could ask their
Okay.
mommy.
No, well,
Mom,
there are controllers
log
for
me in the Discord again. Mom.
Okay, look, I'm just here to debate the flat Earth and why it's flat.
Well,
And
you
why is
tell
your
me
wife
why it's
ask
flat.
that?
Go ahead.
It measures to be flat. And when we observe the Earth and its measurements, we observe that they are in fact flat.
How so?
Have you ever tried to measure the Earth?
No.
No? Well, I have. And it measures to be flat. And in fact,
How do
that's
you know that? How do you know that it's flat by measuring it?
by empirical observation, buddy.
All right, well then I could say by empirical observation it's not flat.
Okay, prove it.
I'm just using the same proof as you were. Oh, I empirically observed it. You didn't provide any proof besides
Let
your
me
empirical
ask you
observation. That's
something.
what I'm doing.
Are roads flat?
Roads, like what do you mean? Are like they flat in one spot, or are they flat over like a period of distance?
When you drive on a road, is it flat?
No, it's slightly curved because the Earth
In
is
which
curved.
direction?
What do you mean in which direction?
In which direction is it curved?
So we probably downwards towards the center of the Earth.
So you're saying that when you drive on a road, it's sloping downwards.
Holy crap! So that means I never have to buy gas because I can just coast everywhere I go.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense, buddy.
Oh, damn. I didn't know he was going to go there.
All right, this is retard logic.
Okay, so let's make some serious arguments. All right, have you ever observed water stick to a ball?
Stick to a ball? Yeah.
Oh, really? Show me.
Like, what do you mean stick to like a toy ball? Is that what you're asking?
No, like the Earth.
Did you just say the Earth is a ball?
No, I'm saying that it's not a ball. It couldn't be a ball because water is flat.
Well, I said, what do you mean by a ball? And you said the Earth.
I'm talking about the Earth, not a ball, a toy ball. You said a toy ball. I'm not talking about the fucking toy ball. I'm talking about the Earth.
Okay, so the Earth is a ball.
In your world's view, it is, because you've believed a false narrative that has been propagated to you by the globetards. Meanwhile, me and my friends here, the flat earthers, we know that Earth measures to be flat, and in fact, it will always measure to be flat because it is flat.
You still haven't explained that outside of your empirical observation. How does the Earth? How is the Earth not? How is
We
the Earth flat?
know
Or how do you
a priori that water is always at an equilibrium. It's always at level. Is that false?
It's always level. It's always. What do you mean by that?
It's always horizontal with the horizon. Is that false?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Yes, it does.
It just means it's level with the horizon.
Yes, it does. Have you ever actually done any experiments? Because all I care about is what can be proven through experiments.
Have you done any experiments besides your empirical observation?
What do you think experiments are?
How do you measure it though? Like, what did you get? Like a tape measure out, or how did you do it?
No, I used high-powered lasers.
You used a high-powered laser. How did you measure the Earth being flat with a high-powered laser?
You probably wouldn't be able to afford the lasers I used.
All right, sure, great argument, pal. Now, how did you measure with a high-powered laser that the Earth was flat?
Over a extremely long distance. How else do you think? If it was curved, we would see drop over distance.
We do. Well, if you look at the
actually we don't, because if you observe in space, you'll see that the Earth is
joke
flat.
right now. King, I have to ask, King, do you know he's fucking with you?
Yeah, I know he's kind of like just using retard logic, but
no, you know he's not a flat earther, right? Like he's just mocking flat earthers. Do you realize that? You didn't know that?
I kind of had a feeling, but I wasn't sure.
Okay.
I kind of had a feeling like he was trolling, but I think that's probably the case with most flat earthers. I don't think like most of them believe what they. Some probably do, but I think half of them are trolling.
No, not even close.
Why are you a flat earther?
Way to cope.
Yeah, not Mark.
Are there any genuine flat earthers on here that are not LARPing?
I was just gonna say, the real funny part about that is, from what I heard, which was kind of a bit in and out, is he actually did not too bad of a job.
It is funny. Yeah, he must have heard a lot of our arguments.
Yeah, it was half decent. He's like, I used a high-powered laser. I'm like, what? He's like, oh, you can't afford a high-powered laser. Like, I measured with a high-powered laser. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, at first, or at least for a while, I thought both of you came in here and were like, "Hey, let's do this like bit," and you guys were just doing a bit. Like you're both.
No, I wasn't doing a bit. I just walked in here.
Okay, that's funny.
I guess so. I mean, what's what anymore, right? How do you know who's LARPing, who's not?
Listen, Glober's telling themselves that most flat earthers are LARPing or pranking is just a giant cope session.
So there's no flat earthers in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Rip. I guess that shows how much
we all are besides Mark.
Oh, you all are besides Mark. Okay, so none of you are arguing flat Earth.
Well, and Raiden.
Taking the day.
And Raiden. Raiden's not a flat earther.
Oh, okay. Most of us are.
Angstrom's not a flat earther. Percentage isn't a flat earther.
Don't piss me off, homie.
Oh, well, you just got here, to be fair. I think. I haven't seen him.
That might be the only true flat earther. Because regardless
Only
of
the flat
what,
Earth were true.
regardless of what empirical, evidence is brought, real world evidence, I still hold that what my Lord has said is true, and I have faith in whatever you bring to me. It's not going to convince me.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the MO of most flat earthers. I don't think you can convince them, even if I took you into space and showed you the world, the Earth was round. You probably would still say the world is flat.
No, most of them try to keep it secular, and they try to look at the data and this and that and yada yada yada. Truthfully, if you're sticking to that, you have to adopt, the wraparound Earth to explain all the data. But I digress.
Okay, Mr. Glover. You have a certain amount of money. You have to take a flat earther far enough away from Earth to be able to see the whole Earth, right? Because you said that you're going to take them out to see the Earth. How far away do you have to get before they can see the whole Earth?
Are you talking to this Ali guy?
Yeah, he said if he took them out to space, right, they would show the whole Earth. Well, how far away would you have to go to see the whole Earth?
Well, to my understanding, space begins at the Kármán line, which is 62 miles away from the surface of the planet.
Right. So do you think you can see whether the Earth is a globe or flat from 62 miles away?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know that if you're on the ISS, which is a little bit, I think 3 times higher than that, then yeah, you can
150
see.
miles.
There
You
are
can't see the whole
astronauts
Earth
who
from
are
the
literally in
ISS.
space who can see that. I know you guys probably don't believe that, but
What they can see? What?
But they can see that the Earth is round.
No. How? They can only see less than 3% of the whole Earth, dude.
Yeah, but you can see that the Earth is curved from space. Like if you look at pictures of from the International Space Station, which I don't know if you guys believe that or not, but you can see that the Earth is round. You can see the Earth literally curving.
Well, yeah, you could definitely see that the image is curved. I could agree with that.
Yeah, but the image was taken on the ISS. I know you guys probably don't believe it's a conspiracy or something, but
Well, the only conspiracy is people believing that you could be able to see the curve of the Earth in that manner at that height. Let me ask you this question, friend. Do you understand what do you, if you're looking out and you think you're seeing the curve of the Earth, right, from a certain vantage point, but you're not seeing the whole Earth, then you're only seeing the horizon, correct?
you can, yeah, I mean, you can't see all of the Earth at once, sure. You can't see the other side of it.
So the horizon is a circle around you, right?
If you're standing on, yeah, I mean, if you're standing on Earth and looking around you, yeah, from your
Well,
vantage
not
point.
just standing, even raising an elevation from the Earth, it would still be a circle around you, right?
I don't know, because I mean, at that point, if you say a circle below you,
Yeah, well, it is. It's a circle around you.
Okay. So
a circle is expressed by a radius, right? That's equidistant to all points on the surface.
Yeah, it's the radius is equal. Yeah, sure. Point from the middle to the end. Yeah.
And then if you're a certain height above that circle, and then you're obviously in the center of the circle, then there's an angle from you to the edge of the circle, right?
Yeah. Depending on your height, like in terms of a triangle, yeah.
Yeah. Like you got to look down.
Sure. So your view of the Earth is relative to how tall you are. Sure, you're on the surface.
Yeah. So let's just say you have to look down 3 degrees.
Okay.
So if you have to look down 3 degrees to see this circle, when you look straight ahead, it's going to be 3 degrees. When you turn to your left, it's going to be 3 degrees. When you turn to your right, it's going to be 3 degrees. When you turn around, it's going to be 3 degrees. So it's a circle 360 degrees around you, the same distance away from you, a singular radius, and the same drop angle away from you. So if that's true, then at no point in your field of view is one portion closer than the other, and no part in your field of view is one portion higher than the other, right?
That would be, I mean, if assuming that the I mean, if the Earth, if we're assuming the Earth is flat, yes, but I mean, if the Earth is curved, then I would assume that
Wait, no, dude. If the horizon is a circle around you, and a circle has a singular radius,
sure,
and the horizon is below you at a certain angle, and it's the same angle 360 degrees around, then that circle is not higher or further away at any given point. It's the same distance away, and it's at the same depth below you at every point, 360 degrees around the circle.
Okay, sure. I guess that makes sense.
Okay, so if that's true, and it is, so when you look at the alleged horizon in the ISS curved image, the hump of the curve that's in the image, that's the highest part of the curve in the center of the image, is that portion further away or higher? Which one?
I don't fully understand the question. So you're saying, what are you asking?
Well, listen, if you have a curved horizon in an image, right, it's going to have an arc, and the arc is going to be the highest in the center of the image, and then it's going to be low on the left-hand side and low on the right-hand side, right?
Sure.
Right. So we already agreed, necessarily so, that every single point on that line, if it's actually truly a curve of the Earth, has to be the same distance away and has to be at the same drop angle. So my question is, which part of that line is further away, and which part of that line is higher?
Yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate. I still don't fully understand the question. I still don't fully understand the question.
What I'm saying is that from the height of the ISS, you wouldn't be able to see the curve of the Earth. That's what I'm saying to you, friend. It would look like a straight line. So what you're seeing is not the curve of the Earth. So no, you have to go much further than the ISS to see the curve of the Earth.
Right. So how far would you have to go to see the curve of the Earth then?
At least 1,200 miles.
Okay. So you can go. If you go to 1,200 miles, then you can see the curve of the Earth. And so, like, in your view, what shape is the Earth then at that point? It was like a circle, like a flat circle.
What?
What shape is the Earth then?
How would I know?
Oh, so you don't know what shape the Earth is.
Well, let's just do a little quick quiz. You said flat circle. So flat is one thing and circle is a shape. Flat's not a shape. We agree with that, right?
No, yeah. I'm just kind of. It's kind of redundant, but yeah, a circle is sure. Yeah, a circle is like not a
Flat's not a
three-dimensional
shape.
geographical arc.
So let's say you can validate that the area that's in your purview is flat, but you can't validate the boundary condition beyond the known territory that you know of. That wouldn't change the fact that the known territory that you had access to was flat or not, right? So the boundary is irrelevant.
Sure, yeah.
Right. So if I said the known territory of the Earth is flat, but I don't know the boundary condition, that wouldn't be a paradox, and that wouldn't be a contradiction.
But if you said if you can go 1,200 miles from the Earth and you can see the Earth curving, then what does that tell you? You still don't know at that point?
Dude, who's been 1,200 miles away from the Earth?
Well, then how do you know that you could see the Earth in full from 1,200 miles away? Just like
No, I didn't say you
or?
could see it in full, but yeah, you could just Dude, you could just do the math on the alleged radius of the Earth, and you'd know how far away you have to be to see the whole thing in your field of view.
Sure.
When I said 1,200 miles, I was just going with some other guys that said you had to be about 1,200 miles. That was like, there's a few guys who agree that mathematically that's how far away you have to be for that relationship to where all the angles relative to your position on the Earth are no longer equidistant at the same drop angle.
Here's 007 First Light. Xbox loses to Steam Deck here.
I mean, if you were to go 1,200 miles from the Earth, then you could see it entirely, and then you could see that the Earth is curving. You're saying you still wouldn't be able to tell what shape it was at that point?
Depends. Well, that depends. Is it curving like a penny, or is it curving like a marble?
Well, I mean, it looked like, from what I could say, it looks like a sphere.
Wait, from where?
Well, I'm pretty sure, what was it, the Artemis 2 that just went around the moon? I'm pretty sure they took photos of Earth from that far away. They were probably a lot farther than 1,200
they
miles. I'm pretty sure
allegedly,
it was like hundreds of thousands of miles, no?
took photos. I got you. They allegedly took
Okay,
photos.
so that was fake. You're saying that was fake?
Well, look, if their photo allegedly shows the Earth as a globe, then yeah, it's fake.
Yeah, but didn't you say that you weren't sure what shape the Earth was?
No, I didn't say I wasn't sure what shape the Earth wasn't.
Well, I asked you, and you said, how would I know? When you said I see
No,
what shape of the Earth, you said, how would I know?
Dude, being sure what the shape isn't is not the same as being sure what the shape is. Those are two different things, right? So, for example, you can exclude certain possibilities for certain reasons, but then still have an infinite amount of possibilities beyond that exception.
Okay, so you ruled out. How have you ruled out that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, we've ruled out that the Earth is a sphere of the size, the manner in which they told us, because in order for that to be the case, water, which is the gold standard of level throughout all of human history, and in all practical, technological, and architectural uses, is the standard, right? The level, and if that's wrapped around a ball, then that means that the level, which is the standard, is wrapped around a ball, which means it's curved, and it's curved at a rate commensurate with a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. That gives it a specific curvature rate. So if you go out to a body of water and you can demonstrate that that curvature rate isn't present, then that means that the gold standard of level doesn't match the radius of the ball they claim, and therefore it's not the ball they claim.
How do you measure? I mean, water around the globe is not really level to begin with because of tides and stuff. No.
Well, there's this thing called mean sea level. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Right. So that takes into account all the tides, all the waves, all the ambient variability, and they measure it out in an average, and then they get the mean, and they say we have mean sea level. But not only should things that have waves and tides curve if the Earth is a ball, lakes should curve too. And lakes, pretty much all lakes, don't have appreciable tides.
Right.
And especially not when they're in the winter,
people know.
frozen, right? And we definitely agree they don't have tides when they're frozen, right?
Yeah, when lakes are frozen, yeah, sure, because the water is on top, it's frozen.
Right. And if you freeze a lake, you can go out on your snowmobile and just drive around on this like flat surface. But that belies the question, because if you say it's a flat surface, you're driving your snowmobile around, then you just admitted the Earth's flat. But if you say no, it just looks flat, but it's actually curved, well, then you can just measure the lake that's frozen and decide whether it's curved or not through the measurement.
So what do you say? So you're saying, so how does median sea level prove that the Earth is not a sphere? Because it's not.
It's very simple. So mean sea level, if it's commensurate with a ball of 3,959 miles, is wrapped around a ball, coming back up around itself to make a circle.
Okay.
So if you imagine all the variability of the oceans, right, and just express it as a very thick marker line, and just draw that marker line around a ball that you drew on your piece of paper, that could be expressed as the level. So it's either the level is either a circle around a ball, or it's a straight line, parallel with horizontal, one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just go out and you measure the water, you find out the water's not curved, and then you extrapolate the fact that sea level isn't curved over 70% of the known territory, and all elevation profiles are benchmarked to sea level, and that means that from the highest mountain top to the lowest valley in the ocean, which is only 15 miles, against 197 million square miles, right? That means the Earth is very flat. Not only very flat, but statistically flatter than a piece of paper.
So you're saying because if you were to go to and measure mean sea level across the planet, you would not notice a measurable difference. That means that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not that there's not a measurable difference. It's that there's no curvature. So that means that the entire sea level profile is between two horizontal parallel planes, not curving around up a giant ball.
So like you're saying that it's not like I'm not fully understanding. It's you're saying so the mean sea level. What is it like? What how do
Let me
you
put it to you like this,
how are you
brother.
measuring
Let
this?
me
I'm
put it
not
to you
fully
like this.
understanding.
If you went into your house and let's say somebody you love bought you a present for the summer, a giant beach ball, like a 3-foot tall beach ball, and that was in the house, and then they put that down in the kitchen because they were going to give it to you as a present, and they put it right next to the kitchen table, and so your kitchen table is flat, and the beach ball is a ball, and when you walk into the room and you look at them, you don't confuse the one for the other, right? You know that one is a ball and one is flat. Now, if you take your flat table and you get a big cookie tin or tray, and let's just say it's the size of the table, so it's a tray, it's got little depth to it, so you can fill it with water, and you put it on top of your table and you fill it with water, you're going to have a tray of water that's flat, right?
Tray of water that's flat.
I could, if you don't mind, so I can put this very easily for you. King, you agree that we know how big the Earth is, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so based on how big it is, we can find how much curvature there should be over X amount of miles, right? You follow?
Yeah, I mean, if we were to measure, like in terms of measuring the distance between 2 points, is that what you mean?
Yeah, we would be able to understand how much curvature there should be between those 2 points, considering it's a big enough distance, right? Let's say 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever it is,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when we go out and measure these distances, we have ones up to like 20, 30, 40, 50. Sometimes we have long ones that are up to 100, right? On certain occasions, a little bit more rare, but we have those, right? So doing all of these measuring and all of these, because sometimes we use lasers, right? Sometimes we just use long distance observations. Based on both of these, there is no measurable or observable curvature. You cannot find it. Isn't that crazy?
Well, I mean, I've seen information that's been put out where they measured like between the two ends of the Golden Gate Bridge and the two posts, and that showed that the bottoms of the bridge where it hits the where it's in the earth is closer to one another than the tops are.
Really? Wow. Who did that study?
I don't know who did that study, but let me look it up.
The answer's nobody, but go ahead and find it for us.
Yeah, you realise over that distance that there's the tolerance is going to be bigger than the curve.
The tolerance was the tolerance.
as
error in
in
the
build things
construction.
and we build them out of concrete and steel. There's always a slight error. Nothing is perfect, and they have tolerances that are acceptable.
Yeah, so in other words, friend, there's no way to tell whether the bridges being closer together in the center isn't just a construction crew who fucked up.
Yeah, so the Earth's curve causes the top of the towers to be about 2 inches further apart than their bases because of its curvature, as it is separated by 4,200 feet.
Dude. Hey, bro, stop for a second, bro. We need to teach you. I don't want to hear a repetition of your claim, and I don't want to hear somebody else repeat your claim. I want the validation, the measurement, the study, the actual field exercise that proved the claim true.
All right, let me find that for you. Hold on.
You could start with just telling me where you got what you just read.
Looked it up. I Googled it.
Yeah, just the first thing that popped up off Google, dude. Wow.
Yeah, sure.
So in your case, it's a structural claim. Providing the blueprints of said structure would be an awesome idea.
Well, blueprints wouldn't even matter anyway because they, like I said, the construction crew could have fucked up.
The curvature was calculated and accounted for by the British chief engineer Joseph Strouch and his team of structural and consulting engineers Charles Alton Ellis and Leon Munson during the design phase in the 1930s.
Yeah, more claims, buddy.
Okay,
so
so
listen, friend, I just want to help you out.
These people were just lying, I
want to
guess?
help you out. I just want to help you out. Do you
All right,
understand the difference between claims and evidence, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so all the things you just read were claims so far, correct? Now that doesn't mean they're not true. But they are in the category of claims which have yet to be validated.
I mean, sure. I mean, these guys measured it, and I guess that's what they came up with.
Where does it say? Where does it say they measured it? Nothing you read said they measured it, bro.
It was calculated and accounted for, and his team of structural and consultants. Okay, so I mean, what are you saying?
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does calculated and accounted for mean? Hey, have you ever? Hey, let me ask this, friend. Have you ever built anything in your life following a blueprint?
So I'm just reading this here. The engineers relied on recent advances in suspension bridge design theory. They verified those calculations with tests on a steel tower model of 1/56th the scale than the actual towers. The test confirmed the tower calculations were sound.
Wow, so not in reality then. So
they performed a mock model to test the
theory. What's the value? What's the value of the variance that they accounted for?
I mean, what variance could exist? I mean,
oh really? That's the most. See, here's the problem, friend. We all know the answers to all these questions because we've dealt with this bridge idea before. And these bridges are not long enough to have any appreciable differential that's greater than an inch, 2 inch, even maybe 3 inches if you're even lucky. Okay, so that means that maybe the towers are, if all things were perfect, and the Earth was a perfect globe, the towers would maybe be 1 inch to 3 inches out at the top versus the bottom. Now, if you tried to build a model 1/56th the size, you want to build a model with a 1/56th of an inch variance, and then you want to see if you can construct that out of steel and concrete in the real world, dude. The tolerances of spans of bridges that are made out of concrete are in the order of inches per span, and the spans are like 20 to 30 feet. So any error would subsume your alleged accounting. So in other words, you could do it on paper. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Secondly to that, I would even say that you're saying 2 inches, yeah, at each end. So let's just say that's a total of 4 inches. Now, if this engineer assumed that the Earth was a globe, right, and the Earth was flat, like what I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't matter if there was 2 inches over globe or flat, yeah? It still doesn't prove that what's underneath that bridge is curving. he could have assumed that it was a globe, put a 2-inch tolerance in there, or a 2-inch lean on that tower, and it still could operate exactly the same with flat level water underneath it. It's not going to make a difference or prove the curvature.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The question is, who measured the water directly to be curving and show that it's curving away?
I still don't. What do you mean the water is curving away from what? What do you mean the water is curving away?
Okay, well, listen, dude. Listen, if you listen, I'm going to go back to my cookie sheet real quick. If you take a cookie sheet, and if you know what a cookie sheet looks like, it's a very shallow pan. You put cookies in it. You cook it in the oven. If you fill that
Sure.
sucker with water, and then you stick that sucker in the freezer, you come out with a flat sheet of ice, correct?
It appears that way, yeah.
No, it
Maybe
is
not
flat.
even like 100% flat.
Dude, well, let's help each other out here, dude. We both can agree that platonic ideals, like ideal flat, doesn't exist. That there's going to
Sure,
be
that's what I'm
the
saying.
microscopic substructures. But
Wait,
when
prove
we're
that
talking
platonic ideals
about,
don't exist.
who was that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay quiet, Holmes. I'm gonna have to slap. I'm gonna have to take a platonic ideal and slap you with a salami sandwich.
Prove that platonic ideals don't exist. Actually,
It was the Mark guy. He's the troller from last
I know.
time.
He just had to open his mouth again so we could identify him.
And just to clarify for you, when I said curving away, imagine yourself standing on a ball, yeah? You're standing on let's just say you're a little dude standing on a basketball. You are always going to be at the peak of that curve. And in whichever direction you look away, that ball is going to curve away from you, yeah? There's going to be a drop over distance from your horizontal.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So that's the measurement we need, not the measurement that this bridge has a 2-inch allowance for that supposedly, because that doesn't show what's happening on the ground. Yeah.
But if the water is always level to the horizon, and we're assuming that gravity is pulling the water downwards, then why would there be a curvature to it? It's always level, consistent with the horizon. No.
Well, it can't be level to the horizon because it's supposed to be a ball, yeah, a sphere, or an oblate spheroid, yeah. We don't have large flat sections to horizons where it then starts to curve away. Again, if you're on a ball, that whole surface is curving away from you in every direction that you look at from where you're standing. There's not a flat section to a horizon and then a curve.
Okay.
However, I will say what we do see in reality is flat water out to the horizon, the horizontal line where the sky appears to meet the earth, yeah? And now this is a apparent line, yeah, which has to do with weather conditions on the day. If we were looking at a ball, that would be a geometric horizon, a fixed location due to the constraints of that ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I fully follow that. You're saying water is not curving around the earth, it's flat?
That's it.
But how do you know that?
Because that's the physics of water. Yeah. Water pressure,
I mean,
large
could you
bodies of
elaborate on it?
water lie
What does that
flat
mean?
unless acted upon by forces.
Yeah, sure, but what does that mean? How does that prove that the earth is flat?
75% water. That's flat and level.
Yeah, but if water is curving around the earth and gravity is pulling it downwards, then it would be flat and
No,
level. No, I mean,
there's no gravity pulling it downwards. Water is flat level horizontal. So if you want to tell us that gravity makes water flat level horizontal, you know what, bruv, I'm good with that.
Can something that's, I mean, if can something that's flat not be horizontal? I don't understand. Why are you saying those two like it's mutually exclusive?
You missed it, dude.
Yeah, I'm missing
Sure.
everything. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing all the flat Earth logic, honestly.
The mutual exclusivity relies within the statement. Something is horizontal or something is curved in this instance, or flat and curved.
I still don't understand. So how does that? Man.
Yo, we use water level, like spirit levels and stuff, to measure flatness. If water's curving, then how are you measuring it?
Measuring what about it? Like it's like the mean sea level?
It's so simple, dude. The physics of water are that water will lie flat, horizontal, level, unless acted upon by another force.
If water's curving, how do you measure its curvature?
King, are you like Googling as you go? Just I don't mean to accuse you, but it really does sound like that. Like you're hearing questions, and you're like typing it in the chat, which is whatever. Like I'm curious.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I kind of figured.
It's also why simple concepts escape him sometimes, because he's distracted with his research.
Simple concepts. All right.
Yeah, like the guy asked between curvature and horizontal, and you confuse it with flat and horizontal.
No, I say why couldn't something that's curved also be horizontal? What? Yeah, I asked if it's curved, why can't it also be? Or no, I asked why if it's flat, why can't it also be horizontal? Like I think he said, well, it's like I'm saying why are two mutually exclusive?
I know, but he didn't set up that mutual exclusivity between flat and horizontal. He said it between curved and horizontal, but you didn't catch it because you were busy.
Well, I thought he would say flat or horizontal.
I know.
Yeah, that's what we're getting at, dude. We're just clarifying. And positing that the reason why you didn't catch it the first time was because you're Googling. That's all.
All right, so in a container, the meniscus, when water touches the walls of a container, the surface tension pulls the edges up, creating a curve. Okay, so what are you asking, like on like in terms of the Earth?
Yeah, that's surface tension in a small container. Obviously, a water droplet is curving. Does that prove that now Earth is a globe? Come on, man.
Because of Earth's gravity, large bodies of water standing water naturally conform to a sphere. The surface drop approximately 8 inches per mile squared. This is calculated using geodetic leveling or theodolite surveys, precision surveying tools.
Dude, seriously, that's the claim getting read out again. We understand the claim. We want to know how you've measured it to confirm the claim is correct.
Yeah, so scientists use data from satellites equipped with radar altimeters like the NASA Topex that's Poseidon to measure the topography and curvature of global oceans to within a few centimeters. So it's being measured by a satellite.
So that's the cool story they've given you to reaffirm what you've been told.
So you think that satellites are fake?
So here's the here's the issue, dude. Right before satellites were put up there, it was supposedly known that we live on a ball of a certain size, because we would have needed this specific geometry to be able to construct the satellites and put them up in orbit and shit in the fashion that we would have to for them to sustain, right? So the question is really, how do we know the size or the geometry of the Earth before we did all this fancy shit, like, you know, putting satellites up there that we're then using to confirm or to do the actual measurement of the size of the ball in the first place? Like, there's a bit of a circular sort of aspect going on there, right? So there's an issue.
I mean, you're saying like how did we know that before we had satellites? I mean, I don't see like if we have satellites now and we can measure that. Then I'm not entirely I'm not super familiar with like everybody who came before and all the scientists who confirmed that the world was round or whatever the case may be. But
well, we like to ask we like to ask that though, okay? Because as Dr. Oppenheim kind of threw at you there, there's a bit of a a storyline going on there. Okay, so when we try and build this up from first principles, we have to go to the beginning, right? Hence the term first principles. You know, so if you don't know, you don't know, and it's okay.
No,
if you want to go with that, with what you just read, I mean, like, conversation's over. Like, okay,
the conversation's over. It's just fake.
We don't know, right? We don't know what the nature
at that point,
of.
how do you know anything? Right? How do you know you exist?
Listen, okay, you can reduce it to absurdity if you want to. But
I mean, it's not reducing it. I mean, you're saying, well, we don't know, right? And you want to go down the we don't know line of questioning.
No. It's not that. I'm not saying we don't know and we can't know. We're asking the fucking questions, dude, because we want to. Okay? Like, don't get all fucking snarky and shit in here.
I'm not being snarky. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, with that snarky ass tone, reducing it to absurdity, like, no, dude.
There's no snarky ass tone. I was just asking you a question.
Sure. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so the point is, let's get to first principles. Because we don't know the nature of the machinery up in the sky, if it actually abides by the rules or operates under the assumptions that we're all told that they do, because we're not there to verify it. Right?
I mean, do you need to be there to verify everything to make sure that it's true?
What do you mean by everything?
I mean everything, like most things in things like when they tell you that when the weather app tells you that it's 70 degrees outside, do you like go outside with a mercury thermometer to measure?
Or how about this, dude? Like, don't talk over me, right? So one thing that we can verify, the claim that we got this machinery flying around above our heads, orbiting around a giant ball. Well, let's check if there's a ball in there in the first place, right? And when we do, that that question bubbles up, like, what the fuck? Something's wrong here. Okay, you follow?
So wait, why is there something wrong with machines going above our heads?
Well, if the claim is they're going above a ball and there's no ball, surely you can put two and two together.
Yeah, like, dude, like, come on, man.
They're just saying they're just lying to us. That's just like a narrative.
Yeah, King Oli, God, fucking, God damn.
Yeah, I know, right? So, like, what would be the, like, just out of curiosity, what would be the impetus for the government to just lie about the Earth being, not being flat or whatever the case may be, and just make up this whole story and go through this whole shebang to, like, what's the purpose behind that?
How do you know they're lying? How do you know it's not just misinformation that's been passed over the generation? And governments are just lazy to go and firm for themselves. When we say governments, it's not a collection like the Australian government's not sitting there rubbing their fingers together going, we're going to hide truth from Matrix, make sure he never finds out. No, government, seriously, our Prime Minister struggles to tie his own shoelaces. So I don't think he would be of any twisted secret agenda to hide information from people. So there's probably maybe some individuals that have looked into it and they've gone, if I open my mouth, I'm probably going to lose my job. There's probably others that are normies like yourself, too lazy or don't care, whatever, whichever way you want to word it. I don't think there's a group of people deliberately hiding it.
Yeah,
And if
I mean,
they're hiding it, they're not doing a good job because you only got to walk outside.
So you're saying that people with billions and billions of dollars of sophisticated machinery and equipment, and people who have gone to school for years, and the majority of reputable scientists who say these things are all
No,
wrong, and but you've disproved
I
this with your
mentioned
own
nothing
empirical
about money.
observations by going outside.
Straw man, King Ali, fail. That's what we call a straw man. Right from the get-go, I mentioned
I mean, you
nothing
said you
about
went
money.
outside, right?
What has your ability to get off your ass and walk outside got to do with people and making machinery?
Sure. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not capable of going outside and observing, but
Excellent. So
like
go and do
that's
it.
also
You have the right to check things for yourself, my friend. I do,
I agree with
Flatlander
that.
does, Bruce does, and King Ali does. So how
Sure.
about you go and check things for yourself?
But do you also understand that observations are fallible and that people can make mistakes, especially when they don't have the proper knowledge or information, or they're
So
not well
what
educated
proper
on the
knowledge
topic?
would I require? What proper knowledge would I require to go to the beach holding a camera and take a picture of a lighthouse from, pick a number, 20 miles away? What training
Well,
would I
not
require in order to do that?
maybe not to do that specifically, but to derive certain conclusions from that based off of that information. Maybe there's some mistakes that could be made if you're not
So,
well
yet
educated on
again,
the
the
topic.
question still stands. What information or training do I require to now be able to derive information other than what we've been taught at school?
I don't know, like physics, geology.
So what physics do I need in order to look at a lighthouse, take a photo of it, and then jump on a map and go, me, I'm 20 miles away. I shouldn't be able to see said lighthouse.
Well, how do you even know that you're 20 miles away? Maybe you need to, maybe you need
That's what the
better.
map's for.
Maybe you need education on how to measure distances.
Why are you reducing everything to absurdity? Have you
It's not
realized that
absurdity.
your
This is a
argument means
real world.
nothing?
This could be a real world error in your calculation that's maybe throwing off your assessment.
So what error?
Because I mean, when I
What
go
error?
outside, I can see when ships
What
get far
error?
away from me, I can notice them
Error.
dipping over the horizon and disappearing.
Did you check what distance they were out?
No, but I can view them disappearing over the horizon. I don't know what
Yeah, that's
specific
right.
distance they
So
are.
here's you,
It's just an eye observation. I'm just viewing it with.
you with your infallible eyes, who is too lazy to look up their distance and confirm that they're infallible or not, telling me about infallibility. Congratulations, you've just welcomed yourself to Numpty land.
Well, I could say the same thing for you when you're looking at a lighthouse from approximately 20 miles away, not knowing how you got to that calculation,
Check on the map.
and saying that it doesn't disappear.
Check on the map. That's what the map's for. Hello? Use a map. Have a look.
And could it also be because the lighthouse, because of the length of the lighthouse or how tall it is, that you could still be able to see it at that point?
Have you ever tried zooming in on that boat you saw go over the horizon, King Ali?
Nah, that'd be too sensible.
Zooming
Yeah.
in on the boat I saw go over the horizon. No, I don't think I've physically done that now.
Do you know that people have?
So you're saying that like at a certain point you're not able to see it anymore because it's too small? Is that your argument?
Well, I'm asking. You said you see boats go over the horizon. I'm asking a simple question of: do you know that when you zoom in on them, you can see them again?
Yeah, please look in the side. Please look in the side chat because I've posted such a video for you to look at. Okay, it's a brilliant one. Go and have a look at it. It's there, very short.
All right, let's watch this video. So I'm watching the video.
I do find it interesting that when flat earthers makes observations, it could be infallible. You could be wrong. If you are wrong, every time these guys make observations, no, I'm dead right.
Well, I wasn't
Nothing to
just
worry
relying
about
on
here,
my
boys and girls.
observations alone. I was also relying on data and information that we've collected from satellites and things like that. But you say, I guess you guys don't believe in that.
No, you
So
weren't. No, you weren't, because you said you didn't look up the distance, you liar. So caught out there.
Yeah,
I mean,
since
do you have
you're
to? I mean, again, like, do you have to verify every single thing in order to be able to believe it nowadays? Like, are you like when the temperature,
Oh,
the
no,
weather app tells you that the
the
temperature
reason
is
I have
50
to
degrees
verify
Celsius?
it,
You go out
the
with the
reason
thermometer
I
to
have to
check it.
verify it, the reason I have to verify it, clowns like you come in making claims and cry that we don't verify it. We do, so we shut people like you down.
Yeah, I know. If the Earth is not, if you say
King.
that the Earth is not flat, then you're a clown. Yeah, I guess.
King,
All
have
right.
you ever read in the weather app that it was gonna rain, and then you went outside and you're like, oh, it's not raining?
Yeah, sure. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's wrong, but
Okay, well,
more often than
that's a
not,
bad
more often than
example
not,
that
it's
you're
not
using.
wrong.
Yeah, but that's still
Yeah,
a
but
bad
more
example.
often than not, it's not wrong.
That's cool, but you just admitted that sometimes it's wrong. So yeah, looking outside for a second might actually be a good thing if you need to know what the weather's like, not just rely on your
Yeah.
phone, right? Okay, well,
Yeah,
that's a bad
sure.
example. That's all I'm trying to say. Like I
Right,
I know what
sure.
point you're trying
I
to
would
make,
agree
but
with that,
maybe
but you don't need to do that. You can still get you can still assess things based off of that. It's not like you
King,
need to do it every single
are
time.
we telling you that you need to check every single thing in your life? Because no one said that. I have not heard one person say that, but you're like alluding that we are
Well, I
all
mean,
suggesting that.
that's kind of where we're going in that direction, right? Like,
So
oh, well, you
this
can't trust it.
channel,
You didn't verify it. You didn't verify it.
King Ali. This channel is just talking about the globe model, and that's it. We're just talking about globe model, talking about flat Earth. So we're not telling you
Yeah,
to
and I
go
got
do
that.
this with everything. Okay, well you're telling me I have to go do this with everything. No one said that besides you. So get off that.
Well, that's
point.
what he was implying, basically.
It's not. No one implied that. This is what you want
I
to
mean,
hear
well, yeah,
because you don't
well,
have
if
a
you're
good
saying
argument. So you have to like you said, go to these absurdities, right? You have to go to the
no,
extreme
well,
and pretend like
when
you're
I
saying
brought up the
something that we're
written
not.
model, oh, did you who verified it? Did you verify it? No.
Yeah,
If
that's
you bring up
relevant,
the
right?
satellites, who
It's
verified it? Did you
relevant to the
verify it? No.
conversation.
And then, so I mean, you're every time I bring something up, you're like, well, you didn't personally verify it. You need to go outside and look.
Well, it's important because again, you came here grossly underprepared, right? You have to continuously go on Google every time we ask you like more than 2 questions and like read something new and read up your arguments and then tell it to us like we've never Googled these. Like we've never been a Glober at one point and had the same questions you had. We've all used Google. We've all looked at these questions. We all see what the mainstream has to say, right? So what we're trying to tell you is just because you've Googled something real quick, when you dive in and do a little bit more research and you go and test these things yourself, sometimes you find that the first result that you get on a Google thing or Chat GPT, it isn't always correct.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with that, but
that's it. I mean, you kind of were. So I'm happy you agree now.
no, I'm not saying that everything you find on Google or ChatGPT is correct. I don't know. No, I wasn't making that argument.
You kind of were. You were saying that. Well, okay, so what now? I got to check everything. Like the question you were posing, you were kind of saying that indirectly. Or else, why would you ask? Like, so what you're telling me that we have to go check everything now? And again, no, you
Yeah,
didn't.
but I didn't say
exactly what he
didn't have to. I never said we never have to check anything.
that. And that's what you did imply, King Ali. You implied that, and that's when Matrix said we're going into what, Silliesville or whatever he said. So come on, man, get with it, man, get with it. Did you enjoy the video? Can you see now how the ship's going over the horizon? Really didn't do that. It was always there. It's just gone beyond your naked eyes' ability to focus and see that ship. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, but how far is this ship?
Well, there's one I posted that's 14 miles. Epic zooming in at 14 miles. Okay? That's quite a long way, isn't it, with the P1000 and the P900? Looking at objects 14 miles away on the ocean. Brilliant.
Yeah, but we also don't know how high the observer is above sea level. We also don't know if the other object is elevated.
But the fact that the number 14 miles hits you in the head is brilliant
Hey, Jim.
enough. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how a minute ago it was my eyes are good enough, and now it's we need to know elevations and whatnot.
I don't see how those two are mutually exclusive. I'm saying in terms of the video. I'm saying in terms of the video, if the person is elevated up, obviously you would be able to see the boat from a farther distance. We don't know what its elevation is.
The point he was making is that you claim that, oh, I see boats go over the horizon with my naked eyes. Now that we've proved that that's not true, If they're not going over the horizon, you can zoom back in. Now you're going like, okay, well, now I need to know the elevation. I need to know these numbers. So like, all we're pointing out is you made this claim that you thought kind of gave evidence towards the globe, and now you're kind of backtracking a little bit, being like, well, we
I
need to know
don't
the
think
numbers.
that disproves what I was saying. I'm just, I mean, if I had it, I haven't, gone out there with a Nixon like P900 camera, but
Well, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that? You see, that's the
all right,
thing.
now I need to go
Go,
do that.
go and
All
do
right.
that, and then you'd
Oh
have
boy.
a case. Sitting
Yeah,
there
they
doing nothing, and just squabbling, because that's all you're doing. Squabbling with your inability to prove your globe is very embarrassing.
Yeah, I
Globe.
know. If you're not flat earther, then you're embarrassing. I get it.
No, yeah,
Well,
Ali.
it's an embarrassing
All that's
situation
being said,
to
dude.
hear you
Yeah.
squabbling, sir.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second. Like,
Good
Ali,
job,
all
y'all.
that's being said, dude. All that's being said is, we present some stuff. You scrutinize it, and we're just pointing out to you. It's like, did you scrutinize your own observation to the degree that you scrutinized ours? Which and
I mean, I could say the same. I could say the same for
Wait, wait,
anybody
wait.
making any argument.
Yeah.
Most people don't most people don't scrutinize their own arguments
Hold
to the
the
same
fuck
extent. Neither
on.
are you on.
Tabarnak. Do you hear me or not? Hold on. God, this man. What's wrong with you? Look, listen. Your scrutiny is warranted. Okay, we appreciate that. Okay, those were good questions. All we're saying is apply it to your stuff too, and you might find some inconsistencies in your argument. That's all.
Sure. I mean, the same could go for you, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, and we welcome that all the time, dude. Right? Like, okay, now what?
That's why we double check ourselves, and we double check when we bring our information to you. You see, because
Yeah.
we know it's going to be scrutinized to the highest level usually, and yeah, that's good. We welcome scrutinization.
Yeah, and my apologies for raising my voice today. I was just really annoying that last guy. And you
it's all good.
Tabarnak, man, some people. Anyway, as you were, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
You're
it wasn't that
Canadian,
loud,
dude.
really. Yeah.
Did anybody show Ali like long distance observations or like the laser test or anything like that?
We showed him the zoom in on the ocean where he said ships disappeared over the horizon. So I've given him, I think, 3 or 4 there. So he's got plenty from me already. I've only been in the server, 10 minutes, if that. Yeah, I'm helping where I can. So yeah, we're keeping it moving, man. We're keeping it real. We're keeping pun definitely intended. And we're keeping him honest. Look at that. We're doing good, we are. I just can't help smiling when things go well like this on this Discord with the Globers, squabbling over our prowess, and they're squabbling. Yet they've done not one thing to prove their case.
Yes,
I
sir.
just love it. Just love
So
it.
So Jin, let's pick up on that last part there, okay?
Yeah.
That video that you posted. In the video that you posted, is there anything in the description or in the like the introductory narration or something like that outlines how high the guy was off?
I think maybe not in the first one, but in the other 2, yeah, there's something in there, yeah. And then again, you're going to assume basically. Hang on, these shots have been taken from the beach anyway, so you're going to say eye height. He's standing on the beach, eye height. They're taken from the beach. The maps. One of them's got a map. You see where they are. It's all there. Have a good look. Good
right on.
stuff.
So let's go with that. If, Ali, you would like to dig further into maybe the second one where it would be more well defined. But at this point, even the first one, right? Even if we set an upper bound, right? Let's say the guy is 6 feet tall and he's got the camera in, at his eye height.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So assume 6 feet tall in your calculation, and what would you expect to see if we were on a ball?
Exactly. 6 feet tall. What would you expect to see?
Yeah, sure.
Wow,
That
yeah. 3 miles.
you would dip below the horizon, but like I don't see again like where anywhere in the video where it's like specifying the distance of how far this thing is.
Okay, Jen. Where's the
look
distance?
look at the other two videos I posted. That'll
Okay,
give
so we
you
can.
more of a distance.
All right, let's scrap
If
the
it's
first one. Right? It's
yeah,
a little bit shaky.
still nice though. It's still a nice video. Zooming in.
Yeah, it exemplifies what we're talking about, but maybe doesn't provide as robust of detail that we need for scrutiny. Fair enough. You want to present the second one?
Yeah, go on, present the second one, and the guy's there.
Who posted it?
I did. At least I think
you
I
want
did.
that
At least I
Yeah.
think, unless someone else did.
at 1:21? Excuse me, at 21 past the hour, right?
Yeah, was that
That's
me?
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Right, I'm going to look in the description again. It's been a while since I've looked at it, so hang on a sec. Remember, I've had these things for the longest of time.
All right, it says the Lake Pontchartrain. What is it? Pontchartrain Causeway, Metairie, LA, or I guess Louisiana. 23.87 miles long, 380 feet of missing curve.
Okay, well, the second one it just says ships don't disappear over the horizon, just zoom in. So it's not giving us a distance there. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me see my third one.
Even so, I mean, you made a good point. Like the one that you showed, he was standing on the beach, so you can even be generous, right, and say 7 feet, right? 8 feet even. It probably still doesn't even work out. Like, give it in favor of the globe. It probably still is showing a lack of curvature. That's why I also mentioned, showing them the laser tests and stuff like that, since we have like actual numbers to deal with there. At least when I like to do the ships over there, I use like very unbiased sources, right? Just like people that are like messing with their cameras. Because a lot of people like to go, "Oh, this is flat earther." No, it's not a flat earther. Just some guy who did this. So I don't have any numbers when it comes to the boat ones.
Yeah.
Saved.
Yeah, no, I've definitely got one. So I've got more than this. I've given 3 that I had to hand, but there is one I've got which is definitely 14 miles. Okay, and then there's a map and everything, all there, and you see where he is, the location. It's there. I've just picked up the first 3 that's in my collection. I've got to scroll down a little bit more. So the first 3 that I've posted just says ships don't disappear over the horizon. Zoom in, P900. It's giving you the equipment, but not the actual distance. Okay. Okay, but I do have one that is definitely 14 miles. I have to go into my other library to get that one. And if anybody's looking, they can type it in for themselves. 14 miles, epic zoom. You type that in, P900, ships disappearing over the horizon, and it'll come up. And then with that video, there's a map, the location where they are, and the where the cameraman was, and the shot and everything. It's all in there.
Which one of these videos is this?
It's not the ones that I've.
Yeah, the one Yaga just posted. Those are some laser tests, which has all the.
Okay, you got laser tests now. Good.
10-mile laser test. All right, let's take a look at this. Dr. D. Marble.
Oh, my man, D. Marble. Yeah. From Washington State. Good man, that one. One of the originals.
The 7-minute video is going to take a bit. I'm trying.
Oh, just
in the
take
meantime,
your time.
In the meantime, Ali, I'm going to post a couple snapshots of some paperwork. Okay, because what's really important here also, in corroboration with the actual observations, are the underlying fundamentals. Okay, the geometry in question here overall, right? So on your time also, if you want to take a look at that, in conjunction with what you're talking about, we can get into that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'll take a look at some of these videos. It's gonna take me a while to go through these videos. Anyway, so I'll take a look at some of this stuff, and I'll probably drop back in at some point.
Cool. In the meantime, here, if you want to take these with you, I don't know how astute you are in math.
I have like a basic like college, I've like been like calcing in college, but that's about it.
The first one should be fine for you then. Maybe the second one too. So anyway, yeah, on your time, dude.
All right, sounds
Yeah.
good, bro. Take it easy.
Thanks for coming in, and yeah, well done. And
Take it easy,
yeah,
guys.
Isn't it funny that right when we get into actually something of substance, they tend to have to bounce right then and there.
Yeah, I kind of figured his brain just short circuited at that last
yeah.
moment there.
It
As you're
seems so.
ratcheting, you're ratcheting up
His brain
the
didn't short circuit.
the precision of
I
what
know
we're
the guy.
saying was being ratcheted up. You see, right? And now he's beginning to see that these guys are really on the money because they're talking numbers here. Yeah, right, and that's important.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, and
he's just a
one of
pretty laid
the
back guy.
sure, and one of my like, it wasn't the first one, but a big one for me because I assumed, and like growing up, I learned that ships go over the horizon, and you watch it happen. So when that got taken away from me, it was just like one more, one more weight on my back. Then I'm like, oh shit, like this is a lot of shit's adding up. I'm gonna have to go actually check this stuff out. What these flat earthers are saying. I think it was pictures of Earth from space were fake. That was like one of my first ones, and then shortly after it was boats going over the horizon. We obviously took away the boats going over the horizon from that guy.
Yeah. He did drop a few good points. We don't have the height and we don't have the actual distance in this video. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We'll give you that.
I was waiting for him to do the why are they disappearing from the bottom up, but I don't think he got that far. You weren't in here, Jim, before. He was googling most of his retorts, and he was honest about it too. But just funny
Yeah.
how unprepared people come, but they want to argue their position still.
Yeah, it can be a source of embarrassment, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But we forgive them because I was like that myself. I didn't have all that
Absolutely.
information dialed in, so we don't really grill them that much on that. No need. Would be
Yeah,
unfair.
absolutely. It is funny. Like it does seem like when I talk, not even in this channel, but elsewhere and stuff like that, people will assume that like, or at least like give off the impression that I've never like asked these questions myself, and I've never just like Googled it to see what Google has to say. It's like, yes, I have also seen what Google had to say about this and that.
Yeah.
I've also watched Professor Dave's debunking videos. Yes, like I've seen this stuff.
Yeah. And it's cringe stuff. That's what I call it.
Yep.
Professor Dave, pure cringe, man.
Yeah, he's the worst. Just straw manning and giggling and laughing, making it seem like it's the funniest stuff he's ever heard. It's very cringe.
Yeah, I'm noticing that certain of my videos have been removed, especially that 14 miler. I'm not able to locate that one here. But I will look somewhere else in a minute. But wow. Right under your very nose, they remove videos right under your nose.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I found the video I was looking for. It's actually 14 kilometers, which is about 8.5 miles, 9 miles. Yeah, 14 kilometers it was. Yeah, I found it. I've
Nice.
actually had it liked and saved, so I don't know why it hasn't come up on my listings. Because when I look at the video, I've got the thumbs up and I've got it saved. It says I've saved it on both of my libraries, so I don't know why it didn't come up when I looked for it just now. But there it is. All right, 14 miles. Sorry, 14 kilometers. Yeah. And when you watch this one, it shows you a map of where they are and everything. Really good.
Yep. Elevation is in the description as well.
Yeah,
Perfect. Yeah, that's a good one.
yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, but all the others are pretty good as well. But this is on the money because it's actually giving you what you need.
Yep. What about 1 minute and 17 seconds?
I'm looking at the image. It's in the top left-hand corner of the total ship, and compared to what's viewable at the 14 kilometers.
Mhm.
And I haven't started doing the math yet. I'm just providing the info that I'm finding so far.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't even looked at this video. Let's see. 17 km.
What's going on, everybody?
How you doing?
The Earth is
Welcome.
yeah. What's up, Jen? The
Yeah,
Earth
well,
is still flat,
What?
sans
No way.
any evidence of the Earth curvature measurements that we've yet to receive from anybody advocating for the globe. Unless somebody has some, which I'm willing to go ahead and entertain. Just post those in the side chat. The methodology and the curvature measurements that they gathered. Let's see it.
one or two of the Globers are scrutinizing some of the epic zoom-in videos of ships on the horizon they're looking at the moment, which is good.
I don't know why they would be looking at that. What does the horizon or ships on the horizon have anything to do with the Earth being curved?
This is it. The ships disappearing over the horizon proves curvature of Earth, doesn't it? That's what they say.
That's weird. Do the globe believers think that the horizon has anything to do with Earth curve? If so, please let us know. Well, silence is a tacit admission that the horizon has nothing to do with Earth curve. So there you go. Earth is flat, as observed and experienced by everybody every day on Earth. Glad we did this.
Measure.
You guys can all go home. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. Hey.
Hey, good
Measured
job,
and
guys.
utilized flat on a basis, on an hourly basis. Definitely.
Hey, if you guys are interested, I found a message in my inbox from Platter, who said verbatim, who wrote, Bonsoir, monsieur. I was going to post in politics this 150-mile observation in Florida that I found online, but I'm not in that server anymore. It's a 3-minute video. If you want to take a look, I will share some more with the other guys too. It's a nice little gift. I'm gonna post it in the
Yeah.
chat if you guys want to check it out.
Yeah,
Just for
thank you very much. Let's have a look at that. 150 miles. Nice.
I mean, it sounds, that's pretty grandiose. 150 miles.
Yeah.
It's a big one, man.
Yeah.
I thought I'd share anyway.
We
Haven't
do have
seen it yet.
250 already. 275
Oh
observations
shit!
being made.
Oh, that's
P900.
fine.
That's a world record. So this is nice. Nice to have another one there.
Right on. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Nice. Lovely. I might have to like this one if it's good. Anybody in here?
It is always an interesting point. Like I've thought about this a couple times, but I never worked it out. Since we're looking, the farther you're looking out, the distance in between 2 points, like side to side. It's hard to explain actually. You know what I'm saying though. Like, wouldn't there be curvature? Like if I'm looking out super far, shouldn't I see left to right curvature? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Kind
it
of.
should be all around you, 360 degrees. It should
Yeah.
be around you. Yeah, yeah. Should be dropping around you.
Yeah,
So
and
you're right.
obviously, yeah, like if I draw a small line in front of me, but then I push that line way out, like the line could represent a couple feet, but out there it's like almost miles or like half a mile. You know what I mean? It's a bigger
That's right.
distance.
Yeah, and you should see the deviation, the drop coming
Yeah.
away as you. Yeah, yeah. No, that's what you would expect to see. You see, but you're not getting that. We don't observe that. You see.
Right.
You're not so away. Maybe it goes down.
That would be interesting. Like if we get like measurements like that, and not measurements, but observations like that, that'd be quite interesting. If we could actually find out like how far the distance is over whatever we're looking out over, and see like, well, there should be way more obvious curvature side to side. Like screw looking
Yeah,
forward. Like let's look side to side.
yeah. The closest we get with that is the actual laser beam test. They're the ones that are really bringing that home because there's no deviation. It's hitting the
Right.
target straight, and there are images of the laser beam looking from the side. So from point A to point B, side-on views, and you just see the light going straight across. There's no deviation at all. It's just the Earth isn't deviating from the line. It's just straight. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That's the closest we got. But it would be nice to have it as well. Yeah. Maybe someone will get round to doing that.
Right.
Won't be long now.
Yeah, I want to because we can get a pretty crazy one, I'd imagine, if you're looking out far enough.
Mm.
It'd be more, than you could get looking forward. In theory, right?
Yeah.
Yo, Neil. Neil, you there? It's up to you know what time it is?
I would, but I'm just about to go work out.
I would. Right. You're right ahead of me. Goddamn, dude. All right.
Yeah, give me 30 minutes.
Shit, all right. Good on you.
Yeah, it's a good little video, that one. You know, I've saved it, so I'll forward it into my library so I can use that one as well.
Oh, you checked it out? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks good to me, man. I mean, it's like an innocent kind of capture, you know. Or that's what it looks like. I've heard from the guy because he gets into a little bit of esoteric kind of speculative things, you know. That's all right.
Yeah, that's very short, that bit. But the main thing is he was overlaying the blurry image to the actual clear. I mean, it was the same place, because when people said they saw it in the morning, like it was all blurry, because I don't know, they didn't know what it was, but it was the same.
Right. Yeah, I'm intrigued there. Looks all right.
What's wrong with esoteric and speculative stuff? Isn't it fun and interesting?
34.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it per se, but it's kind of subject to interpretation, and you know, it's a little bit more difficult to pin down. So a lot of people kind of just stray away from it just because you know a lot of people can't really prove much of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There's a lot of evidence for it. I mean, I'm totally, I dive into that on my own time and try to do as much research. But at the end of the day, you're only gonna, it's gonna be speculation. It's gonna be some evidence that points to some interesting stuff, but it's hard to do anything
Yeah.
with that.
Exactly. Like it's not exactly as rock solid as you know some of the other stuff we talk about in here. It's more empirical and verifiable and replicatable and shit like that. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, nothing. And I will say, the more you look into kind of down that line, the more you can kind of puzzle piece together, right? And you can make your cases stronger for certain things. And that's when it gets interesting as well, because again, you can't prove it, but you can go like, well, look at this, and that, and then if you see the connection between those, it strengthens your argument.
Yeah.
What the hell are we talking about?
What are we talking about? Nothing really, just kind of vague stuff.
Yeah. So what I was getting at was in the side chat, right? At 54 minutes past the hour, there's a video posted of a guy who did a 150 mile long observation. I was saying like the video looks pretty okay. You know, it's a little bit shallow. It's really short, but okay. You know, like I'm intrigued, right? And I was just saying how the guy, he's kind of known to get a little bit more into the esoteric or speculative kind of thing, right? Which in and of itself isn't wrong. It's just not as grounded or as verifiable as some of the other stuff that we talk about. So I mean, people can indulge in it. It's kind of up, a little bit more up to questioning, right? That's all.
Bro, I promise you, I have no problem with indulging in things that stimulate speculation or the imagination. I think that is a healthy practice. This topic has forced most people to be hyper empiricists. And that is not a dangerous thing unless you hang out there. We are creatures that imagine and speculate and move forward by challenging ourselves intellectually. and so that should be embraced as much as empiricism. Uh, but the weird thing is that if we don't have a good balance and an assurance about what we're talking about, then the speculation can become the reality, and that's why we've kind of found ourselves in this place. So,
Right.
yeah, no, I'm fine with imagination. I'm fine with being able, or the idea of being able to see 150 miles. That sounds fantastic. It's just like, well, damn hard to prove, so
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. And what I was getting at more with the speculation side of things with regards to this guy, he goes by the name Fittest Flat Earther. You check out some
Right.
of his other videos that are not FE related. He'll get into some weird shit outside of FE. And I think he gets also into a little bit more of the ice wally, AE map projection sort of thing. But aside from that, something like this, which is a little bit more, grounded. There's an observation, something's out there. Oh, it could be this, could be that. And if it is this thing, well, the map says it's 150 miles away. Looks like it could
Yeah.
be, that's, yeah. It might take a little bit more digging to be, 100% on point, but, so that in contrast with the other stuff, I mean, this is a lot more, this is definitely grounded, comparatively speaking. So I was just, the two different sides
Yeah.
of this guy.
Great. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, wouldn't it be fantastic if we actually had an idea of what the realm ultimately looked like in a map perspective? That'd be fantastic. But like Radwin makes a good point. Like if we start talking about, people will show up in this forum and they'll be like, where's the edge? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh shit. Number one, not the purpose of the topic. Number two, that's a good question. I like the question. I'd be a fool to say something like, I don't think that there's a limit to the place, right? And I tell people that. I think there is a limit. But I don't know how I would find it. Because Radwin will be like, how would you even be able to go in a straight line on the earth from point to point and just maintain heading? And that's a great point. How would you find good, solid references of measurement between points to really give yourself a good, absolutely straight heading? You know how hard it is to like lay a straight fence line over 200 yards? So I live in Missouri, right? And there's Ozarks here, and it's hilly as shit, and there's trees everywhere, and you don't even get to put a post hole in a spot that is going to be dead on where you aimed it at in a straight line, even if you had like a string line. Okay, so you'd hit the ground, and the limestone here will kick your T-post off, maybe even say an inch, sometimes 2 inches, because they're just rocks and shit in this earth. And so if you wanted to lay a perfectly straight fence line for 200 yards, you can kiss my ass. It's not going to happen. And everybody knows this. And you can say, oh, damn, that's a good fence line. And it's fairly straight. You can see the T-posts every 6 foot, like they're just off a little bit, right? It's not perfect. So you can't actually even move on the surface of the earth in a straight line. Ever. And do I need to even bring up the fact that magnetic north moves? What the hell? You think that anybody on the earth is going to grasp a very specific reference point and head in a straight line on the earth in a perfect fashion? Go screw yourself. That's stupid. It's not that easy. Distance causes problems.
You can't. I've had this argument before, and the person I was discussing it with was talking about in a boat over water, and it's actually impossible on a boat over water as well. So I used to do a lot of fishing out the reef, a couple of 100 k's offshore, and you set your GPS, and it gives you a straight line to your target, and you be zoomed out a little bit, and then you zoom in on your line, and you're fucking 100 meters off your line. You've drifted, yeah? Like it was near on impossible. You couldn't do it.
Yeah. No. And so we come into this forum and we talk about reference systems and north and south and azimuths and elevation angles and 60 nautical miles per degree and all this bullshit. Okay. And ultimately, we have given ourselves a practical system to move across the surface and end up sort of where we're aiming at. And we've plotted points between each location so many times because we go back and forth so much that we figured out the best line to do it. Okay. So if you're going across the Atlantic, we have plotted points that makes that route the most efficient. The problem is we also have, for weird reasons, no-fly zones and places where they would kind of like to steer you away from. And magnetic north is constantly changing and circular routes, and like it's ridiculous. So we do what we need to do to get from place to place. But ultimately, the surface is not curving, okay? And it's not moving, and we know that. And anybody that says otherwise is they're buying into just what they've been told. But if you just kind of like put yourself in where you're at for the moment and go, am I moving, and is this shit up or down, left and right, or is it a big old bulge? And you treat it like it's flat. You live here as if it's flat. Over there is over there, and it's straight. It's not over a hump. And if there's a hump, it's just because you imagine it. No, it's over there.
Are you saying boats and planes don't know if they're turning left or right?
No, I didn't say that, and that's weird. Why would you even think that? I didn't say that.
He was talking, and I gave the
example. It was impossible to go straight.
It is.
It is. If you want to take a dead straight path and follow a dead straight line, you'll never do it, especially on a boat, yeah? You'll drift.
If you can
I wanted to bring up something
your
else.
steering and know when you're turning left or right, then you can
oh my gosh
path, right? It's like driving on a road.
You can't.
It's painful. It's painful how you don't get this. It's weird.
It's impossible to correct to turn left or right to make sure you're following a path.
You can correct. The point is you can correct. You can have a heading to where you're going, and you can correct to the heading, but you're never going to take a straight line to wherever your location is.
Why?
Because the wind will push you off course. It's as if somebody has never. Let me ask you. Hold on, homeboy. Hey, you ever ridden a bicycle before?
Yeah.
Great. Can you tell me that when you were going from stop sign to stop sign in the town that you were riding, that your wheels didn't like weaver and kind of go off course, and you'd go out into the street and into the gutter, back out into the street, into the gutter? You're telling me that never happened, that you just kind of like an arrow?
Into the gutter? No, I could follow a path. I could adjust my turning to make sure I follow a straight path.
Dude, you're an absolute troll.
Absolute troll. You're arguing that you can't adjust to maintain a straight path.
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you, did your tires ever go out of perfectly straight all the time, or every once in a while did you have to correct? Were you going around an acorn? Were you going, to avoid a crack or a pothole? Did you go up on the curb? You stupid asshole. Of course know that your bike did not go on a perfect straight path from stop sign to stop sign. There were obstacles and you lost balance and you had to slow down, don't be a stupid douchebag.
But on a narrow bike path, you have
Oh,
to maintain a straight
dude,
path.
my
Like you
gosh. Oh,
can't.
you're getting
Like
muted. You're getting muted.
what?
This is,
I mean,
yeah,
let's try something.
that's
Let's
right.
try something. I mean, JJ,
No,
have
no.
a
I
listen.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, keep him on mute.
what the
Maybe he'll
hell?
listen. Maybe he'll listen. You know, the point really had. Oh, and he fucking leaves. All right.
Yeah, cowards. Whores.
Here's something
Says
else
who? I
interesting
think
for
you
you,
like the
Sensu.
sound of your own voice. That's what I think.
Is that
Fantastic, bro. I think that. No worries.
Here's something else interesting for you, Sensu. Where I live, we've got a location off the beach called Magnetic Island. And it was named Magnetic Island because of Captain Cook. So when you're looking at a compass off the beach where I am, it shows north to be about, I'm going to have to say at least 15, 25 degrees difference to what true north actually is. True north is actually the center point of the mountain on the island. So, yeah, you had to account for this whenever you're out in the ocean around that island.
that
And that's
that bike analogy was something. That bike analogy reminds me of the cops in a way. No matter how straight you walk, they'll find a way to say you walked crooked so they can arrest you.
Yeah.
But the worst part, but the worst part is though, right? With that analogy that Ice JJ took, is like on a path you have references, right? You have your sidewalk, you have your paint on the fucking path and shit like that. You know where to dead reckon, right? When you're out in the open, you ain't got shit.
I believe in a
You know.
I believe in a God and everything. Like I believe in God and Jesus and all that. I just don't know about the whole round versus flat thing. That's the thing I'm on the fence about.
Well, you're in the right room, man.
I was told that
well, if you believe your Bible, then you believe that the Earth is flat, yeah, because it definitely gives you a flat Earth description.
I was told in class growing up that it's round, but I was also told by close family and friends that it's all just a Hollywood basement plot. Kind of like what the Red Hot Chili Peppers said is made in a Hollywood basement.
Norden, serious question. Are you being genuine, man?
Oh yeah, for sure. I am. I wanna learn about flat Earth because I read in the Bible it was talking about a firmament between the heavens and Earth. I want to know what that means. Like, is it trying to hint that Earth is flat and the only thing around or above it is the firmament and then heaven?
Okay, so if you're being genuine, let's approach it from the correct angle. You and I are both what we would call human beings on Earth, right? So we have an experience here that we sort of all share, and so if you and I share the same experience, then we'll just operate from that experience and see if the experience matches the description. And so if you and I experience a realm where it doesn't move and apparently all the celestials move above it and it has this sort of horizontal nature to it, but it's really hard to figure out how to get from one place to another efficiently and in a straight line, we're just going to kind of like treat it like it is. And then if that description and all those measurements match what another claim makes, like the Bible, then you can go, okay, well, then the Bible matches my experience. Now, if somebody comes along and says it's the complete opposite of what you experience, that it's a spinning ball in a vacuum, and that doesn't match the experience. So the experience matches the description in a claim, and somebody else comes along and says the thing that you experience is the complete opposite. Which one are you going to believe?
Believe in whichever one's more biblically accurate.
Yeah, if the experience matches the description, then it's okay. It's like, okay, well, the Bible's dead on in its description.
Yeah, because
Meanwhile, you have a bunch of other people telling you it's the complete opposite, but they don't have any evidence for their claim.
as far as I'm aware, the Bible doesn't mention specifically it being spherical or round.
No.
But
Well,
whenever,
it does give many verses that do basically state that, but from the verses you get in context, put together, the description that's given is a flat, stationary, immovable earth with the sun, stars, and moon within the firmament to give light upon the earth. Yeah, it's on foundations; it cannot be moved. God sits above the circle of the earth, looking down upon the inhabitants as grasshoppers, like a tent to dwell in. Never seen a tent with a curved base.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. I was like, I was thinking about that. I was like, so they say the earth is flat, and then in the Bible, the humans tried building up to heaven, and then God just hit them with oh, y'all all speak different languages now, so like, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. It's describing a vertical and horizontal relationship. There's no curve.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to build. You wouldn't be able to
No,
build a tower straight up on a curved
no.
surface.
And reach out to what? Outer space? Is that where God dwells? Okay, so that's not what the Bible is describing. So anyway, you know, whether people like to want to like admit it or not, what the Bible is describing is a flat, stationary, enclosed earth. That's what it's describing. Oddly enough, in reality, that's what we experience. Don't shoot the messenger. Uh, you know, and there are many ancient cultures that also thought that outside of what we would call biblical or Hebrew cosmology. So this was a common theme very early in most of what we would call Earth's history. That's the situation, and that's what we experience. And anything that's antithetical to that has no basis. That's a bummer.
Yeah, the only thing I don't get with like the whole flat thing is like the only thing I don't get about the flat thing is like if you're in China and your friends in the US, what if you don't want to take that long way going from China through Europe to the US? What if you just want to go from China and just go the opposite direction? Do you hit like an edge or something? Like how does that work?
No idea, bro. That's the weird thing about this. Look, nobody is even denying, by the way, or at least I'll speak for myself. Okay. No one's denying that the reference system that we have is incredibly flawed and there's a lot of internal inconsistencies that nobody on what we would call the flat earth side can even claim to explain. I don't think we should. Okay. Nobody should be proffering a map or an idea of what the realm ultimately looks like from a top-down view where everything is really coherent. That's the problem. Now, here's another thing that the Bible discusses. You'll look in Job, where God confronts Job at the end of the saga. There, He says, "Who of you have laid a span across the earth and measured it?" Almost to insinuate God is saying, "You wouldn't be able to figure this place out if you tried." Essentially, right? And if I believe the Bible, if I believe God is all powerful and all this other stuff, and he has created a system in which you can't find a reference and you wouldn't be able to actually measure its size, I would believe him. Okay. And that's kind of what we're dealing with. I admit the flat earther has not a lot of great explanations for what's going on here. Quite frankly, we are describing something that is flat, measurably. We have not a whole lot of answers for you outside of that. What the reference system should really look like, what the ultimate shape or not shape, but layout of this realm is supposed to be. Can't answer that for you. It's actually quite difficult. And we try to kind of even barely oversimplify and explain things that we sort of understand to appease people that are asking questions that ultimately we couldn't actually give you the answer. What's going on is that everybody's treating this place and living on it as it's being flat and stationary, and that's how they build on it. That's how we move across it. But it's weird. We don't actually know what it all entirely looks like. Sorry. I'm sorry. We don't have an answer.
And neither does the globe. And neither does the globe. And that's why all of their space crap and all this other shit they tell us is based in philosophy and not science.
But you don't get mad if, like how you just said, you don't know, like, how it works, like, if they, like, go through a space or get turned around or whatnot. Y'all don't none of y'all have the answer for that.
Nope.
So y'all don't, like,
and
so y'all don't get mad if a person can't prove the earth is round, right? Because that'd be a double standard if y'all can't prove something, but they also can't prove something.
Look, I'm not mad at somebody. Look, this is the problem. I still think there's like this weird stigma where people just believe that we were born as somebody who always thought that the earth was flat. I completely identify with the globe mentality. That's what I was raised up in. That's what I believed until I was about 35 years old. Okay. And I embraced it and I appreciated it and I believed it. And I spent time studying it, believe it or not. That's why I think the more that you know about the globe system and the heliocentric model, the more that you're going to go, wait a minute, now if I compare reality with everything that's being claimed, none of it matches. It's just not. And that's where I'm
I
at.
would also say that. I'd also say there, though, no, we don't get angry at anybody who can't prove anything. Yeah, they just don't have the proof from the globe side. However, what we can show and prove is that the Earth does not measure any curvature. There is no drop from horizontal. What they can't prove, and this is the main.
Did we lose AJ?
I think so.
Oh, shoot.
Anyways, I'm gonna assume
They touch things, etc. Well, no, we need a guide, yeah.
I'm going to assume that the most common reference y'all get when people try to prove the earth is round, I'm assuming the most popular reference is the whole boat over the horizon reference.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
And what is y'all argument for that one? I just want to hear it because I like trying to figure it out.
Let me simplify it for you. The horizon is something that is not geometric. And what this means is it can appear very close to you. Let's talk about weather and air pressure and all that stuff. If there's fog out, the horizon could be as close as 10 feet in front of you. Okay, what I'm describing is, here's the definition of horizon. The apparent location or junction where the sky meets the earth or sea. So if it's foggy out, guess what the horizon is? Wherever you see the water touching the ground. And I know that's kind of like ridiculous, but you can expand that between 10 feet in front of you and then 100 miles, right? Where people have seen mountains, land within 100 miles of where they're standing from coast to coastline. And I'm not bullshitting you. This is the thing that's happening. Okay? So that 100-mile observation could be a horizon as well as 10 feet because of the fog. It is the apparent junction between the sky or sea or ground. That's the definition of horizon. So that means it's not a place where you can measure to it and say that this is the edge of a sphere. Because if you tried to do that, the sphere would be ridiculously large, and the entire heliocentric model crumbles if the Earth is not a very certain size. And so what we're asking is, if the horizon is just this arbitrary thing depending on the light condition or the time of day, weather, all this other stuff, then it can't be this thing that we measure to say that we're on a ball. I don't care where the boat disappears. People are always asking me, why does a boat disappear bottom up? Who gives a shit? What does that have to do with the Earth being a ball? And they're going to say, well, the horizon blocks it out. Well, if the horizon blocks it out at 70 miles, well, then you're screwed. And that's what's happening every day. Where people, they're just like, oh, well, the boat disappears bottom up. It's like, how far away is it? And they're like, I don't give a shit. It's just disappearing bottom up. It's like, you're out of your mind. The horizon has nothing to do ultimately with whether or not the Earth is a ball or not. And that sucks because on a flat Earth or a sphere, the horizon is an arbitrary position and you can't use it for geometry. And I'm just so sorry that that's the case. And so people are like, well, go ahead.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I thought you want to continue. Please do.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say, for Norton, to corroborate with what Says Who is saying, I posted a couple things in the chat that give you a little bit more of a meticulous view into what's being described. I don't know what level of math you have under your belt there, so forgive me if it's either too simple or not simple enough for you. But feel free to take the time to scrutinize that if you can, or ask any questions about it. It's just basically denoting how far one could or should expect to see the horizon based off of how high they are on the alleged ball that we stand on. So it goes through all the relationships between the distance to the
I'm not gonna
center
lie.
of the ball, all this stuff, right? So feel free to take a look at it if you
I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand that math, not in the slightest.
Okay, never mind then.
I do not know how to do. I do not know how to do any form of algebra, if that's what that is.
Pretty much, yeah. Okay, so forgive me for that, but if you're like, basically, suffice to say, right? What this would basically tell you is that from if you're 6 feet tall and you look over like the ocean or something like that, right? You should
That's
expect to
perfect.
see the. Hey,
That's perfect. That's exactly how tall I am.
there you go. Okay, so on an ideal or the average day or like an ideal day, right? If you go to an ocean, you should expect to see the horizon line at just about 3 miles away, right? So if you have a boat that's sailing away from you, okay, you should expect to see the bottom of the boat begin to disappear from the bottom up at about once it reaches about 3 miles away. That's what all this is entailing, okay? And what Says Who is kind of hinting at there is we see this phenomena not all the time because there's more to it, but when we do see it, sometimes you see it like a lot further than that if you're 6 feet tall. So there are problems with this sort of description of what they tell us that we stand on because it doesn't match our reality. You follow?
Yeah.
That's all. Please continue, Says Who.
No, I think that's a good wrap up. Here's the problem. Ultimately, everybody, this is the weird thing. Like, this is the greatest epiphany. I think most people have been talking about it for the last year or so. We always live and treat the earth. Everybody does. Everybody. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're at. Up is up, down is down, and horizontal, left and right are what they are. And that's how we live here. That's how we move across the earth. That's how we treat it. We obviously know it's not moving. That's ridiculous. This thing is not moving. And the proof of that is like when there's an earthquake, like, holy shit, I know that the earth is moving. Okay? That's the problem. So this is the reality that we experience. Why would I believe? Ultimately, you kind of have to shake your head and go, wait a minute. Okay, so I was told and I believed that this is a ball that spins in a vacuum covered in water at breakneck crazy speeds and all kinds of different vectors and velocities and accelerations, and like it's this massive tilt-a-whirl that is moving through a vacuum, for crying out loud. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It's not what we experience. And so we are just kind of hanging out in a Discord server trying to like help people go, wait a minute, just for a moment, where do you live? What do you experience? Like, is this match what you were told? And then basically people like kick dirt in our eye and call us pedos, and then we have to deal with that because we're just introducing an idea and we're challenging status quo. You know, my bad. Yeah, someone said something at some point in history and everybody's like, yep, sounds good. And I'm like, well, what about this? And they're like, don't challenge the authority, you dumbass. Don't bring up exceptions to the rule, or point out that it's entirely just conceptual. This is our reality, and you shouldn't, you shouldn't be allowed to like be exposed to normal society. That's what we deal with. It's just an idea. Oh, by the way, does your experience match what you were told? And they're like, oh, go to hell. I mean, it's ridiculous. So that's where we're at. That's where all we're asking people to do is just basically consider, does the experience match what you were told? And then make your own decision. That's all I'm really asking you to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And really scrutinize it. Like, I think the rhetoric for the ball is, I'm not going to say it's not convincing. I'm not going to say that there are certain things that they can connect and sort of make sense out of with their story. But the problem is if you actually really put it to the test, it's only concepts, all of it. The ball is a concept. It's not a measurement. It's just a calculation.
Should I watch flat earth videos on YouTube, or is that going to be like,
I don't know,
a long spiral rabbit hole type situation?
Let's put it this way: there's good ones and there's bad ones, and you're going to have be able to have the discernment to figure out which one is which. Welcome to the age of information, where you don't know what's up and what's down. This is bullshit. We like the age of information until there's so much we don't know what to figure out what is true, right? Like, this is ridiculous.
I would consider good to be like real articles from actual credited people that have been published multiple times.
But bro, why? So let me ask you a question. Why do you think that that's good? So several people agree about what they're saying, but they actually don't demonstrate what it is that they're saying. So everybody has a same opinion with no fact behind it. Why do you think that that's good?
I'm talking about for the people that have proven it.
Proven what?
Whatever it is that they're doing research on, they have to have like video proof of it, or like schematical proof or something like that, like
The proof is
something to
going
go
to
with their
be,
work.
yes, an experiment that has a valid hypothesis that they test. This is the empiricism. They test what they say that they do, and they get the result that they do in a cause and effect relationship, and they say, this is what always happens when we apply this to this and we get this result. That would be the scientific method. And if they prove that, I have absolutely no problem with it at all. The problem is when it comes to gravity and what else? Oh, yeah, everything to do with the celestials. I don't care if it's eclipses or whatever. There are no experiments. There is no data. There is no hypothesis. It is just pure speculation.
Yeah, like if somebody's gonna, if I'm gonna be reading an article on something they wrote, and it's gonna be like 12 plus paragraphs, no, actually, like 10 plus pages worth of stuff, you better have like some video, like a video of you demonstrating it or something to go with them 10 pages, because I ain't reading 10 pages of malarkey.
Well, yeah, ultimately, it's just whether or not anybody can reproduce the results that they got. Now, I can fully appreciate there are some experiments that require some very specific conditions that might be quite expensive, and so the average Joe Schmo is not going to be able to have that kind of setup, or that be able to control an environment to conduct an experiment. Fair, okay.
Yeah, like,
But apparently, this is something that you can do. Anyone can do if you have the budget and create a cause and an effect. And it is very specific to something that occurs in nature, and you can prove it. That's what is supposed to be able to be done. And people have sort of exchanged that idea with things like peer review. And because peer review isn't necessarily that. No one is necessarily going to fact check anybody's paper or an even hypothesis. Like it just doesn't work that way. And so it's more about editors and budgets and backing with it's more about finance. It's very corrupt peer review. People don't know this about it, but it's political. So
yeah.
Ultimately, every day, what can you prove that this is the cause of an effect? And then if you can't prove it, just go ahead and say, well, I actually can't prove this. I have an idea how it might work, but I'm not sure. And if everybody would do that, if they would kind of tell people, like, I don't know if anybody else is aware of this, but the idea of the gravity that you experience in your life, whatever someone tells you gravity is supposed to be, it is absolutely just speculation with no experimental proof whatsoever.
You know what?
That's it.
You know what I got a hunch about now that you're talking about like money and stuff like that, how money controls research and all that, and how only only the most only the people that pay the most get their get their research more noticed, and how like I kind of think I mean, they say the moon controls the weather. I think that's bull. I think the government control. I think the Fox weather radar app on the phone is just a bunch of bull, because I live in Louisiana, and we be having like damn near hurricane weather some days when it's not even supposed to rain.
I don't think the moon influences the weather. I think that's more of a tidal phenomena.
Huh. Yeah, them weather radars, do not trust them at all.
The radars you can trust. The predictions you can't trust. The radar just shows when there's moisture or density in the atmosphere. reflects
like
off of that.
yeah, when a radar tells me the wind is gonna be 5 miles per hour, I don't believe it. I'm prepared for
Radar
50.
doesn't tell you that. A weather vane will tell you the direction of a wind. The speed will be something else. Radar doesn't do that.
Oh, because on the Weather Channel and on the radar they got for their Weather Channel app says like 2 o'clock you're supposed to have like 20-mile-per-hour winds going southeast and all this.
That's what I'm talking about. The predictions about what's going to happen in the future, I wouldn't trust. But when they're measuring what happens, they're doing that with actual devices.
Oh yeah.
So I could tell you the wind direction now and its speed now, but I probably couldn't tell you in the future.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a hurricane hit Louisiana like a few years ago, Hurricane Ida. They go talk about it was a category 4 with 180-mile-per-hour winds. That's why that thing that they use to measure wind speed or whatever, all the way at the bottom of the state, that thing was hitting like 210-mile-per-hour winds. That Weather Channel got that thing so wrong. They were like 40-mile-per-hour off from what the actual center thing said. So y'all think I don't know how to go off of that. How do I say that? I don't know. I don't know where I'm at on that. Still kind of on the fence, kind of like centrist.
I'll tell you, dude, it's a very broad topic. Okay, I don't think anyone, especially yourself, can expect you to take it all in on in one sitting, right? But at the very least, one key takeaway would be along the lines of just ask questions, right? Someone tells you something. It goes for everything, right? News, teachers, what have you, right? Articles that you read, whatever. Like, okay, someone tells you something. So and so did this. So and so did that. Or such and such institution says this about some sort of scientific fact, what have you. You just got to use your discernment, and you can't know everything. Sometimes you do have to defer. But when in instances where you do defer, acknowledge that you're doing so, and acknowledge that, okay, I'm going to put a little bit of faith in these guys because I can't know the difference. Like, just be honest with yourself in terms of what you can and cannot know, and be rigorous in parts where you can. Just be willing to ask the questions and you go as far as you can to obtain as much knowledge about something before you go around saying that you know something.
Yeah, because the only thing I've ever seen about flat Earth before today, I had watched like a YouTube video where like this popular flat earther, it was like a flat Earth guy that I guess he does like his own content. He was like in a debate against some guy that believes the Earth is round, and there was like another guy that was like the middleman between them, like, oh, you get 5 minutes, you get 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They must have chose the wrong flat earther because that guy was getting bullied badly.
That's very common in these spheres, dude. Hang around for a little bit and you'll see what we go through on a daily basis. And they're like, oh, well, how do you know that? And more, more often than not, as far as I can tell, except for in these rooms, a lot of people just say, oh, well, it would make sense if X, Y, Z. Like, they rationalize their way through it, which can be helpful, but it's not always sufficient, because then other people can override or attempt to override that rationalization with another one. And until you really get something tangible to corroborate either rationalizations, Like you're just kind of you're spouting your opinion
Yeah.
at that stage, right? And a lot of these discussions kind of twirl around in that type of that kind of arena, and it can get very dizzying. It's not very palatable.
I'm looking
So
at
yeah,
my
no wonder a lot of people are confused on it. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking at my history right now. I'm trying to see if you ever heard of him.
Throw a name out. We probably have, man. There are, a good
Is this
handful of common guys,
is this the name of the flat earther, Dave Weiss?
Dave Weiss, yeah. Familiar
Yeah,
with that.
David Weiss. He has like he is kind of like an old dude with a beanie.
Yep.
That's him. That's him. That's the
Yep.
guy
Yep.
that got bullied because he kept repeating the same thing over and over again.
Which video did you watch? Was it one where it's like there were 4 guys in the top right, top left, bottom right, bottom left corner of the video,
It
and
was
they're all
a
kind of like, yeah,
it was that guy, the Dave Froman or whatever his name is. Like, bro, he was like
yeah,
going in on that dude. Like,
yeah. We're a lot of us in here are very familiar with that interview and the guy specifically because he does a lot of content on the matter, and he talks shit. He really does. He's a arrogant son of a bitch. Okay, some people have actually tried to talk to him and work through some of the differences, and his attitude, it's just like he can't talk to the person. He's demeaning, he's condescending. It's like, bro, like, do you hear yourself? It's
the
like,
only
take a
thing
look at
that
this. Let's talk about these details instead of calling me an idiot or being all snarky. You know what I mean? Like those type of people.
the thing that
He's like that. There's a lot of people like that out there, so it's very difficult to communicate this stuff.
the thing that got me with that David guy, Weiss or whatever, the moment the moment he had to rely on a PowerPoint, he lost immediately because he can't do it based out of his own mind. He had to follow the PowerPoint to do it.
Well, I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with that, dude. Really,
I mean,
because
I
like
get
think
it. His
about it.
memory is probably not the best because he's a little bit old,
Well,
but
there's that, but at the same time, dude, this is a very deep topic. Okay, now here's the thing to consider: if he put that PowerPoint together, which I do think he did, right? That's very different than say, oh, if he had like a boss and his boss is telling him to, say certain things or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
that's
that's
what
very
I
different.
assumed. I was assuming he just downloaded that PowerPoint from somewhere.
Well, there's an assumption that you may want to consider double checking, right? My understanding is the guy does everything by himself. The only thing that he didn't do by himself is his app. He hired a guy to do it, but he collaborates with them. Dave Weiss doesn't write software. Oh, I'll get this guy to write the software, but here's my idea. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The key thing though is to look at the material. So if he's got a PowerPoint and it's showing little video clips, or it's got a couple bullet points to kind of highlight key elements of what he's talking about, so he can elaborate more in depth while the key point is still maintained in the person's like immediate memory, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You just gotta scrutinize the material,
Yeah.
And so here's one thing to look at also: the fact that he was number one capable and number two willing to go to such extent to frame it and present it in the way that he did. Compare that to some other guy who's just gonna pull shit out of his ass on the fly. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's a very different degree of preparation and willingness to to get involved.
Yeah. But there is a
But
lot.
yeah, and now
There
and there's a lot of stuff to. Now check
there
this
is
out,
a
right? One,
lot of Professor Dave going in on this. Like, this dude's done so many
yeah,
debates against other
yeah.
bro, why is he putting such d like like his titles. He's like trying to dehumanize them. Like he ruins a flat earther. Like what? He's
Yeah,
like trying to
look at the
dehumanize them.
yeah, man. Like and take that into account, right? When you're analyzing this space, right? Look at the behavior. Try and get clue in on the behavior and the psychology of the individual players, right? And you'll notice a key pattern. Okay, like you come in here, you just talk to Says Who. You're speaking to myself. I think you heard a little bit of Jedi before. Do we sound like absolute like knuckle dragging cavemen retards?
Well, y'all definitely didn't sound like y'all definitely didn't sound like David Weiss and Professor Dave, because that's all they did was well, I
Well,
mean,
they're yelling and screaming. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's one thing. Like if you
that's
come
all
in,
they did was interrupt each other.
well, that's one thing. I mean, that's just a matter of etiquette. But in terms of intellect, right? We're speaking very cordially. We're speaking clearly, right? We're articulating, certain various degrees of depth of each point that we're talking about coherently, right? We're not stupid people. Now we can be wrong, right? That's a whole different subject. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I want to know. But but the point is, the way that things are portrayed out there is that we're holding humanity back because we're so stupid and we're not willing to help humanity move forward with all the science and newer understanding of stuff like that. Like they make us look like absolute retards.
Why, David Weiss?
I don't think David Weiss is a retard, dude. I don't
Oh,
know about
do you
that.
think he's setting a bad example? Because every time
I think
every time it was
well
the professor's turn to talk, he would try and debate everything the guy was basic.
yeah. I've
They were
seen
having
I've seen that video, right?
yeah,
And
like
I
the
think the
professor would
other
let.
Professor Dave, just so you know, he's not actually a professor.
Oh well,
Hope you know that.
he would let David Weiss talk, but then whenever it was his turn, David Weiss would keep interrupting him. Like I think
Yeah.
I think
I mean, that's
David's
not
setting a bad example for y'all. Like I feel
well.
like he
Yeah,
can.
that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you might be talking about a different video than I'm
I'm talking
familiar with,
about
but if you want to put it in the chat there, it's been a while that I've seen the one that I think you're talking about. And look, it was overall it was bad form, right? Now, if you look at other David Weiss material, like
this one.
the guy's in. Let me check. The guy's been
It's
invited on so many different interview. Oh yeah, this one, of course. Yeah, it's gross, dude. I know this one. It's an ugly discussion. I wouldn't even call it debate, right? But the point is, if you listen to the guy, and I'm not necessarily advocating for him. I think there's better content out there. But if you do scrutinize this guy, check out the ones where like people were inviting him and welcoming him with open arms into their um, setting or whatever, and check out the conversation that and see how it flows. Okay.
wasn't
Now, I'm not saying again. I'm not saying that all of what he says is accurate, but you can see the mannerism. Okay. So just to shine a little bit of contrast on, maybe what you think you've understood him to be because of one video, with what is actually out there.
if I remember correctly, in that video I just showed you, the one that you said was bad, wasn't I haven't it's been like a few months since I've seen it, but didn't Dave the Globe guy, wasn't he like saying stuff to the flat earther, like he was like saying stuff like oh this little pussy or whatever, like just saying random shit like that to try to get under his skin.
Yeah, like they use weird kind of like psychological tactics and rhetorical gimmicks and stuff all the time. And we deal with that type of stuff on a daily basis, dude. Like it's crazy. People who come in here, like there are some people that have been persistently coming into this room with alternative names or accounts, all sorts of stuff like that, just to like piss us off and stir the pot. Like some people are they're just weird, dude. They don't know how to communicate like adults. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that Dave, the Professor Dave is a real. He's really something else, dude. Okay. But let me share
Oh,
something with you, if I
all right.
may. If I may just point something out to you, I think this would be a great opportunity to share something that actually just came out from one of our own guys in here. If you ever get a chance to, dude, have a chat with a guy named DJ, I think you would you'd be doing yourself a favor. Now, not to just single him out, but he created something and released it, I think, 2 days ago. Jin, do you happen to have the video with the link on hand? If you're there, good sir. If not, I'll find it.
Okay, I'm gonna definitely watch that when I get up because it's 12 o'clock at midnight for me.
Yeah. It's 1 a.m. for me, dude. I get it, but I'm up a
Yeah,
lot.
I gotta be up at I gotta be up around 7 in the morning.
Oh shit, eh? Okay. Well, I mean, look, okay, on your own time, give this a shot, okay? If you watched the David Weiss interview without a problem, I think it was like an hour and a half, 2 hours long, of just rambling and bullshit. Okay, like that's not all that's out there, man. Okay, so in the chat, I just posted a video. I think it's just under 40 minutes long. Okay, one of our own guys in here threw this together. It's really well done. There's a lot of material, but he condenses each kind of topic matter or subtopic into palatable chunks or lengths that give you a good rounded overview of what's going on. There's a lot more to it, and as you'll see if you ever come back in here, hopefully on a good day, it can get pretty deep in various topics. But this can really serve as a good stepping stone for you
What is
into what we're
this?
talking about.
Mayan cosmology.
You see it in the chat at 1 minute, 2 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, that's yeah, that cosmology thing got me a little worried
No,
because God says not to worship the sun and the stars.
no. I think you might be looking at the wrong thing, dude. Where are you at?
Oh, I'm 59 seconds in. I'm looking at Mayan cosmology, the three-tiered
Oh, okay.
universe.
Right. No, check this out. Okay, so I mean, if you're not listening to it right now, okay, and you're listening to me instead, I wouldn't blame you for maybe getting a little bit confused. What he's talking about, he's just going back in history, describing that many ancient cultures, if not almost all of them, okay, had a worldview, okay, wherein the earth that they stood on was flat, horizontal, and they had some sort of a concept of a dome or a firmament above them, just like in the Bible. The Bible's in one of those portraits, right? He's not advocating a particular worldview or cosmology. He's just going back in history and describing that, hey, this notion that we live on a giant ball, it's very new in terms of like timeline of history. You know what I mean? And that was just one small point, dude. So anyway,
What
it's a
is
little bit late, so maybe save it for another day. But
what does this comment
feel free.
mean? It is cherry picking to introduce Pythagoras as the inventor of the globe.
No, I didn't check the comments out because they change
Oh,
they change all the time.
I read that
No,
wrong. I read that wrong.
yeah,
I thought he was talking about Pythagoras as like the god of Earth. I was like, what do you mean?
no, no.
What do you
Pythagoras was
mean?
like a legend, like a Greek legend. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Mathematician, arguably a cult leader. Like it gets really weird, the history.
So
But
he's
dude, like
trying.
check this out.
The commenter
Check
was
this out.
trying to say that he was the inventor of the schematic of the globe, like the drawing of the globe and everything.
No. How about this, dude? Let me put forth this idea for you. put the comments to the side. Reserve the comments for later. Okay? Because those are people with their own opinions and understandings and critiques and all that stuff that are warranted, right? But check it out. Check the video out on your own. Come to your own understanding, right? Dissect it as you will, and then maybe use that to corroborate your own understanding and see if there was anything you missed. Because the content is the content, right? The video itself and the explanations are what it's all about in that case, right? And you'll see what I mean, man. Contrasting that with the horseshit that is, flat, that is Professor Dave debates and debate styles. I think you'll see what I mean. But anyway, yeah, it's a lot, bro. So I get you. You're kind of like, oh, I want to, where are the people saying? Oh, is it true? Oh, what's going? Like, just chill out, dude. There have been people in these rooms going like well over a decade trying to figure this out. It's not going to happen overnight. You might have a light bulb that clicks overnight, but the process takes a long time, and everybody's different. So don't get too riled up in like the emotion and the craziness. Just think it through. Ask questions. Blah blah blah. The usual, right?
Yeah,
And
I
come to your
don't.
conclusions afterwards.
I was listening to what the video said. Like, I'm on the part where he's talking about. I'm on like 4 minutes where he was talking about the curvature, and I'm just thinking like, if he's trying to prove the Earth is flat, why is he showing a picture of the Earth's gravitational field and the other one of a person looking over the curvature? That's like confusing me a little. It's like really confusing, like what he
Maybe,
like he like
maybe,
he's
yeah.
like he's talking about the Earth being flat, but what I'm seeing is diagrams of the curved
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah. Hey, if you excuse me, hold on. I would say this, dude. When you watch it in full with little to no distraction. Right now, you and I are talking and all this stuff. Okay. Give that a chance, because what you might see is where he might be talking about one thing, he's contrasting that with what we're told actually is. So in the diagram that you might be looking at, where it looks like the curved ground or whatever, he might have prefixed it with, hey, this is what we're told according to their mathematics. This is what we would expect, yada yada yada. And then he shows that, and then goes on to talk about how that might not actually be true because, well, this is what we found and all that stuff. And it might get a little bit confusing, especially if we're talking at the same time, right? So I mean, you do you, man. But I would highly recommend give it a listen, and maybe come back, another time, next week or so, or whenever you have, the capacity to do so, and drop us a line, and to ask us anything that you might have any questions on. It's not hard. It might be a little bit, disturbing. It's like, oh, this is a big deal, and it is. But we're adults, and we gotta, take the bull by the horn sometimes, But do it at your own pace, bro. There's no rush.
Oh,
All right.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
I'll leave you there, dude. I gotta bounce myself a little bit. Or actually a lot. It's 1 a.m. I'm up early for work tomorrow, and I think you have to go too, right? So might be a good.
I'm gonna watch that
Cool.
tomorrow. Thanks.
Appreciate you, man. Nice chat, and yeah, good stuff.
You're
I'll see you guys probably tomorrow also. Peace.
Hello, Jin. Bro.
Sorry, I was on mute there, so I didn't realise. Yeah, I'm okay. How you doing? Can you hear me, my fellow flat earther? Oh well, never mind. We'll wait and see who comes in a minute.
Hello?
Hello.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah. Hello. What are you doing?
No, I
We're
asked
here
you
waiting for
first.
you.
What are you doing?
Oh, well, yeah, well, we're here waiting for you to ask your question, and since you've asked, I'll answer it. We're here answering questions related to the topic matter of the heliocentric model oblate spheroid that doesn't exist, and the actuality that we're living on a flat Earth with proof.
Whoa! I don't have any questions. You righteous fucking cunt. I don't have any questions. I really don't have any.
It's okay. Never mind. If you don't have any questions, but you did ask one. What are we doing here? You said that was the
Yeah, that was
question
it.
you
I
had.
didn't get an answer. Well,
You
I kind
did.
of did.
You
No, I
did.
did. Yeah.
I
No, I
told you,
did.
didn't I? That's what we're
Yeah,
here.
yeah. No, I
We're
did. I
here
did.
answering questions related to the topic matter about the oblate
Yes, sir.
spheroid and
Yes,
how
sir. You're
it
right.
doesn't exist. And when you go off to try and
No,
measure the
it
curvature of
doesn't
the Earth,
exist.
you end up finding flat Earth. Now, if you prove that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid, and you've actually measured that curvature, you could tell us the method that you used. That's all. You know, we'd be interested to do that. I mean, if you're so sure that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and how did you validate that? Go ahead.
No,
All right.
I don't really have any rebuttal, man.
Okay. Thank you.
I
So
think I think that on a flat Earth that you can't see the North Star from the southern hemisphere. I think that's what happens on a flat Earth.
well, we don't have spheres on a flat Earth. You might say northern hemisphere plane and the southern hemisphere plane. Yeah, according to those people who live in Australia and New Zealand, they are not able to see the North Star from where they are. But when they move towards the equator, they're moving towards it. It becomes visible to them. So they're out of range. That's all. That's the only reason why.
Because
The
the stars are like they move based on where you are, right?
Well, they move, yeah. They move in one direction, east to west. That's the way they move. Whether you're in the northern hemisphere plane or the southern hemisphere plane, they move east to west, one direction only in a circular motion. Right.
Why is that?
Well, that's the way the creator of the Earth has set those stars in motion. That's
Oh, you
why.
believe in a creator?
Well, it has to be. I mean, how did the Earth
Oh,
become to be the Earth it is?
then nobody can argue with you. That's fucking pointless.
No, we're not here to argue.
No,
We're here to
it's
actually.
completely you can't debate if
Well,
you believe in magic. There's a
well,
very
it's not.
simple
But it's no.
principle.
It's not a belief.
If
That's
you
not a
believe
belief.
in unexplainable principles that you just have a belief on, there's no arguing with you.
Unfortunately, it's not the way you
You
think it
shouldn't
is.
even have a rank in this community. That's fucking retarded.
Unfortunately, it is not the way it is. The fact is, there has to be a creator because how was the Earth created?
Not at all. Just
All
because you
right.
can't explain it doesn't mean there isn't an explanation. You don't
It's
have
not
to
that I
believe
can't
in magic to
explain it.
fill in gaps. You
It's
you don't
of
have to believe in the
evidence.
supernatural to fill in gaps in
It's
reality.
no, it's not. Well, you might call it supernatural.
That's
You
a
might call
limit
it
to
supernatural.
understanding. You're just
Well, you
limiting
might.
yourself to what you can understand. You don't want
Well,
to
we
dive
understand it very
further.
well that there has to be a creator because the
There's
Earth
not.
did not come from a big fucking bang. Okay, that's for sure. All
So
right. And
why do you believe in a supernatural power? Why?
well, because it's not a belief system at all. It's quite obvious because you can see it. You can see the design of the Earth itself and the design through
You can see magic
human
being performed
anatomy,
right in front of your eyes. You
human
can see that.
anatomy, animals, the Earth itself. You can see the intelligent design inherited therein. So it's quite obvious that we've been created as a creator.
So what you're saying, right? Over billions of years, you don't think evolution will become efficient over billions of years? That's
Evolution
what
does
you're saying?
not exist. Evolution does not exist because there's no scientific evidence proof of that. Nothing at all. So Charles Darwin's theory of evolution is a theory, and that's all it is. It's not actually the truth. No one can prove that. We
Do you
cannot
know what a
prove
scientific
evolution.
theory? Do you know the definition of a scientific theory?
I understand that it's the scientific method where you have a hypothesis. Well, first of all, you have the naturally observed phenomena, first and foremost, and
Do
then you
atoms
have your
exist?
hang on, you have your hypothesis, right?
Do atoms
And then
exist?
from that
No, hold
hypothesis,
on,
you
hold
try
on,
to
dude. It's a
you
very
try
simple
to.
question. Do
Oh,
atoms
Gladio, you're
exist?
missing. You're not letting me speak.
No.
So
Do
shut the
do
fuck
atoms
up.
do
I'm
do atoms exist? It's very simple.
I cannot say that because I've never actually seen
You
an
can
atom.
see atoms if you can see atoms if you use the proper equipment. It is very possible with the
I
human
haven't
eye.
seen atoms in my life.
You
All
can
I've
do it.
seen
You can do it. It's been recorded. It's
seen
been proven
material,
countless
yeah, but
times.
again,
Do atoms exist?
that's still
Yes or no?
it's a non sequitur,
Yes or no? Do
red herring
atoms
at the moment.
exist? It is very
It's
important
a
to the
non
conversation.
sequitur. It's a
Do
non
atoms
sequitur.
exist?
It's a non sequitur, unfortunately.
How can I have a debate with someone who can't admit that atoms do or do not
It's
exist?
not that at all. I'm being honest
How
here.
can I have
I'm
a
being
debate with
honest.
someone who doesn't
I'm
admit
being
the
honest. We're not actually having a
you're being
debate. We're
honest
having a
that you can't
discussion at the
answer if
moment.
atoms exist or not?
We're not
That's
having
being
a
honest?
debate. We're having a discussion at the moment, a discussion. And I'm being honest by saying to you, I haven't seen one. So I can't actually answer that at this point.
You don't have to see something to know that it exists.
In my position, I do actually. So that's that at the moment.
But in your
Okay?
position, you believe that, but you also can't see God
It's
create
not a
anything.
belief that it's what I know. I
You
don't do
haven't
beliefs.
seen God, but you believe in God. So
I
your
don't do
belief
belief.
system is
Yeah, no, God is
very
not a belief. God is
contradictory.
real because the earth that I
God
live
is
on
real,
is
but you
proof
haven't
of
seen
that
God.
in itself. It's
But you
proof of
haven't seen
God's work.
atoms. You haven't seen atoms, but you can't say that atoms exist because you haven't seen them. So how can you say that God exists if you haven't seen
Again,
him?
it's a non sequitur.
It's a very
We're
simple
talking about the earth,
contradiction. A non
and it's
sequitur.
not an oblate
That's a
spheroid,
contradiction.
which is the main thing that we're talking
That's a
about here.
contradiction in its
Things that we
entirety.
can prove empirically, and that would be that the earth itself isn't an oblate spheroid. That's the first thing. So, and it's not
You can
hurtling
say
through the
that
universe. We're not rotating or moving. That's the first thing that we
we're
can
not
prove that.
rotating or moving.
Secondly, the earth being made by a creator is a logical path to follow as it's self-evident in itself. Nothing
How
you
is it
can do here.
self-evident?
It's not a point of
No,
belief here.
don't skip over
It's
saying
self-evident.
don't skip over shit you're saying. How is that
It's no
self-evident?
one's skipping over any shit. It's self-evident. That's it.
Explain it. How? How the fuck is it
Self-evident.
self-evident? Explain it.
Go and have a look. Go and have a look. Look. Use your
It's your
eyes and
argument.
look.
It's your argument. Tell me how it works.
I'm not arguing.
Explain
I'm
to
not
me.
arguing with you. It's my
What
statement.
the
It's
fuck
my
are you
position.
saying?
That's it. I'm not
Okay,
arguing. Thank you.
you're just fucking retarded. You're saying shit.
No, not retarded at all. There's no retard. You're the one that's retarded if
I'm
anyone's
asking you to
retarded.
back up a simple statement you're making, and you can't. Well, then why are you saying
I
it?
am backing up. I am backing myself up all the way. And the thing is, if you want to know whether or not the earth is created and self-evident, you need to go and look for yourself. Go out into nature and do some studying, observations.
Let me repeat your argument to you. The grass is green because it's green. That's what you're saying right now. That's literally what you're saying.
The grass
And
is green because
ask me why it's green. Ask me
it's
why
been
it's
created.
green.
It's been created green.
Go look at
would
it
be the
yourself.
first
It's
thing.
green. Go look at it
It's
yourself.
been
It's green.
created green. That'd be the
Like,
first
what the
thing.
fuck are you
And then
saying right now?
it is prone to change in color. So let's get that out there.
What the fuck are you saying?
Just speaking the truth. That's all.
You just can't argue with fucking stupid people. I guess that's what it is.
No,
Jesus
it's not
Christ.
that at all. It's not that at all. There's no need to be abusive or anything like that because no one's insulting you as such. So your position of insulting someone doesn't prove your case and doesn't make a good discourse for those who are listening in the live stream. So unfortunately, you're making a mess of your position at this point. Okay, all the insults don't prove your case. And remember, we're talking about the shape of the earth. That's what we're here to be talking about. You haven't been able to prove that at all. You have no proof of globe. There we are. It's that simple. Okay, globe doesn't exist because we live on a flat earth. Measurable, repeatable, dependable. Fact. Statement of fact. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like he ran away. I didn't get to catch what you guys were talking about, but it sounded like it was fun.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, he was spiraling out of control, and because he didn't want to accept that God exists. in the sense that we have been created by a creator, and it wasn't a big bang, you know.
Mhm.
And he was calling me that's retarded, etc., etc. You believe in the supernatural, so it's not really a belief; it's self-evident. You can see it. You can see the design in everything that's there. The God's signature is everywhere. It's just obvious.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, I've had a guy scream at me that the Big Bang exists, and he has proof for it, and I asked him why and how, and he said, "Just go look outside and look up the sky." I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, and you were arguing with that Eric guy. Looks like he just got muted in the channel below. So it looks like he's bothering everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm.
No, it's just silly, really. At the end of the day, you know, what you see, the question that was asked after that was, what went bang? What was it that actually went bang? And they couldn't
Yeah.
answer it. Whoa.
That's a good one. I've never heard of that. Like what? Yeah, what went bang?
Yeah,
What did the Big
yeah.
Bang?
What went bang? And then my other response is the only big bang I can accept is the big bang between my mother and father that created me. All right, thanks. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Mhm.
There we go.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean they'd have to concede at some point, unless they want to say that it happened from nothing. But then again, that makes no sense. So.
Well, this is exactly what Lawrence Krauss was saying, that you can't have nothing from something from nothing. You know,
Yeah.
right? That's why he said a big bang happened. And you know what he said though? That made me really laugh. That we the scientists, we know what happened in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. Fuck. You know, I said, if you know that, you know everything. You know what I mean? They know what happened in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. Fuck.
That's
You
so
know?
silly. Yep, very
Yeah,
silly.
yeah. Ridiculous. See, Lawrence Krauss is a theoretical physicist, of course. Just full of the brown stuff, basically. That's all that was. Crap.
Yeah, I've heard the. I haven't looked into a lot of what he talked about or anything, but I know the name.
Yeah. We like to call those kind of characters pseudoscientists.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all those theoretical physicists and cosmologists and Neil deGrasse types and that, Tyson types and that, they're just pseudoscientists because all they bring forward really is pseudoscience dogma. Nothing is real, you see, at all. Can't put your hand on anything. Nothing can be proven. It's all theory. And you know what? You know, we're having this discussion, yeah? Earlier on today, here in Japan, that is, earlier on today, I had a student in the morning. She's a pet groomer, okay? So she owns her own pet grooming business, right? And she has done for like, 17 years now. And I recently introduced her to the troubles with the injection we shouldn't be getting. I won't say any more than that. Right now, I didn't want to introduce that topic matter to any of my students. I've been aware since 2008 about the dangers of all that stuff, but I didn't tell anybody in Japan. My family, of course, and that was it, because Japanese live their private lives. I didn't want to intrude. But when we went into when we got into 2019 and into 2020, and then things started to change, that's when I started to tell everybody, there's a danger here, please be careful, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that's when she started doing her own research. And she has now woken up to the fact that the earth is flat. Before that, now she looked into that. She looked into the 9/11s and everything else. And then today's lesson was, and it's written on the board, psychology and the psychological manipulation that happens to us at school and etc. etc. And we did a view on a video with Dawkins in the classroom, right? So that would be Darwinism, okay? Richard Dawkins and Darwinism in the classroom being taught in Britain, right? And I said, now what I want you to do, what you're going to observe here is the psychological manipulation of the students, because this guy, Richard Dawkins, states that Charles Darwin was correct, absolutely correct, yeah, right? And then I asked her, do you think that's correct? She says, no. She knew about Darwin and that already. She says, no evidence. That's right. But listen to this writer, biologist, researcher, who's invited to go to colleges like Oxford, Cambridge, universities in England, and teaching in high schools and secondary schools across England. And yeah, we sat there and we watched the video, and then she answered all the questions. She said, it's unbelievable that this is what's going on. But I experienced the same thing in my school. So they're lying to us all over the place, she said. Okay? We're being misinformed everywhere. Everywhere. And that's what I said to her. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Japanese student. She's in late 30s, early 40s. Yeah.
Awesome. It's always good to tell a good awakening story.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. You know, she because I told her about the flat Earth and everything else, and actually in the video, guess what this Richard Dawkins says? Because one of the students said that, well, if Darwinism or evolution is a theory, why do we have to write it down as a fact in our examination papers to get a good mark? Right? That was the question asked by a female student, right? And then he asks the classroom, well, what is a theory? Just to begin with. And one of the students said, well, it's like an idea, nothing's quite proven. I said, oh, is that right? Okay, so if I said to you that the globe is a theory, because back in the day everyone used to think the Earth was flat, right? But now it's a theory, okay? And now this is what we're going with. It looks like those with the loudest voice, right, proved their case. Is that agreeable? And then a student said, well, actually, sir, we know that the Earth is a globe because we can go to space, right, and we can see the Earth from space. But with evolution and Darwin, there's no scientific evidence of that, right? You know, that was how the lesson was going. Video, yeah, brilliant, really good. You know,
that's awesome.
Poo-pooing flat Earth with a theory, boy, I tell you, yeah. He's quite lucky that he wasn't addressing us, because he would have found himself in hot water very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Gets a little brutal over in this side.
Yeah. So, and then the students did ask him questions where he found it difficult to answer, and that, but he basically just rammed the idea of Darwinism, the evolution theory, down their throats, and then had the gore to ask the students to prove evidence to the contrary. And that is totally unfair to do that to those students who are learning the information. It's not their position to prove it wrong. It's for you to actually prove. They said they didn't see any evidence, you see? So you haven't done a good, convincing enough job. Yeah, I feel lucky I'm not in that classroom, man. You're lucky. Yeah. He called God a megalomaniac, cruel, harsh, and all the other superlatives against the Creator, right? And he's famous for that, for making that statement, okay? Because he doesn't accept God at all. This Richard Dawkins from England. Yeah, definitely not. Doesn't accept the creation at all. He's not. Yeah.
Right.
But he has the weakest position of them all, because he's making out that Charles Darwin was correct. No, we're not related to chimpanzees at all. No connection. Stupid asses. And this is how they end up making so-called medicines from green monkeys' kidneys, for example. I won't say any more than that, but you know what I mean. Goes on from there, Yeah. Always trying to connect us to the monkeys. No scientific evidence. and he didn't present any evidence to the secondary school students. No evidence, pure words only.
Yeah, they want to make it an intelligent thing to think that we are insignificant, basically.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And the language they use is to the affirmative of that all the way. So if you're a student, you are made to feel inadequate for having a position because they said they support their religion. One young man, he was a Muslim, Islam. He says in the Quran, it mentions childbirth and how the child the egg is fertilized, etc., etc. Right, that's in the Quran, but they never knew that until recent science. See, this is why he says, I believe the Quran, the holy book, because it mentions many things that only science is proving now. Okay? And then Dawkins replies, well, why don't you go straight to the modern science then, if that's the case, because it's proving everything else. Why would you return back to the old book? Wow. And he actually asked that question. Yeah, man. What I'll do? I'll post that video in the side chat for you, and you can look it up if you're interested in that, because it is a good one.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Remember that flat Earth was mentioned in passing, but it's worth it. The reason I'm using this material is because it makes for a good lesson and I've got it on the board: psychological manipulation and psychology. Shinri Sanso, that's Japanese. Shinri Sanso, that's psychological manipulation. Shinri Gaku, that's the study of psychology. Okay, so I put it up on the board, man, and the students here are eating it up. Okay, been doing this for the last this month, all this month so far. Been a hot one. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah. Because I'm an English teacher here in Japan, have been now for 26 years. And, the topic matter, it's been really good. It's been really, really going like great guns.
Awesome.
Yeah, cheers. I've even had them on Discord, by the way, as well. They've been on Discord live, talking amongst you guys, asking questions back and forth.
Yeah,
That's
on this
happened
channel?
a couple of times. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, on the politics and on the English Hub.
Mm-hmm.
So from time to time, I invite them to come in so that, when it's a quiet time period, I said, okay, let's introduce some of the Japanese students and then they can help improve the English,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and exchange knowledge that way. That's been very exciting as well, by the way.
This guy's name.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the moment. What's his name? Go ahead.
Atheist Oblate Spheroid Pilot.
Welcome. That name enough that gives you 100 points.
I think his mic is muted.
That is a pity, but then he or she they'll speak in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, this YouTube thing, when you look at your history, you watch the video, but yet it's not there. Isn't that annoying sometimes?
Yeah, I get
Right?
that too. Or like
I'm
you
looking at
save
my
one and you can't find it anymore. It's very annoying. I think that happened to you earlier. Yeah.
bloody nuisance. He said, I was watching it. This is rude. So don't worry, I've got it saved anyway, so I have to go into my library now. There's no escaping it. I do have it, so you might erase it from my blocking history. I've still got it. Bloody idiots. Playing that. As if I'm not going to be able to deliver it.
Just the
I've
worst
got
when you know what you want to look up and it's like, conspiracy related, flat earth stuff or whatever, and you type in exactly what it is and you can't find it still. It's all censored.
Yeah,
It
that does
bugs me.
happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I end up going onto other platforms and getting it that way, and then I'm poking my tongue out saying, see, I've still got it. Damn fools. because someone else uploaded it somewhere else. There it is. There's the short documentary. Really good one.
Nice.
Definitely recommend that.
I'll give
Just
it a
as
go.
whilst having a cup of tea and relaxing there and that, ticking over, you watch that and you just listen to the psychological manipulation going on. Students are quite sharp. They're asking the right questions, right? One kid asked, "Why do we have to find out about evolution and Darwinism? Why do we have to find that out? Why do we have to find that out?" Yeah, I think it was. What was the importance? What's the importance of evolution, and what does it play in our lives? What parts does it play in our lives? Would have been the question, and that question was eventually asked by another student in there. Yeah, what's the importance of this evolution? What part does it play in our lives? And he's talking about the origin. It's the origin of life, and the self-replicating cell. It began with that, you see.
I'm reading the comments on the video too. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a watch. The first
Yeah.
comment, if you ever ask me why I believe in evolution, the very last thing I would say is I was brought up to believe in it.
Yeah. And Richard Dawkins asked the students, why do they believe in Adam and Eve and everything else? And somebody said, well, I've been going to church since I was at school, and that's what we learned at church. And she said it with confidence, fully not accepting the evolution theory, But even that's hard to accept as well. What's actually pushed forward in religion as well with the Adam and Eve. But, at the end of the day, that's their choice. I don't say they're wrong, because that's their beliefs. And, if they're going to have that, it's up to you. I can't dissuade you from that. I'm not going to do that. That's up to you and your religion. That's private stuff. Good luck. But if we're talking about the earth now, and no, we're not a ball. And evolution, no, that's not right. You want to believe in Adam and Eve, and that's your religion, that's fine. I've got nothing to say there. I don't go there at all. I always respect people's religion, whatever it is. I don't get involved and embroiled in any arguments or anything. I just don't. When they want to go down that road, I just disengage, because there's no point.
Yeah.
I know what I know, and I'm not going to say that your religion is wrong, because that would be wrong for me to say that. How do I know whether or not what you're saying is 100% true? I can't prove that, so there's no point in arguing. Just be the best you can be in your religion. When you pass on, all will be revealed. God will be the one that you will meet, and there you are. Yeah, because I've come to that conclusion, because it is the gift of life. It is a flat earth. All this abundance of food that's on there, that was created by the Creator. Then you've got the oceans, the weathers, the leaves, the mountains, valleys, the stars, everything. And it's all there for us. There must be something to pay. Must be. It cannot be. It didn't come just like that. So all this will be revealed when we pass on. This is a test. That's what I feel it is, okay? So this existence currently is a test.
That's what I lean toward. Like like we need the experience, we need to learn. I mean, even if it's some sort of, maybe not vicious, but a punishment, because we didn't learn something. You know what I mean? Just I think at the end of the day, you can boil it down to like we're here to understand something or learn, or
Yeah, this is a test without a doubt.
Yeah.
To see how we are getting on God's flat earth. How are we getting on? Remember, everything was put out for free. So any idea of us paying for it is really against creation itself. Okay? So a system of paying money to live is completely wrong. That's not what God intended. That's not the creation of God. That's man's stupidity. So we're already in deficit already. We've imprisoned ourselves into a system of devaluation right there on the flat earth. Because by rights, our labor is to attend and ensure that the food supply that was put here by the Creator continues for generations yet to come. That's our labor. The fruits of our labor would be food we eat, you see. Okay? And then anything else that we make outside of that, cars, housing, things, clothing, that's secondary. That should all be free.
Right.
Yeah. But at the moment, it's all, we're killing. We're killing ourselves.
Yeah, and I think, where the deception comes into play too is that people might even know about that, but they abuse it instead of, trying to help and get through it. And that's kind of where we are now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're in trouble, period. Full stop. Yeah. Japan, today's news, the Japanese government has stated that they are going to be introducing an intelligence agency starting this summer. Right?
Oh,
That was
wow.
the first thing I said to my students this morning. Yeah. And I asked my students, what do you think that is? And they couldn't answer. I said, well, basically, it's because the Japanese people are waking up. That's what's happened. The government realizes now that the people of Japan are waking up to the things that are going wrong in the country. And the Japanese, if they ever get into the position of a revolution, it would be bad for them. They know this. So now they're going to bring in and you know what they said? The reason they want to do it is because of all the misinformation coming from social media, which is going to be threatening the security of the country. So they're going to bring in this new intelligence agency to oversee things and that. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, they
There you are.
did a whole scare on that, like fake news and stuff on the news over in America.
Mm-hmm.
That was on like multiple news channels, trying to spread
There you
awareness
are.
of, hey, all these people, conspiracy theorists, they're crazy. You guys got to listen to
Yeah.
us. Don't listen to them. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why. Because she said, I didn't hear this news, Jin. I said, yeah, I only heard it this morning, today, right now. Japanese news, NHK. That's what the government did. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, that's her name. She has stated that that's what they're going to do. They're going to bring it in this year. My question immediately was, what about the so-called dropping of the consumption tax to zero? You stated that at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of your prime ministership, because you've just become prime minister, right? What about that? Are you going to drop the price because gasoline prices have gone up? Yeah, I hear things going up, but by June or July, you're meant to be dropping the consumption tax to zero. What's happening there? That was the promise, you see, that she was going to do that for a couple of years, drop the consumption tax to zero. Currently at 8%. Okay, the consumption tax is at 8%. When you're factoring all the stupid war that's going on between poor Iran and Israel versus America altogether, prices have just gone up for everything. So but you're going to bring in a new agency. All right.
Yeah, that's what's killing me right now. The gas prices are so high. I mean, it's really just, it's horrible.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. It was unnecessary. Just because a war kicks off, it doesn't really affect the price of anything. They're just lying to us.
Yep.
Okay? Come on, get out of here with that crap.
Yeah, and they're mostly manufactured. They're done on purpose, mostly, right?
It says done by design. Of course it is.
Yeah.
They're lying every day. When you wake up, you're waking up to a world of lies. Right? The only thing that's not lying is you at this point. You know what I mean? And then people believe the lies. So they're misinforming you all over the place. My student said she's noticed that the young generation in Japan are hanging on to the chat GPT to the point where she feels they're being dumbed down. That's what she said.
Oh no, that's horrifying to hear.
Yeah, that's what she said. The
Well,
young generation.
it's so easy to let the bot do all your thinking for you, and then you can show your friends, see, look, ChatGPT knows. It's got to be smarter than you, man.
Oh, with their homework too, they can take a picture of their homework and ChatGPT will fill the whole thing out. You just
Yeah.
copy and paste it.
It's raising
Yeah.
up a whole generation of lazy-minded individuals.
That's exactly how she put it, as you said it. Lazy-minded individuals. Yeah, they can't think for themselves now. Stupid. Because yeah, she's worried about the future. I said, yeah, you should be.
Hey, if you give a man a situation where he doesn't feel the need to think, he'll never think again.
Yeah, it's very true. It's a dangerous recipe for disaster, and we're well on that track here in Japan. Well on that track.
And it's also like trading your freedom for security.
Yeah,
you can trust this, but it is what it is.
yeah, that's it. That's what we're living through right now. Yeah, yeah.
And unfortunately, that security is in a false hope.
It's a technological prison, is what it is.
Yeah. Well, they believe that some kind of AI god can rise up and figure all this out for us.
I know. Yeah. And that's another big topic matter that they're discussing at great length here in Japan, AI and the implementation of it. It's going to be everywhere. Yes, jobs are going to be lost without a doubt. So they've got to discuss all that.
Well,
And this is a
the
country where, if you're an unemployed individual, you don't get much of a safety net with money. It's very little. You get it, very short period, and then you're left on your own, abandoned. Okay? Abandoned. Can you imagine? They're bringing AI now. The revolution is coming. Japan could be the country that kicks off this revolution. Now, they might have it before America. You understand? I'm telling you, boy. Because if the Japanese are waking up and the government starts to tighten those screws and jobs start to roll and people begin to not have money in their pockets and can't live in Japan, yeah, the revolution can kick in. They're very quick.
Once folks realize that they've been replaced with robots, by that point it's too late.
That's it, yeah. They don't have a life. They can't contribute. Yeah, it's very dangerous. It's a bomb waiting to explode here in Japan. I'll tell you that now. The people are already making a lot of noise because of the sudden deaths happening here in Japan. Okay, already now. Even the doctors are screaming screaming at the government as to why they checked before they implemented these injections, because etc. People are dying suddenly. No explanation.
Welcome. BLS.
Yeah, welcome to the server. If you have any questions related to the topic matter, flat Earth, or the heliocentric ball Earth that you think you live on, please ask away your questions and we'll be here to answer them. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, you. Yes, sir.
Oh man, no,
Well,
I
if you
was
want
invited by Flatlander. Is he here now?
Oh yeah, he's here.
Oh yeah, what's up,
I,
man?
I,
No,
I
I
actually,
know this guy for a while.
yeah, I didn't even mean I saw your name pop up. I didn't even mean to hit the invite to this server particularly, but I wanted to add you. I got kicked off the one server, bro. I got banned off that server.
You got banned? I thought you left, man. The fuck?
No, I was upset because I had a lot of friends on there like you that I never got to invite or a friend
Wait.
request.
So, are you banned there?
Yeah, I don't want to take up the chat over here.
Well, no,
too much.
Why you got banned? Why did you get banned?
Yeah,
that's pretty weird because you have great self-control. You're not the type to spaz out or be,
Well, no, yeah,
reprobate.
I didn't do anything wrong. In fact, a lot of people are defending me. Yeah, yeah. So
That's
I'll tell
actually
the.
weird.
Yeah, no, I'll tell the
Continue.
story real quick. So is that what was the server called? Intellectual philosophy or something?
Intellectual, yeah.
Yeah. So I was in there and I would take part in a lot of different conversations, right? Obviously, I would talk about flat Earth when it was brought up to me, but I wasn't like going around trying to like promote flat Earth or talk about it. Like I was just joining into conversations where I could. And yeah, every now and again people would ask me, of course, and we'd get into flat Earth, but that was like probably 30% of my time there. Like majority was other conversations, but
Yeah.
we had this one night where we had a big conversation. Like we filled one channel with like 10, 12, 15 people, and I guess one of the people there, it was some girl named Agatha or something. Do you know who that is, VLS?
Oh yeah, I know this.
Yeah. So
Agatha.
yeah, so she was with us, and she seemed fine with the whole conversation. She was in there for like what 2 hours almost. And when the whole conversation was done, I guess she went to one of the owners of the server and complained, saying that like, oh, this guy, I don't want this to become a flat Earth server. I don't want him to bring his flat Earth friends. First of all, I don't even have friends on Discord, like besides like the people I met in that server, like you, VLS. So she was just making up a lot of lies, basically. And I came in the middle of because I was just like going through channels, and I just so happened to come into the channel while she was talking about me, and I was listening
You
in. I
remember
didn't.
the admin who banned you?
No, I don't know. I don't know who banned me, but I heard the Agatha girl. She was talking to someone else about me. I didn't even know they were talking about me. She was saying like, "Oh, you know, I don't like this in the server. Like, I'm gonna say something." And the guy was defending me. I barely even knew the guy, but like he's heard me talk in there, so he was like defending me. And I heard the word flat Earth, and I'm like, "Wait, are you guys talking about me?" And he's like, they got quiet, and the guy's like, "Can I tell him?" And she's like, "Sure, go ahead." And they basically broke the news that like they wanted me like banned or something. I'm like, what? Like this is
Well,
insane. And
okay, wait. There's two situations here. Either someone was so against you to the point where they paid the owner. There's that thing like if someone if somebody like hates someone or something, you go pay the owner, and it depends on how much activity you bring. So some people are like worth $1,000 to get banned, and some are worth like $50. But
Females
other
don't
than
have to
that,
pay.
if you didn't, yeah, it's like hitmans and shit. But
That's
um,
I'll bet you
so
what I would bet
oh,
she said it's either me or him. He
dude, I
gets
swear,
banned or
yeah.
I'm leaving.
No, I think she used her like female qualities to not like
Yeah.
anything like that crazy, but just like convince this guy like, hey, just ban him, because and I got banned in mid conversation, so she left to go talk to this guy like as soon as I joined the channel, and I'm talking to like 7 other people, and they're all like, dude, what is going on? Like this is so weird, because they know that I'm like a normal human, like like I don't rage, I don't go
did
all
you
crazy, like
break the TOS? Did you like stream gore, stream fucking porn or anything like
no,
that?
yeah, I did nothing wrong. Again, everyone
Yeah,
agreed, and it was just that one girl. She didn't want me around, I guess, and she got her way.
I'll talk to. Uh, I'll see one of the admins. I'll
All right, dude,
see what
it's
they.
no big deal. Like,
Nah, man. Like I still have you as a mod, but now it's just a number, your ID, shit. But yeah, I thought
yeah,
you left. Like you rage quitted the server. I was like, no, fuck that
no,
server.
No, he's
no,
right
dude.
though. If him and others petitioned them, they could bring you back.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll see you.
I mean, if you, I don't mind. Like, and like, part of me doesn't even want to even go back. Like, if it's gonna be like that, but I mean, hey, man, if you want to, like,
No, if
obviously,
you're
I'll stop
banned by
by.
like a fucking absurd admin like Ken or something, he just
Don't
like
go white.
bans you for no reason, then um that's bullshit. You shouldn't
Yeah,
be banned.
don't just don't go white knighting or anything.
No, I'm not. Don't worry about it. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was
Yeah,
very odd. The only thing I hated was that I didn't get the friend request you and like one other guy. Like,
me too, man. I was like pissed, to be honest. I was like, what the fuck? Shit.
yeah.
Yeah, let's not take over the conversation. Let's talk about flat Earth. Guys, I don't believe flat Earth is real. Convince me. No, I'm joking.
If somebody
Yeah,
makes a claim, what would be the null hypothesis to that claim? Somebody makes a claim that the Earth is round. What would the null hypothesis be?
Okay, so my hypothesis is that if we use
No.
Pythagorean theorem, and for example, let's say the satellites, and we measure the distance on a straight line of the satellite until we reach the point we started in, then that distance will prove to us that the Earth is round. but nobody did the math.
That- That's
But you
not what
can
I
do
mean.
it.
I mean the null hypothesis.
Then wait, the null or no?
Null. NULL.
Null.
From my
No.
perspective, it's just the null hypothesis to a claim that's not even based on science to begin with.
But it is to some extent. To be honest,
The
there is no
null
science.
hypothesis is that the Earth is flat. You're saying?
Saying it's the null hypothesis to a claim.
Wouldn't that
Yeah.
be the Earth is not a globe? That's the null hypothesis.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to him. That's all it is.
But not flat. Flat is not the null hypothesis. Not globe does not mean flat.
Yeah.
Using any large language model or search engine, whatever you want to, just ask it what the null hypothesis to the globe claim is. That's all.
Okay, I'll ask it. 2 seconds.
It's interesting.
ChatGPT.
No, wait.
What?
The null
I'll write it.
hypothesis.
What would be the
The null
null
hypothesis.
hypothesis to the claim the Earth is a globe? Okay, let's see what it says.
Okay.
The null
Null
hypothesis is usually the default position. There's no effect, difference, or relationship until the evidence suggests otherwise. The null hypothesis is the Earth is not a globe. Then the alternative hypothesis would be the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's like negation.
Yeah, negation. Yeah. So it says the Earth is
Yeah.
not a globe.
So I believe the Earth is not a globe.
You can post
also.
the answer if you don't.
But
But then Earth is Earth shaped anyway.
Earth
Because
is
it's
Earth.
like, yeah.
That is
But
very.
but now Earth is not
Yeah.
flat. Neither Earth is a globe. So now let's
saying that
establish that.
there's certainly nothing else to compare it to. It's shaped as it is. There's no duplicate of it. You couldn't say this is shaped exactly like that.
You can't say Earth is flat, but you don't have any proof it's flat.
Flat's
But
not a shape.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shape.
It's a property.
Yeah. But it
Well,
still needs to be
like
proven, shouldn't
even
it?
round or globe Earth is still flat in how we perceive Earth and experience it. So in that case, Earth is flat and Earth is a globe. So it has both properties. So why is everyone quiet now? What the fuck? Did I disconnect?
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, damn.
I'm in the background doing some stuff. That's
Yeah.
why.
You're good. I'm on my phone, so I can't hit the push to talk button while I'm doing other things. I'm not at my computer, so I'm not as quick to respond.
Oh well. Just wanted to mess with you guys. But yeah, I still don't believe the Earth is flat, neither globe. My model's way different.
Yeah, you're halfway there at least. You don't think it's a globe.
Nah,
So.
I will never believe it's just a big flat surface with no ending. It might be though. It's possible.
Nobody here would claim it to be infinite anyway.
Or not even finite. That's it. Finite. It's neither or.
Damn it! Now it's raining.
What did you think?
Well,
What do you think it is? It's not a globe. It's not flat. What was your idea behind that?
Damn. That would take a while. But I told you before, like, there is multiple layers to the Earth and there is like multiple worlds. You know, I think the Vikings world shape where there's like the world tree and where gods exist in a realm and they teleport around and shit. I think that's the most logical one that I might believe in more, to be honest. We're
You
on a
could
big
say
ship.
you could say I'm a non-believer.
No, I'm actually serious. It's the
I'm serious too. I don't like relying on belief alone. I prefer to know. And I also don't mind saying I don't know if I don't know.
no, no, I'm giving an approximate explanation to how it might be, but I don't believe in anything since I still don't know how it is actually. So it's
I
a
reserve
hypothesis.
I reserve belief for religion and relationships.
Belief is the enemy of knowing. Crow 777.
Yep. Since you can't know for certain what's actually going on in somebody's head or in their heart, you have to believe them when they tell you I love you.
Love is not real.
For the most part, it's not, because a lot of people confuse lust with love. So they'll have like this instinct that compels animals to breed, and they'll believe that that is love.
Good point.
And they're not the same.
I don't think love will just come out of nowhere or love at first sight or all that bullshit is just not true.
Love is a choice, and love is self-sacrificial.
Yep, yep. Well, guys, I need to go, but I'm glad to talk to you, Flatlander.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I'm happy that I found you, to be honest. I'll see what I can do.
I tried to
thing.
I tried to ask a couple people to tell you to friend request me, but I guess I never got to you.
Nobody told me. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I told I think Zarion. He doesn't come over there often to that channel, but that's one of the guys I asked.
I only talked to Darth. I told him like, "What the fuck? Why did Flatlander leave or something?" And then, yeah, and then I don't know how you got to me, to be honest. Oh, I know. Observer embedded reality. That's how. I bet that's. Yeah, there isn't a lot of people there. Yep. Danny. You know, Danny actually went to a psychiatrist hospital for a while. Like,
Yeah, I heard
what?
about that as well.
Man, he's better now. He got like new medication and shit, and became more less likely to go in the manic episode. Yeah.
You'd be surprised at how many people end up having some kind of manic episode because they actually had an infection. You take antibiotics, get rid of the infection, your mind clears up. But if you have bad enough infection, it can drive you crazy.
Interesting.
That's
I never heard that, but yeah, not
It
far
started
fetched
with
in my.
he had some kind of illness first.
Well, I know this from personal experience. I've went into renal failure, and it felt like I was waking up every 2 to 3 seconds. And I had to try and remember where it was. And it felt like that was the craziest I've ever felt. I couldn't comprehend the reality around me when I was in the hospital. And once they cleared up my blood, everything went back to normal. So I assume that happens to other people too on varying degrees. And if they would just take antibiotics, they'd likely be better. There's a lot of untreated stuff out there. I wasn't saying that as a commentary on the medical industry, just more about compassion on how we don't know what other folks are going through.
Yeah.
I agree with both, honestly.
Oh.
I sent both of you all friend requests, Flatlander, A guy.
I got
Huh?
you.
I sent y'all both a friend request.
Okay.
Figured I'd add.
Oh shit.
I've seen both of you around
Uh,
chilling.
I have so many. I have 43 pending friend requests.
Oh
I
dang.
haven't answered any of them. I guess that's her. I can add her. It's fine. Sent. That's who I sent to. Okay, that's only true. I don't remember his name. Now he's gone. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm still around, man.
I found. Maybe I should answer some of the pending friend requests.
Yeah, you probably got at least a couple good people in there.
Yes, probably.
Are you guys actually flat earthers? Okay.
Why do you feel okay?
Here's this trolling anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him why he feels the need to use a voice changer.
Yeah.
Thinking about heading across the street to one of these gas stations, and it started raining on me. And now I got to decide to get in the wheelchair and try and make a run through the rain, or pull that thing in the damn car and wait for it to quit raining. Cool, let's stop for a second. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
quiet night tonight.
Yeah, it's a lot of action this morning, afternoonish. But
Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
all
just
Americans?
I am.
yeah. Oh,
What's the
I
time in America now?
It's 3:30 a.m.
oh, that's
Night.
Okay.
why it's quiet as shit. I didn't even look at the time. My schedule's all out of whack. Yep, it's damn
Mhm.
3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I usually work in the afternoon, so second shift.
Now it makes sense. That's why it's pretty quiet here. Everybody's asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Except for us insomniacs.
All the Globers are in their cribs.
Gee, what's up, FE Batman?
Good afternoon.
Hope all is well, man.
We're still alive. That's the main thing.
Yep. Keep on keeping on.
Make it hard for the establishment. That's what I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. You're right on time. We were just talking about how quiet it was in here, and right about now is when the Australians start clocking in.
I'm normally on all the time, but I had a funeral to go to today.
Fair enough.
Did he say, how do you pronounce FE Batman?
I reckon I'll idle in here and see if anybody else joins in.
Hey. What's up?
Just come in for a look, see what's happening. Not much is happening.
No, pretty quiet tonight, or this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are.
Yeah, it's almost dinner time here. Getting hungry.
Mm-hmm. I'll fix that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the shop soon. Spent the last couple of hours trying to sort out my phone. It started glitching out on me last night. The screen was going spastic, and I just had to get an old phone, so I had to update all my old apps, and yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's a little tedious, huh?
Yeah, so I just got on. I ordered another phone, so get that next week, and I'll do it all over again. It's about time I upgraded my Note 10. It's getting old.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, don't want to bore you with any of that.
Nothing else is going on.
Yeah, I know. Thought I'd say something. I don't normally say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I talking to?
Flatlander.
Oh, Flatlander. Yeah, I was talking to you last night.
Yeah.
Or yesterday. Yeah. So there's no Glovers in here.
Who? Oh, no
No
Glover. Yeah.
Glovers here at the moment.
No.
They're hiding. They're scared.
Yep. That's what I said. They're all
Or they're
sleeping.
fine.
They're in their cribs.
Or maybe, just maybe, they're out there looking for the curve, trying to find it. I don't know.
That'd be nice. Actually doing some work.
Can only hope. Instead of cope.
Mm-hmm. That's how you become a flat earther, though. You actually start going out and looking for answers, and you find none. At least for the globe.
Yeah. Yeah, we all thought there was out there at some point, but we never really thought of it not being a globe. So it's been an interesting journey.
Mm-hmm.
I remember rolling my eyes and shaking my head when I first saw Flat Earth pop up on Facebook.
Oh, I wouldn't even give it
I nearly,
a second look. Like I hated it. It was the dumbest thing I ever heard.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just caught my eye for a second. I stopped scrolling for a second. I'm like, what? Flat Earth clues? The internet's getting dumb today. I should log off soon. And I saw it later on, and then I saw it come up again. I'm like, the same video. But what caught my eye was there was this comment, and it said, "Don't." What did it say? It said, "Don't criticize something you know nothing about." And I'm like, you know what? I don't know anything about flat Earth, or at that time I didn't, and I wouldn't know how it worked. But that was logic to me. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't criticize something I knew nothing about, because that wouldn't be very honest of me. You would have to know something about it to be able to criticize it. So I started watching it. I think that was Flat Earth Clues number 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Much started.
interesting. And then I went, yeah, then I saw number 1 and 2, then 3 again. And then next thing I knew, 4 came out. I'm like, wow, this is cool. And it just got me down this weird path. And yeah, here I am.
Uh-huh. You gave it a lot. Came at it with a lot more open mind than I did. I literally shunned it immediately. Took me probably like 6 months to even get close to even taking a peek at it, and even then it was out of spite. Like it was like, fuck these fucking flat earthers. I'm gonna go and shove this proof in their face as soon as I hear someone talk about it. I was fed up with hearing
Yeah,
about it. Like I heard about it once and I'm like, whatever, that's stupid. Heard about it again, I'm like, okay, I'm slightly annoyed. And then the third time I was like, I'm done with this shit. Like I'm gonna disprove these retards. And then that forced me to have to actually hear out like their points, right? Because I wanted to hear what they were saying so I could just prove it wrong right away. And I think the first thing I heard was like all pictures of space of Earth are fake, and I'm like, okay, well that's clearly not true. And I started looking into that, and I found out that it might have been a little bit more true than I thought, and that spiraled me to
Yeah.
where I am. Yep.
Yeah, well, before I found this, I realized there were other things that I'd heard about that I had a wrong understanding on, and I didn't. There were things that I was questioning, and I looked into it. I'm like, you know what, that's interesting because I didn't know that, and I was honest with myself that I didn't know a lot of stuff, and until I looked into it, you grow up thinking you know things, but when you really look into things, you're like, you know what, I didn't know that, and it's not true, or it is true. And so I came from that position where until I look into something, like give it a really good look rather than just a half-assed look at it, I won't know either way. So I just started looking into stuff myself. I didn't have a platform like this to talk to people.
Right.
I just went and found stuff myself. I dug up videos, and I was just really trying to understand it. And also at the same time, I wanted to disprove it in a way, but I couldn't. There's just too much, too many contradictions on the globe side, and
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't work.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of funny and annoying listening to all these silly arguments about it. I don't know. I never like the edge, for example. That's annoying. Like for me, the edge is the edge of the human capability. You can't go down past the seafloor. You can't go high up in the air. I mean, some people claim to. You can't go through like ice. Like you can't travel through Antarctica. People die down there,
Yeah,
and
and get
you can't
arrested.
survive certain. Yeah, that too. I mean, you can't survive certain conditions. I mean, back in like 200 years ago, when Captain
Yeah.
Cook and those explorers, there were no laws where you couldn't explore, but some of them didn't make it home because they got to the edge of their human capability of survival. And yeah, I never thought you could like step off something and fall into the abyss or anything. It's just so silly.
Yeah.
But the fact that survival, how could you go and explore something like that when you can't take everything with you? You can't trek on ice and snow and maybe forever. Yeah, you can't get too far. It's just, yeah, that's.
Yep.
And space never really made much sense. Like we're on some spinning ball in a huge void of nothing with massive distances in between those lights. I just wonder what the point of all that was. If they were actual land or rocks or whatever, I really don't know. But it's interesting to think about. But we have Earth. We can't. I don't think we can really go anywhere. We wouldn't be able to survive. It's another edge of human capability. You can't live in the vacuum.
Right.
If that's what it is up there, I don't know. Never been there. Probably never
Yep.
will.
Probably not. Probably not anybody ever.
Does a
Yeah, I
globe
do.
Earth scare you guys?
What's that?
Does a globe Earth scare you?
The globe Earth scare me?
Yeah.
Are you afraid of the boogeyman?
No, what do you mean?
This is a simple question. It's not a
Well,
trick
ghosts.
question.
Are you scared of ghosts? You ever seen a ghost? I reckon I've experienced something a bit weird that I couldn't explain.
Yeah.
I
It's
reckon
like an
yeah,
argument from
it's like,
incredulity. I don't know how it works,
yeah,
therefore it doesn't exist.
no, I don't know if I said that. Are you like putting words in my mouth, or so? What brings you in here today? Have you come in
I'm
here
gonna
for a discussion,
ask my
or
question.
did you come in here to learn, or to argue, or what would you prefer to
Question.
do? To question.
Just
Is that
to
questioning
have
to learn
knowledge.
something?
Sure.
Do you want to question something so you can learn, or question to
Yeah.
argue?
If
Do you want an
it ends up with
understanding of
both, I
something?
don't mind. I just want to know how people
'Cause
behave and why
normally,
they think what they think.
yeah, people think of things for different reasons. But yeah, I don't necessarily want to discuss what I necessarily think with someone I don't really know, but it all depends on what subject it is referring to.
Well, we're in a flat Earth channel, aren't we?
All right,
You don't
well,
want to talk about flat Earth
did
stuff?
you ask a question and a specific question?
Uh,
I might be able to answer it.
sure. I don't know. You
Depending
guys
on what
don't
you
like
ask.
the whole model thing, so I won't ask about that.
Yeah, no, we don't really have a model because we don't know the whole thing. You know, we don't
Like, do
need a
you think
model.
you
Like,
need like
bro, hey,
100% knowledge of something to have a model of it?
I got a
see,
question. Where did
I've got
you
a
did you think of that yourself? Like, I'm not trying to be, you know, I'm
no.
just
Look,
curious.
I drive a car. I drive a car. I don't need a little model toy car of my car to know how to drive my car. You know, I just drive my car. In reality, I don't play around with a little toy pretending that I'm in a car. You get it? So
We're
it's
not
kind
talking
of
about
like
like
that.
model toys, where like models are just representations of how things work.
Yeah,
Well,
the globe doesn't have a
I
model
don't live
either,
my
though.
life. I
Why
don't live
would
my
we have a
life around
model?
models. You know,
I want to see
like
a
if I
globe
go
model.
outside,
Like if everyone's model is inconsistent, it's not similar or the same. Like everyone's believing in some different things. Like how are we supposed to know?
how would you model reality? How could you do that?
Representation, measurements,
But that's
epistemology.
in reality. You go out and measure something. You don't model yourself measuring something.
Do you think our senses are unreliable?
No, no. I mean,
I think
I
they're
can walk
somewhat
across a busy
reliable. I
road
wouldn't say they're
and not get hit
perfect,
by a
but
car. I can drive a car and not crash. I've actually avoided some crashes because I had really good reaction skills, and I was able to avoid having a crash when someone cut me off. I didn't question there was a car about to hit me. You know, oh, is that a car? Or is that a dog? Or is that just my imagination? No, I just got out the way and then I
mine's a
avoided
little
the
bit
accident.
different.
Yeah.
Having experience.
So have you got any other questions we could really talk about?
Well,
Because that's not
it's
really
just
going anywhere.
mostly about your model. But if you guys don't have like a consistent model, I don't want to ask them
Why do you ask about the model out of
Yeah.
curiosity?
because it's like a
What do you what,
way you
sorry?
can understand something. I don't know.
Huh.
Well,
Did you like
I
hear
don't really
someone?
think about
I
I
actually
don't
just
think
want to
about
ask this
models.
guy, like,
Like if I
where did?
ask a bunch of people to draw like a pyramid shape, a 3D shape of a pyramid, right? Everyone would be reliably giving me the same shape of a pyramid, similar dimensions, maybe scaled up or down. But
Can you answer
they
my
all know what a
question?
pyramid is.
You want me to give you your whole? You want to answer my question?
What were you asking?
I'm curious of where you came up with that, like, you want a model, right? Like, where did you come up with that, or do you just hear other people say that? You know
This
what I
is
mean?
epistemology. We use models.
No, I'm asking, is that your original thought, or did you just hear other people say flat earthers don't have a model? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not.
Well,
I'm
that's
just
just
actually, I'm
something
curious.
I've like for myself I've explored.
Okay, so you came up with that yourself. Like, you didn't hear anyone say that first.
Okay. Have you? Let me ask the question.
Like
Have
That's
you
all I
physically
want to
proven the?
know.
deductively.
Hold on a second. Yeah. Have you proven the model that exists? You know, the oblate spheroid. Have you proven that to actually
No,
exist in the
I'm
reality that we live
specifically
on?
talking about like
In the
anybody's
reality that we live in.
model.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you
You're
when you were talking.
pivoting.
I didn't interrupt you when you were talking, so let me just finish. Have you proven the model that you have actually exists in the reality that we live in? That would be the oblate spheroid. Have you proven that? No, you haven't, right?
This
And
is
we don't
burden
claim to have a
shifting,
model.
obviously.
We don't claim to have a model because it's not a requirement. If you want to know whether or not the Earth is a globe, go and measure the curvature. And what will
I don't
happen?
care what
You will
word
find
you
a flat
use
Earth.
instead of model. I just want I want like a
It's not a
universal
requirement.
experience.
It is not a requirement to know whether or not the Earth is
Wait,
a globe
an
or if
objective
it's flat.
universal experience isn't enough?
It's still not a requirement. My statement stands. It's not a
Like if
requirement to
everyone
have a model.
subjectively has a different
Excuse
version of
me.
it,
It
the
is
flat
not a
Earth, it's not
requirement.
reliable.
It is not a requirement to have a model to know whether or not the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. It's not a requirement. A model is not necessary
Define a
at all.
model.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad he asked me that question. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know models, don't you? The ladies and gentlemen who are walking on the catwalk, for example, structuring their stuff, showing you fashion. That's one type of model. Then there's models of toys we have that are objects that exist in our lives: cars, ships, aeroplanes, hot air balloons, models. Okay. Then you have computer models, ladies and gentlemen, numbers that make predictions for the past to the future. They may not come true, but it's a model. You see? Right? And then they're, like I said, formulas. Okay? So there are models all over the place. The point is this: the globe that you've been given as a model doesn't actually exist in our reality. It is not a representation of where we live. It's a
Yeah,
fake
that's why
model.
I'm trying to understand the model of the flat Earth.
We don't have a model. We don't have a model. It's never been our position to provide one. We don't have to replace one model with the next. What we do is try to
We don't have to use the
confirm.
word
Hang on a
model.
minute.
I
You
could just
interrupted me
ask
again.
what you guys
You
all believe,
interrupted
and
me
if you
again.
have
I will
anything
carry
that's
on.
intersecting, then
You have to validate the model that
I'm
we're
just gonna
given, and
mute
that's
you.
how we
I'll
became the
talk to
flat
someone
Earth.
else.
If you
Anybody
mute
else?
me, you'll be in trouble. If you mute me, you will be in trouble because you can't do that. That's how audio chaos ensues. And you interrupted me. That was the problem. Okay. So let me finish off with this. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not need a model to prove whether or not the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. You just go out and measure with the numbers you've been given, and you will find the flat Earth. Thank you. So, and you haven't done that yourself. Go and measure the Earth to know if it's a globe with your model that you have that is not real. Thanks.
Is
Very
anybody
well
else
done.
gonna speak? I have this guy muted.
No.
You're being unreasonable, dude.
Well,
Am I?
yeah. First of all, yeah, he
I
just
came
kind
in
of
here
schooled.
calm and
No, you came
asking
here like
questions.
acting half asleep, right? You kind of have this.
Are you
You,
projecting?
no, you just have a I don't give a shit attitude. You think we're gonna
No,
troll
I'm
flat
just trying to
earthers and ask
learn.
for a model, and you again, you're constantly over talking us. Listen, I
That's cool,
understand.
man.
Well, I understand what you're doing, right? Jen just
I
schooled
just give
you.
what I receive.
Okay, so I'm not gonna engage with you. I don't think anyone here wants to engage with you, so feel free to stick around.
I'm sorry that I can't fulfill your like echo chamber needs.
Well, you're here, aren't you? So you're a flat earther.
Oh no.
You're part of our echo chamber, being a flat earther. Is that how it works? Yeah. Your whole world is an echo chamber.
I love projecting.
Do they talk about flat Earth on the news? Do they bring in people for interviews and talk about it on a current affairs show? No, they don't. So the whole world is globally afflicted. They just believe in globes.
Globally?
So enjoy your globe cult.
Wait, globally?
Enjoy it.
Globally afflicted?
Yeah, that's what you want to call it. You can call it that.
There's so many flat earthers on this whole entire globe.
Okay.
Do you guys believe the sun is below or above the clouds? That's like a model question, by the way.
Sounded like a straw man question.
No, it's just a simple yes or no. Is it above or below the clouds? It's a two answer question.
It's above my head. How high it is,
Is it
I
above the
don't think
clouds?
anyone would know.
You
No
don't
one
know
would
if it's
know
above the
how high it
clouds.
is. Oh, it probably would be above the clouds, but I'm not going to
Okay.
say where
Is
it
it
is
always above
because
the clouds?
you don't know where it is. Why would you ask me about where the
If it
sun is? Come on, dude. You've lived in the
refracted,
same
I
world as
know you
me.
know the answer. You're just being pedantic. Is it above or
No,
below the clouds, and is it always above the clouds?
look up and have a look.
I just want to know how, like, if something's above the clouds, right, on a flat Earth model, how the hell do you get sunlight on below the clouds but not above during a sunset?
Well, keep wondering.
Because if you thought
Because I'm
the
not
sun was
claiming
above the
to know what
clouds,
the sun
a
is or what
majority
it
of the
does or where
light
it is.
Yeah,
would hit the top
yeah,
and none would hit the
yeah.
It's
bottom.
just something that we say, dude.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the clouds do not prove the shape of the earth. So look into the clouds, the sun, the moon. That's not how you're
So
going to
is the
determine
sun
the
below
shape
the
of the earth.
clouds?
So it's a non sequitur and a red
Is
herring.
the
It's got
sun
nothing to do
below
with
the
the shape of the earth.
clouds during a
It's got nothing to do with
sunset?
the shape of the earth. Nothing to do with the shape of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. The position of the
On a
sun and the
flat Earth,
clouds
this
has
would
nothing
not
to do with
work.
the shape of the earth. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth,
On a
which is what we're
flat
talking about here.
plane, this would
The
not
shape
work.
of the earth.
You could
So
never
there you are.
get, the only way you could get light underneath clouds on a flat Earth is if the sun was below the clouds.
Again, it's not proving shape of earth, ladies and gentlemen. So phenomena that happen between the sun and the clouds
moo,
are
moo,
well, no, we're
moo,
not. It's not
moo.
nah.
Interrupting cow moo,
We're simply
interrupting cow
stating
moo,
that light
interrupting
thrown on
cow
clouds doesn't prove
moo,
shape of earth, ladies and gentlemen, from the sun.
interrupting cow moo.
Okay, so I'm
He's
sorry, your
purposely
attempt to bamboozle us with non
Where's your guys'
sequiturs, red
mods?
herrings are not good. Okay, that's a waste of time at the moment. You are not proving your shape ball that you haven't measured at all. So unfortunately,
So
you're
why is the
a
sun not below
non-starter at
the
the moment.
clouds?
You're a non-starter. That's a non sequitur.
Jin, you know
Like
this
a broken
answer.
record.
It's
Why
a
is the
non sequitur.
sun not below the clouds?
It's not a non. It's a non
Below the
sequitur.
clouds, below the clouds.
It's a non
Yeah,
sequitur.
yeah, it is because it
So
has nothing
how
to do
does the
with it.
light
It's
hit
not
the
related
bottom
to the
of the
shape of the
clouds
earth.
during a sunset
It's
if
not
the sun is
related to
above
the
the
shape of the earth,
clouds?
ladies and gentlemen.
We're not
There
talking
are.
about the shape of the clouds. We're talking
Well,
about the
that's what we're
clouds
talking
and the
about. The shape
sun
of
and
the
the
earth.
angle.
The shape of the earth is what we're talking about.
I never
And you
mentioned
are
the
you're
shape.
not. Well, we are. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
So
I
your
know
question
you're
has nothing. It's not
delusional.
related. Stay
You
on
guys all
topic.
have to believe this flat
Stay
Earth
on topic.
bullshit
We
because
don't do believe.
your
We
religious
don't do believe.
trauma and like
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not
indoctrination
believing
has
in
like
anything here.
corrupted your minds. You
We're
guys have
actually
to like
proving to
believe
you.
Genesis is literal. You all probably believe the Earth is
That'd be
6,000
from
years
the
old.
biblical
That's like
perspective, which is an
sad.
okay position to hold. Biblical perspective is okay.
Jesus.
It's not my position. I'm not a
Is
Christian,
he
so
gone?
that's
Oh,
fine.
he's gone.
He's
Thank God.
gone.
He was
Okay,
just
he's gone.
trolling.
There you
Good.
go. Yeah, of
He
course he was.
didn't.
Of
Yeah.
course he was. Yeah. So that's why he left in the end, because he knew that he wasn't making any inroads here with the non sequiturs. Yeah, and he hadn't proven his globe for himself with the model that doesn't exist. Or sorry,
Hey,
should I
fair
say?
enough. If we were,
Yeah,
if this is
yeah.
24/7 clouds, server,
Yeah.
fair enough. But this is not that. It's
It's
flat Earth,
definitely not.
Earth, ground.
It's definitely not that. Yeah, he ran out of steam. Of course he did. He didn't have a case.
He was really starting to get to me with his fucking I don't give a fuck voice. Like, yeah, the
Yeah, and
clouds.
that was his voice. Actually, that was
No,
his voice. That don't give a
no, I
fuck voice.
know. No, I know.
Yeah,
It was starting to annoy me. It got to me.
yeah, yeah. I just rolled with it. I rolled with it,
Mm.
and then he ran out. Of course, that's it. That's what you do with these youngsters. Just roll with them, and then they give up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, clearly a red herring, non sequitur, not going anywhere with that one.
I just don't know how you can fix someone like that. They're just broken. They're just chanting like crazy psychos.
Yeah.
Well, he
No,
didn't
Stuck in a
care. Like
delusion.
he had his mind made up, and he just came in here to like try to troll and get a
yeah.
rise out of someone. Yeah, that's all he was doing.
He will fix himself when he's ready, because the truth is staring him in the face every day of the week, and constant reminder that he hasn't even measured his ball out in reality. So he'll fix it himself. That's all you got to do. You just got to leave them to their own devices, and they'll get there in the end. You see?
We can hope.
Excuse the slight background noise there. Sorry. I actually don't mind it quiet after hearing that.
Yeah.
That's why when I read that comment, don't criticize something you know nothing about. It's why it made me, you're right. You know, why would I? If you're so ignorant about something, you're probably better off remain silent would be the better option than to make a fool of yourself.
Hello, Mr. Jin. Are you here? No.
Who? Oh, Jen?
Jin.
Yes, I'm
Jen's
here.
here.
Sorry, yes, I was in the toilet cleaning the toilet out, but yes, I'm here. I've finished now anyway. But go ahead. What can I do for you?
Yeah. I got a question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Look, I am not a globe believer, but I just want to check why there is a shadow of
Hmm.
the moon surface in eclipse.
Oh, okay, yeah. That comes up. Everybody asks that question. Okay. The answer is this: one, when you're looking up at an eclipse, you're not looking at the Earth, so you're not going to know the shape of the Earth from looking up. The number one standard of to measure the surface of the Earth, that is the most accurate, the gold standard. You don't look up because eclipses do not prove the shape of anything. Okay. You understand?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I thought you
Yeah,
will
yeah,
add
yeah.
something.
The eclipse is not confirmation of any shape because the number one standard is to measure the surface you're standing on. That's going to be the most accurate. When you look up, you're looking at something that you don't know what it is. You don't know the distance. So there's a lot of inaccuracies going on. And we don't want inaccuracies when we're trying to determine the truth. Yeah?
But why the globe's believers use that as an evidence of the globe?
What? Yeah, they do, but then I respond in the same way. They use it because they're desperate to try and prove the Earth a globe because they can't prove it on Earth. They can't prove it on the surface of the earth, so they have to us and the sun and the moon and the clouds to try and prove the earth that way, but that's not proof at all. The number one standard is to measure the surface of the earth on the earth, because that's where the numbers they gave us supposedly came from. Yeah, on the earth we're living on. That's why they do that. Okay, because they're desperate to prove the globe, and they cannot prove it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
So I can't say I can't. I'm not a scientist. I can't definitively prove the globe one way or another.
Okay.
But it feels pretty intuitive for me.
Yeah, an intuitive feeling isn't proof or evidence of anything.
But also,
unless you confirm.
why is it that every model that's been presented, every flat Earth model has been rejected in this Discord?
Actually, no flat Earth model has been presented, so I don't know where that is. Whatever model you've seen. Hold on a second. I'm still talking, please. Now, whatever model you have seen have come from the opposition, Flat Earth Society, the media. Okay, that's where it's come from. It's not from the flat earthers, because as we've been saying, we've never presented a model because it's not a requirement at this point. It's not a requirement. We disproved the model they gave us. That would be the oblate spheroid. In trying to confirm that, in trying to confirm and validate the globe, we found the flat Earth. Okay, we found the truth. There you go. We falsified it.
Okay, it's one thing to disprove a positive claim, but you can't just sneak in a positive claim in that.
Well,
flat Earth would be a positive claim,
yes,
as would a globe would be a positive claim.
Right, and we tried to prove the globe only to find out the flat Earth, because we're looking for the curvature. If the Earth isn't curving, and we're not measuring any curvature, either concave or convex, what is the surface? It's level, isn't it? There it is. That's the truth. It reveals itself. Look for the curvature, you will find the flat Earth. It's that simple. We don't sweat it, man. The truth is the truth. No matter how you want to slice it, it's the truth.
Okay, so why is there no flat Earth model presented at all?
It is not a requirement at this point, as I've said, at this juncture where we are.
Okay, so
let me finish. A flat Earth model is not a requirement.
Let me finish. Why is it okay? Why is it okay? Why are you basing your entire ideal on disproving the globe theory?
That's the claim on the table.
You can't present a theory of your own. Okay, if you just want
it's
to,
not a theory.
if your
it's not a
only
theory.
goal is to discount
you're confused.
the globe,
it's a category error. You're using a category error. You're asking about a theory. The flat Earth is not a theory. It's an acknowledgement of a measurement and an axiomatic state of the world. Horizontal level is used practically, right, in the realist level. A theory, when you're talking about science, will be something after experimentation. This is not experiments. This is measurements of the surface of the Earth, and a description.
So how do you go from we don't know to
a description and a descriptor
real quick,
of the surface of the Earth?
Hold on,
real quick,
end this
in the
real
middle of
quick
my
with
sentence. All right, go ahead.
Well, because we're going in circles, because you're going to keep demanding.
No, bro, I just started talking.
All right,
Damn.
go ahead. Go in circles with them. Go ahead.
Yeah, James's been around a long time. Don't be talking like that.
Go ahead, bro, nobody's talking in circles.
I'm not saying
nobody's
that
talking
you
in
are,
circles. I just started talking just now. No, I'm not going in circles.
I'm talking about Daydreamer. That's not. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Daydreamer. He's going to keep saying, "Well, where's the model? Where's the model?" That's.
No. This is about. Do you guys know what a positive versus negative claim is?
We're 100% aware of this. Yes, of course we are.
Yeah, positive claim. The Earth is flat.
Are you able?
The evidence to back it. It's measured.
So where is your positive claim that would justify a flat Earth belief?
And
The
have you ever
positive
heard?
claim: the Earth is measured flat.
Okay,
Yeah, but-
It's
show
a
me.
back said claim. You go and measure it to confirm this. Toddle on.
Even without that, falsification is independent to replacement, right? So just because I prove something wrong doesn't mean I need to replace it with something else. Does that make sense to you, Daydreamer?
So you're just doing the negative.
No, did what I just say make sense to you?
You're simply doing
No,
the
I'm
negative
asking.
to the
I'm
positive
asking a yes or
claim
no
that
question
would
to
be
you.
globe Earth.
No,
Then
I'm
no,
asking a yes
I'm
or
not.
no.
I'm
No,
not.
Daydreamer, stop for a second. Do you understand that when a particular event gets falsified, it is not our then job to give you another alternative? All we have to do
Well, no.
is show that. Hold up. All we have to do is show
Are you
that
just
said
gonna
claim.
shout over me,
Thank
or
you, but you weren't talking. You were listening. All we
are
have
you
to
just
do
gonna
is
shout
show.
over me?
Okay,
like, 'cause
I'm just
you
gonna put
don't
you on
understand?
fucking mute. It's you that doesn't understand. We're trying to help you. When an event gets falsified. Now, I'm not saying you or whatever, an event, a claim gets falsified. It is now not my job to replace your falsified problem with another one. That is your problem. So, if you understand that, please reply to Flatlander.
That was not my inquiry at all.
No, but it's a yes or no
And you have
question. All I
failed
need
to
is
listen
It's a yes or no.
anything.
Do you
No.
understand that? Yes or no?
Okay, you're trying to just push me into.
Yeah, that's great. I just want you
Because
to
you don't want-
understand.
because
Yeah,
you
you're not
do not-
listening. You're trying. Oh, listen,
No,
all
you
you want to
haven't
do.
listened at all.
No, I'll tell you what. We're just going to go mute again. You need to comprehend some basic stuff. We don't care who has the positive and or negative claim. That's not of interest. A claim is a claim is a claim. If the claim gets falsified, there is no necessity to replace it with some other shit.
Yeah.
So he's one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jamesy, I
Enough
didn't mean to
said.
step on your toes. I just seen where he was going with that, and I wanted to get to this point because I knew that he was gonna just ignore it, and all he was gonna do is keep repeating the model thing. Like that's all he had. So I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Oh, he's
there.
back. Here we go. So let's see if he understands that we don't have to replace something after it's been falsified. A yes or no will suffice. Do you understand this?
All right, so I'm going to ask this one more
Yes
time.
or no?
Okay, I'm going to assume.
Obviously, you don't understand how this goes. Oh, you can run away. He'll be back.
It's funny when people just ignore a very basic question.
The interesting part is when the claim gets falsified, you asked him that question, and all of a sudden he just jumped to something non-related.
Oh yeah, 'cause I mean, again, I knew that's all he had. His big argument that he was going to bring to the table was this: where's
Here
your
we
model?
go. Look, what's
Where's
this
your
shit?
model?
Check it out. You guys literally cannot handle any questioning outside of your dialogue trees. Laugh my ass off. Coming from the person who can't answer yes or no to a basic question.
Yeah, it's very ironic because the only thing he did have was the model. That's it.
Why is it you think, Flatlander, that it's a requirement of us to have a model?
I mean, because they have to try to like trap us into something, you know. Like it's a nonsense demand, and if you fall for the trap, you'll give a nonsense answer, and then they want a point. Basically, it's a point game, right? It's not based in logic.
But
or
they
reality.
think they have a model. They don't have a model.
No, they do not. I mean, the three-body problem, right? And you throw that into a simulation, and it all falls apart.
Well, when you ask them what their model is, we've had them point to globes sitting on desks. We've had them point to Google Maps. So, where on Google Maps does it tell us about seasons? I thought models were supposed to explain everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and even then,
You know,
like,
so-
do we have a one-to-one globe map like with no distortion? And, I don't even think we have that, do we? No.
No.
I mean,
Let's wind him up.
they can't even figure out what shape they're like, what kind of globe it is. Like, I hear globers all the time. Oh, it's a oblate spheroid. Oh, it's a sphere. Oh, it's this. It's a pear shape. Like they have like 3 different ones they all bark at. It's funny.
Hmm. Like, why the hell would I need a model? Okay, let's make a model. What do I have to do to make a model? I need to go and measure reality. That's gonna suck.
Yeah. And again, like the logical consistency with it, like, oh, I just disproved something. Well, it's gonna be that until you find something else. Like that's just so insane, you know? Like, hey, I think it's snowing outside. I look outside. Oh, it's not snowing. Well, what is it? Oh, I forget. I didn't look. Okay, well, it's snowing until you find out what it is. Like, I don't know. It's a kind of a dumb example, but it's just silly. And sometimes it's easy to tell when people come in here with actual questions and like they even if they think they know they're right about the globe, like they actually come in here to have a good back and forth, a good conversation, even debate if it gets heated, whatever. But some people really come in with like this one thing that they got, like, all right, I'm gonna get these flat Earth guys. They don't have a model. I'm gonna keep asking them about the model until they give up. That was his plan. Like he had it all fucking planned out in his head. Actually, the last guy who came in, I forget his name, but he was doing basically the same thing.
Yeah, the clown's asking for models. Show us the edge. Yeah, it's pretty normal.
Right.
What is it? Falsification is independent of replacement?
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah, look at this. Look at this in the side chat. I was in the process of asking a basic question, then got muted. The reason you got muted, you simpleton, is because you failed to answer the question that was asked of you. Twice.
And his
What's
simple
this?
question was
So
the
then, so
model.
ask yourself, or delete mute my comments, then cope.
It's funny because we were answering him. We kept saying we don't have a model. We don't need a model. Jen was actually really laying it down like very nicely for him, but he was, he wasn't listening. He was just hearing the words and waiting for his turn to talk so he could say, well, where's the model then? Even though it was nicely
So
explained
check
to
this
him.
out. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't know if I've spelled it properly or not. Agree or disagree? And his answer, since that is the only way you can handle any questioning, this guy is he's just broken.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you what pisses him off when you just do this shit. Make that one go away. Oh yeah, they rage when you do that. There's a couple of them that had absolute freaking meltdowns.
I'm sure you have quite the fan club by now.
He's also acting like we didn't like hear. Like his question was, where's your model? And he asked it like 5 different times. That's all he was saying, and we kept answering. It's not like we didn't answer him.
Yeah, he was hearing just so that he could react. He wasn't listening in order to understand.
Yep. That's the big
I
problem when
don't
people
think
already
he-
have it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Oh yeah, so basically people have it already worked out in the head. Like they know it's a globe in their head. They're like, it's a globe no matter what. These flat earthers are crazy. So they're not here to even listen. Like even if they heard something that sounded interesting, they just shrug it off and then wait till they can say their lines. That's all it is.
Pretty much. They've already made up their minds about who and what you are, and there's nothing you can do to tell them otherwise.
Yep. That's why I like to ask sometimes, like, where did you get this like question from? Like, why do you want to know about the model? And it's usually because they've heard it from someone else, right? They've heard a debunking video, and the debunkers told them, ask a flat earther about their model, and it all falls apart. And they're like, "Ooh, that's a good one. Let me go do that." It's silly.
They're under the impression that reality requires a cartoon.
Yeah, I mean that too. It is quite silly.
Look at
I don't
this
have
poor
a
clown coping. My
still
God.
not answering.
That's amazing, isn't it? That just
Mhm.
shows how much hurt these kids are in. They get. I'll tell you something now. As much as other people hate it, and I know people hate it, so I'm not blind to it. When they get asked a very basic, close-ended question, and you get told what their nana's favourite underwear is, which way she likes washing the dishes, what type of car they drive, what school they went to, what qualifications they've got, they answer every freaking question not asked.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask them again. And normally after about the fifth time, some AI or someone will get the shits with it and rail me. But yeah, I love it when they just have meltdowns and they don't answer super basic questions.
Yeah, it derails them because they can answer no and then have it explained to them, and they're just denying reality and just being ignorant at that point, right? So
Well,
they have nowhere to go, or that they answer
we
yes and then they have nowhere else to go from there.
well, that's not it. A lot of them will waffle on, and then they'll claim that they were going to put the yes or no at the tail end. Whereas
True.
what they should say is yes, no, no, because of blah, 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 and have a 5-minute monologue. As long as I get the yes or no first, I'm happy. I don't care what their reasonings for yes or no. Go and measure it. Check it out for yourself. That's cool. But when you're asked a super clean, basic question, and you've got to have a, so what's this? Oh, let's keep doing this so you can keep coping, kid. I'm good. You
Especially
you
when
wait till
the
they type.
the
Wait till they
question's
type
also
hush in and watch what happens.
yeah, the question's also relevant, right? It's not like we're asking like, we're in the middle of a conversation then we lead to something else. Like it tracks conversational wise. Screenshotted your bullshit. Oh no. Look out, he screenshotted your bullshit.
Screenshot your bullshit, by the way.
It's not like this is all recorded live on YouTube or anything.
That is.
Yeah, exactly.
The sad part is he's not in here to hear what has been said about his stupidity. So he thinks he's all cool and that, sitting in the side chat. Look at me. Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Should remind him that this is recorded. He thinks to screenshot something, give him the whole video.
Yeah, you're a power abusing kid. Okay, you're the one that sounded like you were 12. Anyways, we'll leave that alone. And he's still coping. This is the best bit. I love it. Oh, I wonder what silly shit. Homelander vibe. Ooh.
What's up, Roots?
Hey, Roots. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, AG Matrix? Top of the
Oh,
mornings to you.
Top of the morning to you. To be sure, to be sure.
To be sure.
Oh, Platter's probably listening in, and he'll come in later on and just go, no. Actually, I haven't
How
seen
are you,
Platter for a
fellas?
couple of days. Yeah, pretty good,
I
mate.
haven't seen
We're
him
just
for ages, man.
just enjoying this daydreamer in side chat having a meltdown.
Who do you think you're talking to, Roots? Nice to hear your voice again. Welcome.
Yay, Irish gin. What's up, fella?
Irish gin. I thought it was Irish whiskey.
Nice.
Well,
I like that.
nice touch. Actually, I do like an Irish coffee now and again. Just can't get the
that was
cream. I just can't get the cream off of that spoon correctly.
Irish coffee. What is that?
Oh, it's specially made coffee. I think there's some liqueur in there, and then they use cream, liquid cream, and they pour that over the spoon upside down, and it goes in a spiral, rolls in, and there's your
Okay.
Irish coffee. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Jen, I'm going to help you out. What you do, don't flip your spoon upside down. Just keep it the normal way. Lower it into the liquid so it's just sitting level with the rim so the liquid doesn't flow into the spoon. Slowly pour the cream onto the spoon so it'll take the impact and it'll flood the top of the cup for you, and then just wash the spoon out nice and gently and you'll get it to float.
Yeah, but the original way is to have that spoon upside down and pour it on, because that's what they
if
do.
you're going to do it upside down, what you do,
Yeah.
put the spoon upside down and put it to the edge of the cup. So
Yeah.
you tip it onto the edge so it hits the edge and floods left and right, so it doesn't mix in.
Yep.
I used to make a lot of cocktails and shit where you layer drinks and cream and all sorts of random shit. So yeah, you can do it both ways, but I found if you lower the spoon into the liquid so it's the edges level with it, pour it in, and then just slide the spoon out, you'll get it to layer. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, you're clearly the expert there, because the way you've described it, it sort of implies you've spent a lot of time practicing and doing that and investigating. So yeah, I only know the one way, you see, so that's it. And that was back in like the 70s. That's where I picked that up from. So yeah, well done. Yeah. Next time, if I ever do that, I will try your method.
So from the 70s, you'd be into Harvey Wallbangers. So
Harvey Wallbangers, you got it. Yeah.
So vodka and orange, Galliano floated on top.
Yeah, vodka and orange tastes like marmalade.
Very good.
And the occasional Bloody Mary. With that lovely Worcester sauce.
Worcestershire sauce. Mate,
Yeah,
try and say that when you've
Worcester.
had a mouthful.
Well, you end up biting your tongue and your cheek.
Oh, it looks like
I think the Lord of the Rings messed it up for the Americans because the Americans keep hearing the word Shire, so now they try to say Worcestershire.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
Worcestershire.
Yeah, Worcestershire, which is like absolutely no, that's not right. No, go on. You just murdered what you're trying to say there. It's Worcester sauce. Worcester sauce. That's it. Yeah. No, the Shire is not necessary. It's just Worcester sauce.
It's got it written in there.
Yeah, well, usually we just say Worcester sauce. Really, is the one, isn't it?
I'll tell you what I do like is the memes of all the things that are really hard to say, and there'll be word 1, word 2, word 3, Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Good shit, that Worcestershire sauce, sir.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good.
And
Yeah.
cheese on toast, mate. A little bit of that. Put it back in the oven after you've put it on. Fabulous.
Typical kids move there. Typical kids move, that one. Hey.
What are you on about? That's the pro move, mate. What do you mean, kids move?
Okay, that's the pro move, yeah. But I was doing that when I was a kid, you see. That's why I said that, sorry. Because I didn't really realise it was a pro thing. And the other one I like is the HP Daddy's sauce. You know the one, Daddy's sauce? That's the best one.
HP, the original.
Yeah, that's the one I like, Daddy's sauce.
Yeah, that's pretty tidy.
Yeah, nice and spicy a little bit there. Perfect. That is wicked. They've got one here in Japan, right? It's called Bulldog sauce, okay? And it's the Japanese version of the HP Daddy's sauce, actually, yeah. Not as spicy, but it's still spicy enough to give you a delight, okay? Yeah. It's called Bulldog sauce. It's got the British Bulldog with the Union Jack on it. And believe that, in Japan, Bulldog sauce, okay? Copying the Worcester sauce. and the HP daddy sauce. Yeah, love that.
Tell you what I've got into recently from recommended by my American friends, ranch sauce. You know about ranch?
Not
Ranch dressing.
ranch sauce. What's
Yeah.
that? Is that like barbecue sauce kind of thing? Is it?
No, it's white.
No, it's more like a salad dressing, but it's not. I don't know. You can put it on salads, but you can have it with anything. But it's really nice.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good.
When you
Because
go to
I'm
Subway,
imagining barbecues. You see. Go ahead.
when you go to Subway, one of the rolls or wraps you could get chicken, bacon, and ranch wraps or rolls. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So, pro tip for young players: what they do is they get these little tubs of chicken. They put strips of bacon on them, stick them in the little ovens, toast them up. Before they do that, get them to chuck mozzarella cheese on it, then stick them in and toast them up. I know some people probably don't eat bacon due to religious reasons. Fair enough. So they're not going to be jumping to it. But if you don't, I reckon they're mint. So, anyways,
Yeah.
and yes, it does have the ranch dressing on it, Roots. And that stuff's awesome.
They might replace the bacon with streaky goat meat, perhaps. You know, that could be a new angle there. For those people who are not eating.
Probably just turf the bacon.
Yeah, take the bacon off and put the goat meat in its place. See how that goes down. Yeah, I'm always willing to try. That's me. Yeah, I've had to explain to some of the restaurants here in Japan when they serve salads and you ask for a Caesar salad, it's coming with bacon, but it's not written on the menu. You see, so they have to take it back and remove all the bacon and bring it back. So I said to them, you have to be careful because there are people, Muslims who live here, and then people who are vegetarians and vegans. So you've got to be careful. If you're going to do a Caesar salad, it doesn't usually come with bacon. Okay, they don't charge you for that bacon. They call it like a free service. I said, yeah, you should still put it on the menu to save this problem where people are getting bacon when they don't want it. Okay, because they do that a lot here in Japan. You know, put bacon everywhere, and it's not even charged. They don't charge you with it. It's all inclusive. It's kind of like a service, they say. So yeah, but I don't eat it. That would be the only food problem that I've ever had in the 27 years. So, you know, that was it. And that started when I first arrived in Japan in 1999.
What's your favorite Japanese dish?
Oh, it's very difficult, but I will go for my favorite one is obviously sashimi. So that'd be raw fish with noodles, soy sauce. Traditional one because that's very, very strong. It's still dominating that flavor. So I go for the noodle soy sauce with horseradish, herb de Provence, which I buy here in Japan myself, or Italian mixed herbs, and that's what I have with a little drop of balsamic vinegar. That's my favorite. The whole family's favorite, in fact.
So hold on, what's the difference between that and sushi?
Okay, you have rice. So you've got the raw fish, okay, which is vinegared rice packed up. Then you've got the horseradish on top, and then they place the raw fish on top of that. Now, I don't like that combination. I think the rice gets in the way. You know, I want to enjoy the flavor of that fleshy meat with the horseradish, of course, and then the balsamic vinegar and noodle and all the herbs that I put on. That's what I prefer. I don't like the rice combination with that.
Sushi's where they wrap up the whatever ingredients in the rice and seaweed rolls, and
Correct.
sashimi
That's
is the
known as
thinly
norimaki.
sliced. Yeah, the sashimi is the thinly sliced tuna or salmon And
It's
they
salmon and
dip it in.
tuna.
Oh, both is it? All right, and
Yeah.
they dip it in. I think it's soy sauce, and yeah, the soy sauce, because of its acidity, it actually burns the meat because it's that thinly cooked, and it basically cooks it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
you
I
dip
find
it
that
in,
overpowering.
basically dip it in, stick it in your gob. Tastes awesome. I've had it before. It's really nice.
Yeah, yeah. With the sushi, you've got nori maki. Maki means roll. Nori, seaweed roll. And then in with the nori maki, you'll have the rice, some cucumber, some egg, or you might have tuna. You might have a salmon nori maki, or fermented soya beans as well. Okay, that's nori maki, which is still part of the sushi sect, but it's still nori maki is a separate one on its own as well. Really nice, yeah. But I like, obviously, sashimi. That's my favorite. Yeah. All the dishes are nice, but yeah, sashimi tops the list. Have you ever had it, Roots?
No, I'm not really into fish, to be honest. I've only just
Oh,
started eating it, really.
okay. Yeah. My brother didn't like it, didn't like raw fish at all. Stayed away from all raw Japanese food. So when he used to come and visit me here, I would always cook for him.
Yeah, I wasn't into raw food, but then after speaking to Blob and a few other people, I've decided that it's not going to kill me. It might even be healthy.
Well, yeah, that was my attitude when I first visited a Japanese restaurant in the West End. It's called Yoi Sushi. Yoi means good or great. So great sushi, good sushi, right? Sponsored by Honda, Sony, and ANA, all Nippon Airlines. Okay, they sponsored this restaurant. It had robot staff. Okay, it was a rotating sushi restaurant. Okay, and when I went there for the first time, I learned a lot about how the reason why the Japanese remain very slim. You see, but my attitude was, if the Japanese can eat it and they don't die, I can certainly eat it and not die. Do you know what I mean? And then when I went back to work the following weekend, I said that my fiance, she'd paid for the meal 62 quid back in 1997, right? A meal for two, 62 quid with alcohol, okay? A lot of money back then. And everybody's jaws dropped. What, she actually paid? I goes, yeah, she paid for it. She paid for it. I insisted that I was going to pay, but then she shouted, I thought, okay. And everybody was looking. I said to everybody, she wants to pay. Okay, what can I do? And they laughed. And then the second time I went there,
You've got it
I
trained well,
confiscated.
mate.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Well
second
done.
time I went there, I confiscated her purse and I paid for sure. Yeah. Because we went there again. Yeah. The beauty of that situation was because my wife was Japanese, of course, she was my fiance at the time. She's Japanese. She was able to help everybody who didn't know what to do because everybody didn't know what to do. Everyone was there for the first time. So you don't know the etiquettes and what to place and how to use the things on that. And she was just helping everybody. And I said to them, "You're lucky I came in." Yeah. So she was good. And she could speak English, so she was using the English language and helping them out. And I was very impressed. Yeah. I'd only known her about a month at that time. Met her in the
That's
September.
what. Oh, that's why she was willing to pay. It's all making sense now. My missus
Yeah.
was like that when we first got together. That soon
Yeah.
stopped.
Yeah.
Ain't
The
that
money seemed to
ain't
dry
that the
up.
truth? Yeah. We'll go for food and my missus will get to the table and she'll be like, "Oh, I forgot my purse." And I'll be like, "Oh,
Yeah.
it's convenient."
Yeah. But she paid for the whole meal, yeah? £62.
Nice.
1997 in the West End. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got some mates that used to they'd take a girl on a date, pay for the first date, but then on the second date they'd expect the woman to offer, and if she doesn't offer on the second date, she's a red flag.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Which I think's a bit harsh. I think it's a bit harsh, but it's a good sort of indicator of
Yeah.
how generous they are, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I do the same thing, but I'm not as harsh. I just keep going until when they decide to pay for something. and then I'll see how far they go with it.
Yeah.
And then I might make a comment that I noticed you're not paying recently, so maybe you can cover this one. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
And
well,
see
what you
what
should do
reaction I get.
is pull one of their moves and be like, "Oh, I forgot my wallet." See
Yeah,
what they
I
do.
did that. I did that. Yeah, I actually did that. Yeah, I forgot my wallet. Shit, I've left it in the dresser. Hang on. You haven't got 20 quid on you, have you? Thanks.
20 quid. Nowadays, you need about 80 quid for a meal out, right?
Yeah, that was back in the day, wasn't it? Eh? Quid,
Yeah, you're showing your age, mate. 20 quid. Can't even get a McDonald's
and,
with 20 quid.
and that's with drinks as well, and she's pissed.
Jesus.
Yeah,
The
man.
good old days, eh?
Yeah. And I would always go to the restaurants that know me well, in that because I'm a very rare black biker. Okay, then I'm enjoying the
Yeah.
Greeks, I'm enjoying the Turkish food, I'm enjoying the Indians, the Chinese. So I'm gaining respect just because I ride a motorbike, and the etiquette in the restaurant is second to none. Because I'm the guy that when I finish my meal, right, or whatever, I'd always pile the dishes up to my left so that they can just walk back and pick it up. Do you know what I mean? So they don't have to lean all over the table. So with that came a little bit of respect. They liked me, Yeah. So I'd always go there, and from time to time I get discounts, especially in the Greek restaurants. Always got a discount. Always let me off, Always put the price down for me. I mean, I used to go to Kingston from London, Kingston in Surrey, to have a Greek food with my Greek friend, whose uncle owned the restaurant. So because we're all on bikes, yeah, we'd fly down to Kingston for a Greeks. Let's go, man. Down the A3. Yeah, through Surbiton. Yeah. And it was always delicious. Yeah. Yeah, my wife's playing the Japanese music. I love you, I love you, why don't you love me, blah, blah, blah music. And that's what that was just now.
Corvo, can you turn your camera off, please? You can be in here, but just camera's off, mate.
Yeah, the main
Thank
reason
you.
for the camera off is because it messes with the bandwidth, and then the signal starts to become intermittent and it makes a little bit of a
It actually limits
upset.
the room, Jen.
Oh, right. Well, there you go then.
Yeah, it limits the room. It locks the rooms down. So if we leave the
Ah.
cameras off, we can get like 100 people in here. Camera goes on and it caps at like 20 or 25 or something like that.
Right, yeah. Because I have been into service where everyone's got their camera on and the signal's just absolute crap, and everyone's talking, and who's talking to who, you don't know. It's just mad. I leave immediately. Been there. Although when it's like 3s and 4s, yeah, I put my camera on then. There are times when I do that. But when it's packed, no way. Forget it. Yeah, Sarut, we had a guy come in earlier on, and he was talking about the reflection of the sun under the clouds, and his question was, is the sun above the cloud or below the clouds? Above the clouds, below the clouds? And I said it's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. So the phenomena we see regarding the clouds and the sun, bearing on the shape of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a non sequitur, red herring. That was one character that we had a little while ago. I'm sure you've seen that image where the sun is either in the clouds and there's a shadow being casted underneath, even though the sun is above, sort of thing.
Have you seen the video of that, Jin, where they switch it over to infrared?
No, I haven't. I had not. No. Do you have it?
What channel was it? I think it was on Terry Iker. What is it? Something
Right.
Truth. Flat Out Truth.
Oh, right. Okay.
So if you punch that into YouTube, Flat Out Truth, Terry Iker, or just the Flat Out Truth, 1, 2,
Yeah.
3. He keeps getting channels shut down, so he just starts another one.
Oh,
Couldn't imagine why. Yeah, it was on one of his episodes where he showed it the sun, local sun, and it switches
Yeah.
over to infrared.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'll look that up later on. Flat Out Truth.
I wonder if that
You-
Corvo guy was a pilot. He's gone now, but he was streaming. I didn't see if he was in the passenger or not.
He was a
He also has
passenger. He was
was he?
behind the
Okay.
wing. Yeah, I
Okay.
checked it out. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to talk to him if you know. He must fly a lot because he's got a picture of a plane in his profile.
Some people do for work. I used to when I was working in the mines.
Yeah.
They'd fly me all the time, so I get to bounce down to Sydney, down to Adelaide, Roxby Downs. So yeah, every fortnight I'd get 3 flights in.
Right.
Do you still do they still have the flying doctors service in Australia still?
I think they do over in Western Australia. I don't
Right.
know over here. I know they had that years and years ago. What was it called? Angel One. Was it
Yeah,
Angel
there you
One?
go.
The helicopter. It was a
Yeah.
mad helicopter. That thing was a weapon. And they used to have that thing cracking around, but I think it crashed or something. So don't do that anymore. But I think they still do the planes in WA.
Mm. Yeah, they had a short mini series, didn't they, as well? That they had a program, Flying Doctors.
Yeah, there's a TV series on it. Yep.
And again, I watched that in London, so that would have been like the 80s, mid 70s, 80s. Yeah, that was there watching that.
Yeah, refracted. I've seen it in Perth Airport. I've never seen them anywhere else. You see, people collecting money for them every now and then, but I haven't seen that for a long time.
Talking of food has made me hungry. I'm going to go and get a snack. I'll be back shortly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm having dinner now.
That nearly sounded like it was going to be like a train broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the train on platform 1 goes to. Sorry, mate.
No, good. Just had to finish my mouthful. You should come to Adelaide, Matrix. There's good visibility down here. It's pretty consistent. I've seen up to about 74 kilometers visibility, according to the the weather.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and
You're
it's
close to the
consistently
Nullarbor. Go and
50.
take photos of that bastard. Bring him into us.
Yeah, I've got no decent cameras, so a bit limited there. But I need to get a good camera one
Well,
day.
that's another person I can pick up on the way through. All right, so I've just got to do a little detour off to Adelaide, snag you. We can go for a cruise across the Nullarbor.
Yep.
I don't think it really matters a shit which end of the Great Bight that we take a photo of.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. See a little plan getting conjured up here. All right, so AJ's up in Queensland. He can snag us on the way through. He can grab T-Dub, grab me. We then go down and get Batman, you, cross to the Nullarbor, take some lasers and shit with us so we can test how straight and flat that bastard is. Oh, this sounds like a plan for sure. There's going to be a lot of drinking going on in this.
I got myself a light meter the other day as well. I
Oh,
haven't
did
played
ya?
around.
40,000.
No, yeah.
So, yeah, middle of the day, you'll get about 140k. And it'd be interesting for you to do readings. What we might do one day, we'll tee it up because you're a lot further down than me. We'll tee it up and we'll both take readings at the same days. So we'll pick a day that we're both off work and we'll both do readings. So you at your whatever level you are, me where I am, and just to compare numbers.
Yep.
And
I tried to
if
do
we
it a
ever
bit the
do
other
meet
day,
up,
but
it's hard to do. Like, I did mine every half hour. I took readings and graphed the lot. And what my rules were, it had to be within 1 minute of the hour and 1 minute of the half hour, plus or minus, just so I could graph it and it would be more accurate to graph. As soon as you start getting outside of that, it just wrecks it. But
yep.
And if we ever meet up, I'll bring my light meter just so we can do a reading at the time and compare how the difference between those two. So yeah,
Yeah,
we'll organise it
accuracy.
one day and we'll both do not as accuracy. So when we put our data together, we can go yours reads say 10 units higher than mine or vice versa. It's so you've got a
Yeah.
baseline because at the moment you've got a device, I've got a device, but how do we know that they're both reading the same?
Yeah, calibrated the same. Yeah.
Yep. So
Yeah, it's
we
been
get
pretty
together.
cloudy, so I haven't.
Well, what's cool you can do, and you can do this inside your house. Last couple of days we're pretty shit weather here. Grab yourself a lamp or something like that, stick it on your table, and test the inverse square law, so you can see how all that runs. It is it's a mind job when you see it firsthand. Like you read about it
Yep.
in books and that, and they've got little diagrams. But yeah, when you're actually doing it there and then, it's like, hey, this shit really works. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, something interesting. Yeah, pity I didn't get it earlier when it was a bit hotter, but oh well. It's winter time now almost, so probably won't be that great with the clouds up there.
No, you'll be all right. Just document what times and what dates you do your tests. So time, date, how much power you got. That's all you can do.
Yep.
Or if you're super lazy, your local observatory, you can contact them and get all their data because most of them keep very detailed records. And anyone across the world can do that if they want. You can do it yourself. But sometimes we just want to be lazy.
I'll just
That's
have
the
to
good
wait
news.
until the sun's under the clouds, and then I'll be able to do it better.
Nice. Very nice. Barry, I hope you're an Australian.
You want to go to Bunnings later, mate?
That's a yes. Awesome. Nice one,
The
Bazza.
lowest prices are just the beginning.
Get some bunning snags.
Hang on, I
was
can
gonna say-
one up this one. I can one up
He's
this.
only in there. He's only in there for the barbecue, isn't he?
Can I get a bottle of milk, please? What type? I got low fat, no fat, full cream, high calcium, omega-3, high protein, solid light skin, omega-3 with extra dollop. Almond milk, it just tastes like real milk.
What
It
about
tastes like real milk.
almond? What about almond? And you get cashew milk too.
Yeah,
he
we're
was-
talking
he
about the
was doing an
2000s here,
ad.
not this like, woke almond milk.
He was going
shit.
through the ad.
Yeah,
You know what's
yeah.
called almond? You know why it's called almond milk?
Why?
Because no one would drink it if it was called nut juice.
You know what my favorite cider is?
Dickens.
Dixon cider, yeah.
Yeah, haven't you heard that ad before, Refracted? With the milk.
No, I don't watch TV. I haven't watched it in like 15 years or something.
No, it was before then.
My dad goes, oh, this movie's on tonight on TV, and I'm like, mate, I don't watch normal TV. I'll stream something or download it if I want to watch it. I'm like, I'm not going to watch the same 15 shows on Foxtel like you do.
I call it the idiot box. Well, that's what my dad used to call it back in the old days. Always skip channels when the ads come on.
Have you ever seen a dog watch the footy?
What the shit?
So this is my dog Tio. He's a live cross border collie, and he actively He watched all of Origin for 80 minutes, jumping up and down.
Damn.
It's full time. So the ball.
I've watched
Like that.
cats watch TV.
Anyways, chuck your camera off. It limits our channel.
Good, hang on.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Nice pet, by the way.
Ah, thanks.
If he's inside watching TV, he'd be a good mate.
Oh, I got an 85-inch TV at the end of my bed. He'll sit in bed and watch shit with me too. He'll whimper for me to put the TV on. So there's certain movies he likes watching, and then like the doggy daycare videos, so like dogs just running around, you'll watch that. But if you put like soccer or football on, kid you not, he just jumps at the TV the whole time.
I was going to say, put Old Yeller on and see what he does.
We're gonna try sometime.
That's messed up. Sorry.
I try getting
funny,
look at
but not.
Skippy, but
What was that stupid show where old mate used to dress up like a Clifford? Put that on. That shit was funny.
no, I've actually tried getting him to watch it. Not interested. I keep forgetting this whole Discord chat stream to YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Very handy. So what's your stance on this?
Was in a full debate with it last night. I'm here to listen tonight. I'm all the Globe gang, but yeah,
In a
I'm
globe
just here to
gang?
chill.
Why? It's like 2026, dude. What's going on?
I'll just leave it at that. I'm here to just chill tonight.
Oh, insult. So you're a believer then. That's all right. We'll leave you with
It's all good.
that.
As Bob Caddis once said, everyone's entitled to their own sexual proclivities, but I ain't spending any time on it. Every 3 months, someone dies from a crocodile in the Northern Territory, Northern Queensland.
Oh, you see what old dudes put in the side chat?
Oh, there you go, look.
Put Cujo on the TV, see what happens.
Yo, guys, the world is the world's round, guys.
What, like a CD?
You know what? I can't even be mean to Dr. Corpatine. I like him, but I just want to troll you guys for a little bit.
You want to troll us for a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, this will be good. Anyways, so
I'm not
yeah,
very-
round like a CD.
It's a circle.
There were
that's
two
what we're
people.
trying
Sorry,
to
let me
work out,
finish.
bro. Yeah, round like a CD.
There were two people heavily going at it last night, and I just said, mate, you guys have just ruined my brain. The Earth's a cube, and we're rotating around a pyramid. Call it a day.
Let's just agree that you guys just have low IQ, guys. That's just what it is.
Oh, so
No,
how
Australia-
did you come to that conclusion?
Because my IQ is so much more superior.
So your IQ of 87, you think that
it's
flat earthers are
88,
dumb because
excuse
that's
me.
what you're excused. I'll let you have your 88 just because I'm feeling nice. What is awesome about having an Australian accent, you instantly get given 20 free IQ points because people think you're dumb as shit.
Do people really think that?
Yeah, just
No,
as we
is this-
sound like this. I sound like a cartoon, bro. Come on.
No, but do people really think that though? 'Cause I don't think that. Like, no dead ass. Like, I don't think Australians sound stupid. I really don't.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. We also ride kangaroos to school.
Okay, I do believe that though.
And we're also upside down on the bottom side of the globe.
No, I'm not. I'm not upside down, dude. It is funny though. So now who's getting trolled? Troll?
No, I've been the trolled. I got trolled. I've been trolled by the trolls.
Yeah, we're used to it. We get people coming in all the time. One of the guys actually named a razor after himself, Heretic's Razor. So what happens is we get people thinking, or flat earthers are dumb because of all the stupid shit that's going on out there.
No,
So
I
they
don't
think, I'm smarter than a flat earther. I'm going to go in here and debate flat earthers because they're dumb as dog shit and I'm smart. And our problem is we don't want to have debates with morons. So we get the lowest of the low coming in here because they think they're smarter than the average bear. And they'll come in here and get their asses handed to them. Or back to them. And it's somewhat entertaining. But yeah, we still don't get people of note quite often coming in. Yeah, it does backfire in their face quite often. It's pretty funny. But yeah, we don't often get people like high end. They do every now and then. On the other server they do. But in here, like being that this is just a politics debate boy.
Yeah, no, it's belief. Belief is very hard.
Well, it's not a belief.
No, not like when it comes to like for example for religion, for flat earthers.
Well, this is not a religion. That's the problem. See,
No,
you
but-
guys have got these preloaded concepts, these preloaded ideas of what you think flat Earth is. It's not a belief. It's measured with no curvature. So if there's no curve measured, you can't live on a ball.
Yeah, like what I'm
So that's
trying
not
to
a
say-
belief. That's a measurement. Like if I was to tell you my computer desk is a circle, is round, it's a circle. That on your part would be a belief. You bounce and show you, now you know it's a circle. It's not a belief anymore. You believe you live on a globe. How are you going to to back that up and verify that this is true.
Well, for me, I believe in because he told me that the world is
So it's just a
is a
belief.
circle. Yes,
Yeah,
for me,
so
it's just
you
a belief.
believe. Yep. So you versus me, you believe it's a ball. That's great. I know it's flat. That's the difference. First-hand knowledge. So that wasn't a troll either. That's actually what is
Where's that
going on.
fucking video? Let me watch that video you sent me before. You sent me a video
Which-
about was a guy he had not the bro.
Probably a laser
fuck.
test I normally send people.
No. I haven't watched it
get
yet.
debated
Like
about
I'd be
that.
like, I'm gonna watch it. I haven't fucking watched that shit.
I watched one of them last night, and I was talking to someone. I'm like, "Yes, you got the laser test, but what if, Doctor? Let's just say you and I are on. I'm gonna say I do not remember the exact calculation for the distance across the thing for the curvature.
Oh, we can fix that. Hold on, I'll put the chart up for you.
I don't need the ins and outs because we had a conversation about it last night. But what the topic is if you let's just say you had. I think we were working on a 26-mile lake because it was an American I was talking to.
Yep.
And I said, let's just say him and I had a rope or a long straight stick, so the rope's straightened out. You know what I mean? Like there's no slack
Yep.
on the rope.
Linear, dead straight.
You and I,
Yep.
yeah, dead straight. And if you and I went directly down to water level and held it at each end, if the middle of the rope wet or underwater at any point, would that not justify a curvature?
No, you're holding the rope straight.
Yeah, but the rope bends a little bit though. Like
No.
Well,
magic rope stays straight. So what you're doing, if you live on a globe,
magic rope. Okay.
Yeah, magic rope stays straight. He's at one end, I'm at the other. If we live on a ball, when you lower that down, as soon as it touches, that would be a tangent to a curve. So where you're at one end and I'm at the other, the middle would be touching and each end would be raised up. We would be able to measure the deviation or the height that the rope is off of the ground. So depending on how far away we are, that would be able to work out how high it should be. Make sense?
No, I get that.
So if we've got so if you hold your end down to the water level and it's touching, and I've got the other end held horizontal, perfectly horizontal, because we can do that, at 10 miles, so we've got our 10-mile magic rope, I should be 66 feet in the air. At 20 miles, I should be 266 feet in the air. 30 miles, 600 foot in the air. Okay, so that's the levels of how far up we should be. So when they're doing these laser tests, they do the same thing. Instead of using a magic rope, they just crack a laser across these lakes, 10, 20, 30 mile. One of the universities did the Hawaiian Islands. I think it was
Take care, guys.
147.
I'm about to go to bed.
Haha, he's cooked already.
Yeah, I'm actually just tired, man. All right, good night.
Bye
Catch
bye.
you, man.
Thanks for trying. Dr. Copatine on the mic, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Copatine. Let's get it, baby.
But yeah, Barry, so it's pretty straightforward. So they cracked lasers across these large expanses of water. And one of them they set up an 8-foot target at the other end and hit it. So I think they were 20, I think that was the 23-mile one. So laser should have been 290 feet in the air and they hit the target. So that's some pretty crazy stuff. It's hard too when you watch heaps of these laser tests. They all just blend into one. Hear people talking about them. It's like, shit, which one's that?
I'm still here. I was just letting the dog out.
No, that's all right, man.
Wait a minute. I think we just got the answer to the old question. Who let the dogs out? Barry did.
Barry.
Woof, woof, woof.
So that's why I did up these little cartoons. Well, not cartoons, but just quick images so we can show people like that in the side chat there. Distance, drop, curvature. That's what we'd expect to see, with the top one being your magic rope. Pretty straightforward. The second one is when it loads. That's what we do get. That's the problem. Very interesting. We had a couple of chaps go out, and I'll post a third one up. And we've actually got video evidence of this one happening, where it goes flat and then kicks up at the end. But we can't find any video or photo evidence of it going the other way. Which is what a lot of people claim for some twisted reason, that the laser magically bends around the ball. Which if it does, I would think that it'd be pretty simple to grab a video snap of it, going, "Hey, check that shit out, magic bendy lasers." But yeah, get some pretty wild claims from some of the ballers that come through. I think a lot of them just need to take a step back and just be honest with themselves. But anyways, Baz, she's pretty easy stuff. It's not really much overly complex information there. You have an idea of what you expect to see, which is the first image, ground curving. Shoot straight line over the top, measure the difference between, get your answer. What do we got, Lautrec? New FE movie claims that sun is 101 kilometers high in the sky. Yeah, right. What FE movie's that? Post up a link so I can go and watch it and point and laugh. I love when people make claims that they can't back.
I saw a Glober movie. They claim the moon is 75 miles above the Earth.
I want to claim that the moon's made of cheese and leave it at that.
Oh man, if it's made of cheese, I'm going to go up there with a flamethrower and a slab of bread and make fucking toasted cheese singers. What a job! Oh, that'd be awesome. Wonder what type of cheese it'd be. Obviously the one with holes in it.
Lindbergh cheese.
What's that melt up like? Good?
It smells like smells like stinky toes, stinky socks. Perfect.
You know what, Doctor? We should treat these guys to fairy bread.
I reckon they know what fairy bread is.
Do you guys know what fairy bread is, or do you need it explained?
I'll tell you how messed up I am. I went
What if you
to
don't?
a party only a couple of weeks back, and they had fairy bread there, and I reckon I fucking ate a heap of it, eh?
Oh, it's bread, butter, and a whole
quite
bunch
sad,
of
but-
little globes on it.
Hundreds and thousands. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
little
what happened
globes.
to you. That's what happened to you, Matrix. It was a fairy bread.
The fairies did it. I love that shit. It's sad. It's the little multicolored balls of sugar on butter. Yay!
When I visited the States in 2020, I was going through, and I made sure to have like a pie or a sausage roll before I left. And that was halfway
good
through
call.
my trip, and I'm like, I need a fucking sausage roll or something. Just so happened, I was in Colorado, and there was just a place that had something similar to it. It killed that craving. Like, nothing beats a sausage roll with barbecue sauce.
I went to the States in 2014. I was over there for 36 days straight. And when I got back, caught me train back to Central Station, found that shitty little bloody paper shop that's upstairs that's got the tiny baby pie oven there, and there was 2 crusty ass Mrs. Max pies. Fair dinkum, mate. I reckon I near fucking swallowed them whole. I couldn't get them into me quick enough. They were
New South
dry.
Wales
They
or
were
Victoria?
nasty. New South Wales.
Yeah,
And
I had a feeling.
couldn't get them into me quick enough. That shit was funny.
Like, I came back during COVID, so like,
Oh,
I
shit.
skipped hotel quarantine. I was able to quarantine at home by
Yep.
thinking to wait a couple days. I tell you what, it was nice to quarantine at home, but like not having anyone at home with you for like 2 weeks is like fucking bored.
But no, I found it interesting when I was over in the States. No pies. Like, they got pies, but they're all like fruit pies and big family-sized ones. There's no just normal meat pies. It's like, what
Yeah,
is
or a
wrong with
steak,
this
bacon,
lot?
cheese pie, or like a potato top pie. Like UK, yeah, you got Greg's on every 3rd and 4th fucking corner to get the exact same things, but nothing beats an Australian meat pie.
Good old Mrs.
And
Max.
and KFC in the US don't even like have the same salt on their chips like we do, and half of them do fucking wedges. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
wedges are cool. Now, I'll tell you something now. I got fucked over by KFC when I was over there. Not in a bad way. Now, as you know, if you're in Australia, how piss weak our serves are. Well,
Yeah, correct.
innocent little old me goes to the United States, goes to the nearest KFC, because when I went to my motel, I could see one down the end of the street. I thought, you know what? I've got to sample this shit. I love eating popcorn chicken and dipping it in gravy, all right? That shit is mint. Anyways, I went down there because what I do normally at home, and I haven't had it
Porch
for a while.
monkey nigger. Porch monkey nigger. Fuck you, black nigger.
Double it and give it to the next person. Anyway, you got down there, popcorn, chicken, and gravy.
Gotcha, you little bastard. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, so normally I get 2 large popcorn chickens and a large potato and gravy. And a pack of big box of chips. Anyhow, I go down to this little KFC. I'll grab 2 large boxes of popcorn chicken, a large potato and gravy, and I need a drink, and I'll grab a Sprite, please. Paid I think it was all of like $16. And happy days. Waiting. Next thing, they lift this bloody great big bag and set it up on the counter in front of me. And I grab this bag and they put my shoulder out of shit. And I'm like, is that right? Yep, 2 popcorn chickens, large potato and gravy, and a drink, sir. Not a problem. I lug this bag back to my motel and I'm like, fuck, I've been given someone else's tucker here, but I don't care. There's heaps in it. Keep marching. Don't look back. I get back to the motel and I take out this rectangular shoebox size box and it's full of popcorn chicken. And I'm like, you know our large boxes that we get like 9 pieces in?
I know exactly what you're getting at.
That was their single large box of popcorn chicken. Shit, I should have. If my motel had had a bathtub, I would have tipped it in there and be swimming in the bastards. There was heaps. Anyways, I grabbed the second box out and I'm looking at it going, oh fuck, I'm not going to finish all these. This is like excessive overkill. The next thing I find out, I reach into the bag and they don't do potato and gravy mixed together like we do. They have large tubs of potato and large tubs of gravy. Both of which, mind you, are double the size of our large. So anyways, I've got my large potato and large gravy, and then I take out this bottle of Sprite. Now, this bottle of Sprite must have been about, I don't know, 9 inches across, and
I know
it
the
must
size
have
you're
held like
talking about.
freaking huge thing. Like, you know our thirst tanker bottles? That's the size
Yeah.
of the bottle they gave me. And I'm thinking, I only want 1 cup of this shit. I don't need enough to drown a family. Like, what the hell is going on here? But the most depressing part of the whole show was it cost like, it was either 16 or 18 bucks for the lot. And like over here, if I was to buy that same thing, it'd be like 35 bucks. and you don't get 1/3 of what I was given over there. Oh man.
Well, fucking, I went to Buc-ee's, you know, the big survey chain in Texas, Buc-ee's.
No, I didn't. I don't remember seeing that one. I went there in 2014. So
I think it might have been around back then, but big petrol station chain. They have like I think 96 petrol pumps at one of them.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's massive. So you walk in there and like they got the center of the place, like they're doing brisket and you know get all your different food. But you can spend like $1.50 US and get basically 2 liters worth of like Pepsi or whatever. But like it's a styrofoam cup, so the bottom bit is molded to go into your cup holder, and then the rest of it is like this big water tower thing. Like you'd have the pole for the water tower. And I'm like,
So it's got a custom base to fit in the cup holder, and the rest is just
yeah,
monstrosity.
I was doing a trip from New York to LA, like one of those Kentucky sort of tour things. So everyone's coming like, "Where do you get them?" I'm like, "Well, it's $1.50. I can just drink it for the next little while while we're on the like heading to wherever we're going." And I'm like, "Why not?"
Yeah,
Like,
when
we
I
went
was there, I did a solo all the way around. So the only spots that I missed was up in the northeast corner. So I went to New York State, but I didn't go to all them other little ones. They're all up in that top corner there. So yeah, it was pretty funny cruising along. I did a trip around, like up into Ontario, around Lake Superior. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hit every other state. I got to drive through and check them out. But yeah, I just missed that top end. I think there was 8 that I missed. That little cluster. Quite a few of my mates over there. So what I used to do years ago, I used to play a game called EVE Online. You might
I
know
know
it.
that.
Yeah, I was one of the Providence Care Bears. Anyways, as you know, when you're online, you get to talk to people. You don't often get to see them. But I went over to the States, and all the guys that were in my crew got to meet up with. And I used to play a game called Combat Arms, and I got to meet a couple of those guys in person, which was pretty cool. So yeah, went and met up with them. Quite a few of them stayed at their places, drinking copious amounts of piss. One of the guys, when I went back across the bottom, I went back up to his house and stayed for 2 nights. And yeah, he was making his own home brew, and we just got written off. That was pretty awesome. And yeah, so I got to meet them all, and a couple of them were quite funny because I've got an epic loud voice. You've probably not noticed, but yeah, I've got a pretty loud voice. And one of the guys, I knock on the door. One of the guys, I knock on the door, and this dude that's about maybe 2 or 3 inches taller than me opens the door, looks down. Yeah, what do you want? You might know me as Matrix. Holy shit! I thought you'd be taller. And that was him saying g'day. And he just cracked up laughing after that. It was pretty funny. And I was like, why is that? And he goes, you have got a loud voice. You sound like you're about 9'3". Your shoulders are about 8 foot wide. And he just said, you sound massive. And I said, nope, it's just loud. It always has been. It always will be. I'm used to it.
It's great. You can spot an Australian. Like you can be sitting somewhere overseas and you're like, and you go.
Yes. How much does
Hold
the
up.
bogan stand out?
Wait a sec, Matrix. What are like? Not to say, how tall are you, Matrix? Curiosity.
4'3".
Oh,
Sir-
no, I'm not 4'3", you cheeky bastard.
Seriously?
No, I'm not. I'm fucking just under 5'11".
Okay. So you're basically standard stature, right?
Yes.
Bet. Thanks, brother.
That's all good. 4'11".
Doctor, yeah, I think you see the curvature of the Earth a bit more differently than I am. You know, being 4'3", you know.
Can't see over the hump.
Yeah, can't see over the hump.
I'll have to stand on your shoulders. We can do a Master Blaster type style.
My dog is still watching reruns of the NRL bouncing at the TV.
Master Blaster. What movie is that from again?
He
Matrix?
said
Mad
DJ's
Max.
movie claims to have a 10-kilometer high sun. Look in the side chat. So, you think DJ said that?
Master Blaster, what movie was that? Matrix? Or Copatine, sorry?
Mad Max.
Mad Max, bet. Thanks, brother.
That's such a good movie. The last of the V8 Interceptors.
It's the last of the
The V8 Interceptors.
sucks nitro.
Such a good Australian film. See, Australian films aren't too bad, but some of them just suck fucking ass. I'm gonna dip, but I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty, cool. Catch up.
Bye, Barry. Wait, he's gone. I was late. Oh my. John's in the chat. What's up, John? And Triangle's in the chat. Isn't it early for you, Triangle? You're usually in bed now, aren't you, brother?
No, I'm already 2 hours into being awake.
Nice.
5:38 in the morning.
Yes,
to
sir.
revolutionize the way people do business and automation. Oh, sad times.
Waiting for the sun to show up, aren't you? Yup, me too. East Coast.
Yeah, I'm waiting to drive directly into the rising sun here in a couple minutes.
Be careful. Don't
You're
get
driving to
caught.
Japan?
Don't get caught on. Catch yourself on fire.
The sun going to be to the
Japan is the land
northeast?
of the setting sun. Japan is the land of the setting sun because it sets towards Japan when it leaves California.
Well, the sun went down about, well, it set about an hour and a half ago, and I'm in South Australia. So I don't know how you're seeing it in a couple of hours. That's weird.
You guys, it's cool. You guys finished up with
I'm
it.
seeing it in I'm seeing it in 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Gee, that was quick.
True.
I thought it'd be
It's like-
around where Africa is by now.
It's like you guys finished up with it and you sent it over our way.
So I am
Give it to
in
me.
Ohio, basically almost the center of the United States and Canada, Lake Erie. That's about the center. And yeah, the sun will come up. It's going to blind me when I get towards Lake Erie. It's just going to come up over the horizon there, so that I want to just crash into cars, and then I'll just turn the auto system on, and then I won't crash.
On the other side, Lake Ontario, here in Ontario, Canada, and guess what? Have the same thing happening. We have the dawn of the sun, meaning the sun is about to show up. We have the light showing up, the sky is turning colors. Thanks again for finishing up with the sun and sending it over our way, boys from Australia.
Yeah, that's right. You can borrow it for a
light
bit.
in the sky.
It's like a game of
Was only
orbit
about-
tennis. We just whack it to them, and they can have a play.
About 15 degrees today. Pretty cold. Celsius.
Palpatine is kind of like actually a game of tetherball, right? The ball goes around the pole being the North Pole, and the ball
Orbit
goes
tennis.
round and round and round.
Same thing. That's what we call orbit tennis. Pole in the ground, string, ball attached to the top of it.
Oh,
Smack the
right.
shit out of it.
I forgot. You guys do things a little different down under. Shrimp on the bobby. Sorry.
When they set their tether ball up, it's a pole, and the ball's just floating in the air straight up.
It's officially sunrise for me.
Oh, great. So now I'm going to be blind when I turn this corner. Let's see.
I'm a bit further east than you.
Well, I'm still driving from the boonies, so there's trees all around me. I wouldn't be able to get blinded right now. And then I'm going to hit the highway, and it's all going to clear up, and then I'll be rounding downtown Cleveland, and that's where the shit show starts, right at Dead Man's Curve.
So everybody here currently is settled on the idea of the sun moving, rising in the east, sets to the west, correct?
Pretty close.
That there's no evidence of the earth actually, or the ground that you're standing upon actually turning towards the sun. No, in fact, the sun is coming to you. You don't have to turn towards it, it's coming towards you. Unless obviously you see the sun and you turn your head towards it. That'll work too, of course.
Okay, so we just need to correct you a little bit on that rising in the east and setting in the west. That's on a globe that happens, because on flat Earth, like right now, it's rising in the northeast and it's going to set in the northwest. And in December, somewhere around there, it's going to change, and it's going to go to rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. And that does not happen on a globe.
Yeah, but they're going to claim it's the Earth tilt that does that.
Thanks for the correction, Professor Triangle.
I'd like to see that done on a model of a globe with the sun, how it curves that way.
What if the Earth isn't flat and it isn't round?
Please present your claim.
It's a cube. Maybe it's a triangle. Hey, Professor Triangle, is it a triangle?
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the shape of an egg.
Why do you guys need a shape? Why does it need to be some kind of a shape, you guys?
Yeah, why does it gotta be a shape?
Yeah, you said it's the shape of an egg. Why does it have to be a shape?
Because maybe like an egg is like in between flat and round.
You think an egg is in between flat and round?
Pretty much.
This is why the existence of people on Earth is going to go away shortly.
Yeah. I'm not into wishing bad things upon people, but sometimes you've got to take the warning labels off of shit and just let nature run its course.
Holy crap, that was ruthless.
I think most of the time it goes through one ear and out the other. They don't even comprehend what you say.
That's why I love to use the Socratic method. Ask them questions, get them to expose their hands, so you can keep them honest, keep their feet to the fire the whole time versus just reading a script. We have this test, we have that test, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, dude, like, break through them. Find out exactly what they're thinking. You know, who put that ball in their mind, touch them in their no-no spot. Have them thinking, there's land in the sky. We made vehicles to land on the sky or land on stuff in the sky. All right, question. Let's flip this for a quick second. What's the best evidence we've come across for a sphere?
We haven't.
TV.
Holy crap.
Mum told me.
Oh, shoot. My teacher told me so. My superiors taught me.
Because experts.
Yep, appeal to authority, appeal to masses. Everybody else thinks so. I do too.
What else could it be? Because nobody's fallen off yet. Pick one.
Falling off what? How do you fall off water?
How do you fall off a lake?
You got to ask those guys that went edge searching in Niagara Falls. They never came back.
I've never fallen off water, but I've fallen onto water. I've tried wakeboarding and face planted. That's fun.
I fell in a
How
swimming
fast?
pool once.
How many swimming pools does it take to make a globe Earth?
How many measurements of no Earth curve does it take to make the sphere?
Yeah, but it's locally flat.
Nuh-uh.
How many claims of local level does it take to make a sphere?
42.
That was a good response.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, if you multiply 42 times 3, you're into the 100 marker. And at 100 miles, that's where everything starts to get really interesting. Because then we need the droplet distance of 1.26 miles in order for there to be a spheroid claim based on the overall claim, 3959 claim.
So how large is a locally flat area? Is it like what, 100 square miles, or what? How does that work?
Well, funny you should ask such a question, because whenever clowns come in here and say, "Oh, you guys have measured locally flat," we ask them, define local. How far do I have to go before it becomes not local? They never seem to answer that one.
Yeah, so if you had two locally flat areas, then surely in the middle of those two, you'd trip over it somewhere, wouldn't you? Or you'd be able to see the deviation.
Maybe that's latitude and longitude. But yeah. I don't know, man. Like, seriously. I just love
Yeah,
listening to that call.
it's just these like grey areas, these non-specific claims are a bit silly, I think.
Well,
They're
claim
never
of locally
quantified.
level. Yeah, well, to ask you, like, if you were to say locally level, are we talking about as far as you can see with your eye, or I see a building off in the way and I can, I know what the principles of that building that building was built to. Is it to then say that those buildings make it locally level as well? Like, what is the limit, as you say, of locally level? Because then when we take that distance of locally level and multiply it by a certain number, that will give us a an overall area, if you will, right? So if we have, say, 30, or earlier Matrix or Covatine said 42 local level spottings, well, take that distance and you multiply that by 42, and all of a sudden you have a number that you can start working with. And again, 100 miles would be ideal. If you had an area of 100 square miles to survey, I think that would give you a good understanding as to what it is you're dealing with.
I've worked with surveyors over the years, and in South Australia, when they do roadworks, civil works, they measure out the road and stuff. They do 200 meters each time, and then they have to reset their total stations up. So it's pretty small distance. So if they could do it like 2 kilometers or the whole length of the road, then why wouldn't they? If it's that accurate, it would save a lot of money.
It's the repeated process, right? They keep doing it over and over and over, using the same principles to set up these observation stations, let's say for surveying, with their total station. The receivers also have to be set up level as well. So it's just to say that you have these continual observations of locally level, and it's almost like you're forcing the observation of level through all these different points that you set up, right? So with that continual refreshing of level locally every single time, you then start to ask, how does your ball coexist, right? Your overall claim of a ball, how does that overall claim of a ball coexist with all of these observations of local level? Like we're searching ultimately at that point for a drop over distance that would sustain the globe claim. But the globe's dead on arrival, DOA. The Australian Railway, that original segment that was put down, I think, was in the neighborhood of 150 or 200 miles, and then they extended it. right? I think the first line that they laid was east to west, and then they added on and went north south, I believe. Is that correct?
No, it's sort of a weird jumbled mess of we started from Sydney and expanded out, and each state expanded out from their capital city. And then after a while, it was the east west was linked together, and then after a long while after that, the was it Adelaide to Darwin was put in. It's only been done in the last like 20 years type stuff. So yeah, it's all over the place.
But that original segment that was put down, it was over 100 miles, wasn't it?
Sydney to Newcastle was 100 miles. Yeah, that's from. It's not small. It's not just one section that was put down. It's multiple sections over multiple years that have been put down. So yeah, it's hard to sort of just turn around and say, "Hey, this bit here." Like there is large sections that have been put down, like the north south, um, Adelaide to Darwin type stuff. There is some exceptionally long, straight sections in that. They've actually got the rail canted at a higher rate to stop hunting because the sections are that long that the wagons get speed wobbles up. So they cant the rail, tilt it in at a higher angle to minimise that. So, yeah. I actually thought about going out to weld parts of it. I had the opportunity to. I should have done it, but yeah, I went, yeah, nah. It's too hot for me out there.
There's a scarecrow in the side chat. Kansas is said to be flat as a pancake. For east to west is 411 miles. Holy smokes.
Oh, we seem to have caught a fish. Hello, fish. Oh, he got away.
Jumped out the boat. Well, keep your eyes on the side chat. Billy Bob might be jumping and joining us later, but he has some confusion when it comes to drop over distance versus curvature, it would appear. Or elevation, sorry, versus curvature.
Don't you love when you jump onto Facebook, scrolling through, and you find some numpty that's posted something. Using a drone, we can observe a sunset, then climb up and watch the same sunset again for the second time. The observation is only possible because Earth is a sphere. Credit Wolfie 6020.
Holy crap, that is horrible.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it came from the man who doesn't understand how heads-up displays work.
And if that'll make you warm and fuzzy, that's what you get to drive on before you get to the 90 miles straight. That's a part of the Nullarbor right there. In all honesty, it is boring as batshit to drive across. I'm not going to pretend it's something awesome.
And look at that horizon line beyond that.
Yeah, Scarecrow. It's not that there's no trees. Those little green things are like salt bush or something. It's got the shrubs, and that's about little bushes. That's about it.
Welcome to the chat.
I was going to say that was Angstrom. We don't even have to squeeze him for copium. You can just wipe it off him.
Oh my.
Damn, everyone's muted.
classical Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
No, that's a lie. False.
Okay, prove it.
You prove it.
Yeah, you still haven't proved the air pressure thing.
I mean,
How would they know it's a sphere?
Even is charged up with a battery.
You guys hear
How
me?
how
or-
would they know it's a? How would the ancient Greeks know it's a
I hear you,
sphere?
Tebow.
What could they actually do?
They didn't believe it
So,
was a sphere.
stellar navigation was one thing.
Oh, they navigated the stars?
Okay, so that doesn't tell them that the
Sun-
Earth's a sphere. Try again.
He thinks Greeks had
The
spaceships.
sunrise and sunset and the
That
phases
doesn't
of the
tell me
moon.
Earth is a sphere either. So try again.
I have yet to see someone explain.
You haven't named
how
anything
phases
about
of
the
moon
Earth.
work
You
on a
said
flat
something
Earth.
about the sun. You said something about the stars. You said something about everything but the Earth. I said, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
That is how.
Oh, so they don't
Because
know.
there are-
Congratulations.
Yes, they do. Because there are
No,
things
because
that
what
we
you're talking
observe
about,
that
you
only
listen,
work if
listen.
Earth is a sphere.
Look, bro, no, you're claiming that, but that's not true.
And you
So, it's
explain lunar
I don't need to
phases
explain
on a flat
anything.
Earth.
You need
Yes,
to
you do.
demonstrate.
You
You
are
need to
making
demonstrate
a
that
claim
it's
lunar phases work on a flat Earth.
Grumman.
okay.
Can you
So
explain
again,
how?
once again, the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. You said they know that the Earth is a globe. Okay. Everything you're talking about would be an inference, and inferences aren't knowledge. So I can look around my neighborhood and see all brick houses and infer that my house may also be made of brick. But that doesn't, I don't know my house is
Seeing
made of brick
the
until I look
moon
at my,
go through
shut up,
phases and
shut
saying,
up,
"This
dude, let me
doesn't
finish
work
the
on flat
fucking
Earth," isn't
sentence,
the same
dude.
as going
So,
all the
dude, just go on fucking mute, bro. Really simple. Let me finish my fucking sentence. Okay? You can look at all your goddamn neighbor's house and they're made of brick, but you don't know if your house is made of brick until you look at it. So, how do they know the Earth is a sphere? Go
by
ahead, dude.
observing things that are impossible on a flat Earth. As
Okay,
I've
you
said,
don't know if they're impossible on a flat Earth. You haven't demonstrated they're impossible on a flat Earth. You just believe that.
They have been demonstrated as being impossible on a flat
Okay.
Earth.
By who?
Okay, show
Name
us.
one scientific experiment. Please.
Demonstrate that they are. That's
Mickelson
the thing
No,
I'm
that's not how it works, dude.
There's a
So
burden
there's
of
things
proof
like
that
called
you're creating.
exclusionary. There's called exclusionary proofs, right? So Fermat's principle, Fermat's last theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It is a limit. So
Explain this.
hold on,
You're
dude. No
indirectly making a claim that it is possible on a flat Earth. That is your indirect claim.
That is my
I think
indirect
you'd be
claim.
smarter if you listened to people when they were educating you.
Yeah, he can't. He's fucking locked in. The fact remains is the Greeks didn't know fucking anything. And nothing they can observe about the heavens will tell them what the shape of the earth is because it's inferential.
Okay,
It's, this is just a matter of logic, dude.
How do
Period.
you know? How do you know the Earth is flat other than it looks flat?
Okay,
All right,
measurement.
this is how you sound. Can I have a minute,
Such
please?
as what measurement?
Measure. Oddly enough, you can measure the surface of the earth with a laser.
Indio, can I have a...
Hold on. He asked the question. So you shoot a laser, and if the Earth is a globe and the surface of the Earth is curving, that means as you go along the laser, the surface of the Earth should get farther and farther away from the laser as an exponential function. So such as 40 kilometers, the laser should be 420 feet or 400. Who's interrupting me?
Yeah, the Earth is
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. So, the laser at 40 kilometers away should be 400 or should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. And when we do this test, that's not the case. It's 1.5 meters off the surface of the Earth, the same height it started as. That means the laser and the surface of the Earth are in parallel. This is measuring the Earth. And this is just one of many, many measurements of the surface of the Earth.
I gonna
Go
get
ahead,
the whole
Iron.
argument of
I
light
forgot what
doesn't
I was
bend here when I explain to you how
Doesn't
that
bend.
works?
Look, bro. This is off by the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. You can't get light to bend that much. Okay, unless you have like a fucking 170-degree temperature gradient, which is unphysical.
You probably have like a 10 to 12 degree gradient on the surface of water that you're shining a laser across. You might get some refraction or diffraction, or
Well, if you apply standard refraction at this distance, you'll move the laser down 5 meters. But you need to
Right,
move
but
it down another 100. Hold on, you need to move it down another 122 meters. So where are you
no,
getting
but you'd
that from?
expect a difference of like 10% maximum.
No, that's not how it goes, dude.
No, for
It's
atmospheric
not a linear
refraction.
relationship.
No, I'm saying if I were to do this experiment myself, I would expect a 6 to 10% degree of variability based on atmospheric conditions or the temperature of the water versus the air right above the water versus the temperature of the
mean,
air 10 feet
that's
above the water. There
that's
could be
fantastic.
some shit to there. I wouldn't expect it to be exact, but I would expect it to be within one.
How you gonna
fucking
measure that?
Not
Well,
10.
that's all fantastic because the results here are 1,000% off.
Right, my point exactly.
2
But you
orders of
could not
magnitude.
ascribe that to atmospheric refraction or anything like that. It has to be because it's so far off that it cannot be, oh, the wind blew.
Well, I mean, it would be very odd that not only because they actually did these tests 3 weeks apart, so it would be very, very fucking odd. And they had meteorological stations that not only did they not measure the frickin' weather condition with 2 meteorological stations at the endpoints, 3 weeks apart, and they
Can you
had the
send me-
identical magical weather conditions 3 weeks apart that let
Indo,
them
can you send me
frickin'
a link to
see
this
a globe.
experiment?
Yeah. I'll post in the chat.
I'm on your side.
Well, I mean, it'd be very fucking odd they did it again 3 weeks later.
I think the ideal version would be if the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air were the same magically on one day. That's the day you take the measurement. That's most clear. So you don't have that distortion of the temperature difference above the surface of the water across a lake or something like that. I think that's the
Well, that's
ideal.
that's just one of many. I mean, we got Salt Lake one. We got frickin' Salt Lake on the land, on the water. Like every way you can frickin' slice it, it's been done.
I agree. But some people still can't see it.
They don't want to see it.
They want to argue with you.
The Salt Lake one that DJ shows all the time is pretty cuckoo. You can see 21 miles to the other shoreline. And at that night, they went and they shot the laser across the same distance, 21 kilometers. And not only do you see the laser, you see the reflection of the laser off the water, which, if
oh shit,
that's
bouncing
impossible.
The laser, Indio is bouncing the laser back to the original observer. Is that the way to prove it even more?
No.
Nobody saw it
Check
yet?
it out. If the laser is supposed to be behind the curve, right, on the other side of the curve, how could you ever see the reflection of the laser off the water?
They're always trying to hit a target across.
Think
the
about
water.
it. Hold on, dude. Think about what I'm saying for a second.
Man.
You got a hump, a hill. How can you just see the reflection off the laser when the only place the laser can bounce off is the other side of the hill?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. But we do.
I want one of those lasers.
Would it be a good proof if you shined a laser across the lake and had it bounce back across the same lake to you?
I mean that's been, they did a triple mirror flash at the Salton Sea where they made basically a giant freaking triangle, right? So one mirror operator could see 2 other mirrors at the same time. In each point of that triangle, each person could see the other 2 mirrors, which are also see like 128 feet under the curve of the Earth.
So
that reminds me of the Michelson-Morley experiment a little bit.
Just wondering, Did they have multiple vertical arrays recording temperature along the entire path of the laser?
Why would they need to do that, dude?
What do you mean? Why would they need to do that?
Yeah, I'm asking why
Because
you're asking me.
refraction.
Because that's a red
refraction
herring.
isn't-
So I guess
No, it's
the
not.
military can't use line of sight anymore.
No, it's
You
not, because
understand that you
refraction
need
isn't
to move the
something where it's
laser.
This big area has this refraction.
Yeah,
It
but you need to.
changes for
Yeah, that's
every.
a cool story, but no one's ever demonstrated that this type of refraction actually exists. Okay.
Hypothetically,
can
if there was
Okay, because I already told you that the drop was supposed to be 127 meters. Now, if you use standard refraction calculation, that only moves the laser down 5 meters. So now you have 122 meters to make up. So you would
And
need some crazy, abnormal day, not only just once, and not at just one distance, at 7 different distances, with 3 tests done, 1 week, and 2 more tests done 3 weeks later. In the same crazy refractive condition, a 20 times deflection refraction condition that makes the Earth looks like it has a radius of 65,000 miles, that would have to exist.
Yeah, he'll cherry
By
pick
random, 2 weeks apart, and it didn't show up on their meteorological station somehow.
he will cherry pick an example that says, "Oh, look, the math matches up for me right now."
No, I'm not cherry
but
picking.
he
It's
ignored the
people that
other
know what the
255
hell they're
You can't
doing.
just say
measurements
the magic
prior.
word refraction. You need to justify how it even applies. You need to actually justify using it.
Refraction applies to everything that you do in the
Oh,
atmosphere.
yeah, that's your claim, dude. That's not a justification.
So
Doesn't
refraction
demonstrate your
applies
knowledge.
If
when
I
I
drop
want
a
to fly a
bowling
plane.
ball off a cliff, and I say, "Hey, dude, that's fell at 10 meters per second squared," and you say refraction, and I go,
Why are
"Dude, you
you
need to
comparing-
justify why refraction affects a bowling ball," and you're like, "Refraction applies to everything."
Refraction applies to light, not solid objects.
So you understand now why your
Okay,
observation
why does it apply to
based on
light
light.
in this case?
Because you're over water.
Oh, okay, so water causes
The re-
refraction?
Yeah, there's a higher refractive index over water.
Okay,
Why?
that's not how it works. You don't know what you're
Nothing
talking
to do
about.
with temperature variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the variation because the water is there.
Because the water's there, that makes the
So
light.
Yeah,
there's-
you
so let's get
realize
this
there's
straight.
there's a difference in
Grumman,
temperature
slow
between
down. You're
the
going to
air
fry
and
your
the
brains.
water.
Grumman,
Yeah, we know
silence.
they measured.
Bro.
So let me get this straight. When we go to the salt flats, there's 0 miraging effects because there's 0 water.
No. I said
Oh,
there's
so it's not water of this cause and effect relationship.
I said there is a more.
Look, brother.
By what
okay.
differential?
You would need the water in the air to have a 70-degree temperature difference.
What do you think that the temperature difference between the air and the atmosphere and water that's like
hold up,
in the Gulf of Mexico?
That's what so what causes what
air and the atmosphere? Time out.
All right,
time
you cocked or something, dude? You drinking, brother?
The temperature difference between the
Yeah,
air
the
and the
answer is yes.
atmosphere? Really?
Between the water and the air will cause a temperature gradient, right? And that temperature gradient, which causes the refractive index gradient, which in turn would cause the bending of light. Now, to bend light, the amount you need it to bend, you would need a 70-degree temperature difference in 1 meter, which is unphysical and has never been seen on the fucking Earth.
Yeah, and I'm not
And
saying that
ignore
that's
the
what
first
it is.
meter above
But
sea
that's what it would
level.
have to be.
Oh my god.
Not what I'm saying it is.
But that's what it would have to
the
be to get
temperature-
this result.
As you've said, the temperature gradient changes per meter.
Yeah,
So-
great. Like 1
so you
degree, a
would
half
need
a degree.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you need something to measure the temperature across the entire track of the laser.
No,
because that
we
half a
don't.
degree yes, because that half of a degree
No, you don't.
matters.
There goes line of sight for the military again.
Yeah.
So, hey, Grumman, check it out. If you were to shoot the laser and then you were to walk along it, you and me, we've set the laser up horizontal, and then we go down to 21.8 miles, and we're standing either side of the laser. Where's your refraction?
See the video that I sent?
Where's the refraction? You're standing next to the laser. Where's the refraction? You're not looking along it. You've walked along it to make sure that it's making its way, that there's nothing in the blocking its way. Where's the refraction when you get 21.8 miles down the other end?
You can see the fucking cannon looking at you. It's gonna kill you.
No, hold on. He's got the laser. We've set it up horizontal.
Crazy.
We've gone down the other end, 21.8 miles.
Horizon's not physical, dude.
Okay, so
where's your
that's the
refraction?
claim.
Yeah, that's easy to prove. If the horizon was physical, could it move around?
Nope.
Does it move around?
Yes.
No.
Oh no? You sure
No,
about
it
that?
doesn't.
The horizon is dependent on the observer.
This dude just said the horizon don't move around. That's crazy, bro.
I heard that.
If
That's
the
going to be
observer
a good
moves,
one.
then the horizon moves.
Wow, dude.
Well, I mean, that sucks, dude, because we live on a ball of 315,000 mile radius.
Dude, the horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. That's
No one,
proven by
I said moved
aircraft.
around,
No one
dude.
said it does. No one said it does.
Dude,
Only you said
you have like
it does.
2015 arguments, man.
In what way do you mean the horizon moves?
It'll appear at one distance one day and another distance the other day. In fact, it'll appear at different distances within hours.
During the same day, yeah. A couple different times.
Visibility.
So in the...
Yeah, that's called refraction. That's
so it's not
something that
physical.
we've brought up. No,
so
it is.
you've just
It's
claimed
the light from
you've
it
just
is
shot
being
yourself down,
refracted different.
Grumman. The horizon is not physical; it is now refracted. So you've just sold away any opportunity
if
you thought
get
you had
high enough
of
that
proving
refraction
Earth
isn't
curvature.
an issue, the horizon will not move.
The horizon is non-existent if you beg for refraction, you knuckle dragger.
And now you're contradicting NASA because NASA says the higher you get in altitude, the less defined the horizon becomes.
NASA's retarded
No,
and
the
a liar.
more defined the curve becomes.
Yeah, where'd you read about that?
Wow, he just says anything, doesn't he?
Dude, you're just a freaking...
Where did you read about that? No, dude, it's stuff that I've seen.
It's a published NASA
'cause
paper,
I've been
by the
in
way.
airplanes before.
Oh, did you
airplane.
see the curve of the Earth from an airplane? You can tell us that now?
That's what he said. He said, yeah. He said out the cockpit window, you can just see this big curve. And so that means we live on like a 500-mile radius Earth.
No,
Well, that's crazy because in the chat I just posted a 315,000 mile radius Earth.
Yeah, I've never heard
No,
that
that curve is exactly what's expected to be seen if you run it through.
There's no curve from an airplane.
Yes,
no
there
curve.
is.
No,
Yes,
there
is,
isn't.
Indeed. Yes, there is.
No, there
Okay,
isn't.
so you disagree not only with geometry, but every other frickin' person that's ever talked about it. Every other scientist, every other optical scientist, every other fucking person.
Who?
Hundreds of thousands of pilots?
You realize the Earth is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles, and you're saying being 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball.
Yes.
Think about what you're saying. You're 1/800th above the surface.
Yes.
Indio.
There are people
Isn't
that
the
can
radius
take...
3,900?
There are people?
There are
Indio.
If you had a ball... Okay,
3,000
you're a
people
fucking
have
cock or
spoken.
something.
Nice.
You're just saying random shit, man. So, Grumman, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
I've seen it from an aircraft.
No, you haven't.
So, yes,
dude.
I have.
Well, then you're a tiny earther, dude.
You're a liar, dude.
Yeah, you are a liar. Dude, not even 128,000 feet. Not even 250 miles, dude.
Felix Baumgartner said that he saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
so if you're
and
gonna pull that argument,
Neil deGrasse
And how you gonna back that up?
And Neil deGrasse Tyson, right,
is wrong.
He's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, in the images he posted, right, the GoPro. So what is that? Planet Mexico?
No, that's a fish.
You can't even see the border of New Mexico. How can that be the horizon? How can that be the Earth?
Called a wide-angle lens.
Oh, so that's not the curve of the Earth. He didn't see the curve of the Earth from his fucking balloon,
Felix Baumgartner did. With
no,
his
he
eyes.
didn't, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, his eyes.
Hey, check it out. He also saw the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Look inside, chat. 34 past the hour. Not even off the ground yet. That's him getting into the little shuttle thing.
Do you not understand the difference between human eyes and a camera?
Oh,
What's that got to do with your claim?
Was he looking for a visor?
The
And sometimes
visor
people-
that distorts jack all because that's.
Oh, doesn't it? How do you know? Have you worn it? Have you worn it?
Yes, I
You
have
know,
worn a
what about the
visor
shot
like
from
that.
inside the pod?
Holy
What about the
fuck.
shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod?
Where you're looking through this tiny thing? Yeah, of course that's not gonna show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
Even defished images. People that have
Defished?
defished.
Is that a word? Answer that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles are the circle of the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
The wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. In the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve. Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'm gonna send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th, okay? And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Disney's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off...
If you know the
before you go stroking yourself over about your refractive index...
without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you...
The normal.
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd. How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index
yeah,
with
I
it.
see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's Horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got Horizon on level at Baumgartner. How's that possible? And the Horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a Theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted
We
up,
know.
you nitwit.
Out the side, they fly tilted, banked over?
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is.
you'd
It
have to
is
be
tilted.
banked
Go get
over.
the negative degrees, dude.
Oh,
You know
man,
how one of
bro.
those freaking thing works? Do you know how a
They're
plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and negative 0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really, honestly, have to be freaking an idiot. These is
So
2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
yeah, and so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And the first, but it is
Now
tilted.
he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with
So,
that? Excellent.
first of all, the expectate it doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph, first of all. And that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. Did this come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier,
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever? Why would you expect that? You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
Oh my
used with
God.
mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized
No,
cabin?
That doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest. The image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's
It
personal.
is
experience.
anecdotal. You said,
No,
in my
it's not.
experience. As soon as you said that, that makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
Not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're gonna get kicked.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm gonna unmute you, Iron Bear, dude. Try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was
Iron Bear.
never trying to diarrhea anybody.
Just he played this
Oh,
game.
you're
on
you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing, you alright?
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of
the
surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
not
If we don't know
really.
how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. If you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt. Okay, and he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them.
Hey, Hellcat.
Roughly 83
Why are you on
miles.
here spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too late. Also, I love that Platter posted that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above? Or
how much do you think the air pressure
this jet
changes?
to be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that the photo's fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
So that's no, that's transonic.
So can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So like right at that speed that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic? Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah, it's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're
that
above
sounds like
the speed of
gay
sound.
made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is
Yeah,
the
those
speed of
fucking
sound.
stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm trans 0.
It's
I got a
in between.
Trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you
Grumman
anything if you're still not
can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit.
This is aerodynamic. This is basic airplane stuff.
Yeah, basic airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow, is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh,
So
okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck, get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned them, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. You might get a different crowd than what you're expecting, but
based off his picture with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
All right.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below a perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopty frick. The ground is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. All that? Very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting, you're just crackling, your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh, man.
I thought we call that roboting when the mic is.
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking. Think your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
The X-Signs sound good then. Maybe you're
Yeah,
just
you
too far
sound
away
good
from your
then.
device.
All right, that's it.
And
I'm
now
back.
it's
Oh man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle. And sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra and that for like 4
That's
years.
great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get
Am
a
I
new
trans?
microphone.
Am I trans crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're
transitioning to no crackle.
yeah.
All right, I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that is that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly
Really?
in the center.
You sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective existed in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space, it has wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if the
Because
horizon has to
it
be
is
at the
a
midline of
claim
your
that
vision.
has been made that it rises
Okay.
to eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim. It's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, what do you do?
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put.
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
What? That's
I can
wait
I can
a minute,
send it
dude.
to you.
Are you basically go ahead? But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature? That's not showing curvature.
No, it's
dude.
because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side. Oh, all right. Yeah, post that.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it.
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no, you
the same.
posted
Wait.
the same thing.
I just posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image. That's
no worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude! That's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
Dude. All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman, are these pictures you're posting gonna be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, "Why is the wing curving up and stuff?" And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane's designed.
Oh yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787.
photo, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense. Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle, 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in a two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I said, I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was gonna say. I knew it. I knew it.
Damn fisheye lens. I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in the field in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one,
a
and
little
he
while
posted
back.
this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second
Okay,
one is
so put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point. Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance and the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. You know, there's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, you know, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from zero. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect to see a flat horizon, and they should expect that the lens is what's causing the apparent curvature. even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director.